Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Oh, wow, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot campaign real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Friday Junior. It's not actually Friday Junior, but tomorrow is the last day of the week, so this is pretty much going to be our Thursday. We have no data at all. There's like oil numbers, a little bit of a bond auction, but absolutely no data. The main story overnight was the Bank of Japan. The yen hit a new weakness level, and everyone's like, all right, man, the Bank of Japan, they said, we're going to intervene, verbal intervention. The stock or the currency went up. The stock market in Japan went crazy. And that was pretty much it. You had a couple of things about AI here and there. You had a big drug approval out of Merck, but for the most part, not much news. Japan, China, overseas, that was your only thing. And then now we are going to wander and meander throughout the day until we get into the end of the week. And then we get into April. Then there's a lot more data, and then everybody goes crazy. But good morning. How are you, baby? What's going on, Regal? What up, Carissa Hines? Battleboard, Malone, Kofi, Devlin, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. What up, Malcolm? Shane McBride, Gary, Avari, Logan, Nathan, baby. Zuraz, Kurt McGirt, baby. Poison, Mr. Malone, Joel, Dirty Bird. Good morning. What up, Carson? How you living, Ansel? Greg, Luis, me, Nacho, baby. Peter. Good morning, baby. What up, Timothy? What up, Robert Woods, Chabal, Josue, Sungrown, Ricardo, Ray, Quantum, Dakota, Kenny Miranda, Riley Mack, baby, Jason Yawang, Agent of Chaos, B. Dizzle, Mark J, David Tello, baby. Good morning. What up, yeah? What up, Ari, Walter White, Winning Loser, Najee Wolf in the house, baby. Good morning. C Money, David Tello, baby. Andy N, Young Ugly, Trey Cush, Cuss, Scott Rabroker, baby. Ivan, Ilmatic, they don't know about Ilmatic. What up, Matthew? Good morning, Ryan. How you living, Camara? What up, Loki? El Chapato, Dino, Dave Gawargius, Yunan, Sticky Fingers, baby. TSMG, Caesar, Matthew, Miguel, Allen, Cam, Donnie. Good morning. Happy Friday, Junior. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I don't know what day it is. What about the Twitch, a.k.a. The Kick? Realty, what up, MF? That's Midwest Finest. Pickle Pickler, Blow and Dough, Braxton, baby. Blaze and Bob, and Damn Royalty, and El Coyote. It's a little dry out there. It's a little, open face. Check it in. On vacation, baby. Good morning. So, Chad, I hope you're locked and loading. I hope you're ready. So now let me pass it over to the real Josh AI. This one's going to trip you out today. This one is going to trip you out today, you guys. Are you ready? I have Josh AI for you today, and he is going to go over all of the news. So give him about 10 minutes, and then I'll come and close it out, all right? Sound good? All right, good morning, man. This one's going to trip you out. This one's going to trip you out. S&P 500 futures gain as traders watch yen level. U.S. stock futures edged higher as traders prepared for end-of-quarter rebalancing. The yen bounced from a 34-year low on speculation that Japanese officials may be preparing to intervene to support the currency. Officials from Japan's Ministry of Finance, the Bank of Japan, and Financial Services Agency met to discuss markets in their first three-way meeting since late May. After the talks, Japan's top currency official Masato Kanda pledged to take appropriate action against excessive swings, saying he sees speculative moves behind the yen's plunge. The yen strengthened 0.3%. The BOJ's finger will be on the trigger for FX intervention, said David Forrester, Singapore-based senior FX strategist at Credit Agricole. In equities, S&P 500 futures contracts rose 0.4%, and Europe's stock 600 index ticked up 0.1%. 2.1%, with stocks set to cap another strong quarter. Pension funds are likely to sell an estimated $32 billion in equities to rebalance their positions, according to Goldman Sachs Group Inc. While projections on pension flows vary widely on Wall Street, it could heap extra pressure on markets when trading volumes are thin around Easter. After the S&P 500 soared about 26% since late October, traders have flagged concern that positioning is stretched and stocks are more vulnerable to short-term profit-taking. Among the biggest stock moves, clothing retailer Hennes & Mauritz jumped as much as 14% after its profit beat estimates thanks to cost cuts, while payments firm ADN NV got a boost from a broker upgrade. Euro area data showed an improvement in economic confidence, supporting expectations that the region can soon move beyond its recent weakness. In U.S. pre-market trading, Merck & Co. Inc. rose after its Winrevair drug won U.S. approval. Shares in Trump Media and Technology were set to extend gains following its debut as a public company. Stocks have had a strong start to the year, with major benchmarks scaling record levels. The S&P 500 is set for its fifth month of straight gains, while Japan's Nikkei 225 index of shares closed within a whisker of its all-time high. Still, moves this week have been muted ahead of Friday's release of the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge. I'm still rather positive on equity markets as long as nothing changes in the broader picture. One can just go with the flow. François Rimaud, a strategist at La Française Asset Management in Paris, said he sees a possibility the rally can broaden toward other parts of the market, such as European or mid-cap shares, given extreme valuation gaps among technology and U.S. stocks. Treasuries steadied after rebounding from session lows on Tuesday following a $67 billion sale of 5-year notes. The dollar was flat against its group of 10 peers, while the offshore yuan weakened. Oil extended a decline after an industry report pointed to a sizable build in U.S. inventories, and wider markets struck a weaker tone ahead of the end of the quarter. Gold steadied close to its record high. Yen drops to weakest since 1990. All eyes are on Japan after it signaled a step closer to currency intervention as the yen slid to the weakest level in about 34 years against the dollar. The currency dipped to 151.97 per dollar in Tokyo, passing the level that prompted Japan to wade into markets in October 2022. We are watching market moves with a high sense of urgency, Finance Minister Shunichi Suzuki said. The yen later rallied after Reuters reported that officials from the finance ministry, the central bank, and the financial regulator would meet. Oil declines on stockpiles. Oil extended a decline after an industry report pointed to a substantial build in U.S. inventories, and wider markets struck a weaker tone ahead of the end of the quarter. The industry-funded American Petroleum Institute said nationwide stockpiles expanded 9.3 million barrels last week, while the API reported a 2.4 million barrel rise in crude at the Cushing, Oklahoma hub. Baltimore bridge disaster hits supply lines, and as much as 2.5 million tons of coal, hundreds of cars made by Ford and General Motors, as well as lumber and gypsum, are threatened with disruption following the collapse of Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge on Tuesday, with 6 people presumed dead. Docks in New Jersey and Virginia face the threat of being overwhelmed by traffic that's being forced away from Baltimore, one of the busiest ports on the U.S. East Coast. It's crucial for the vehicle industry, with European car makers such as Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, and BMW operating facilities in and around the port. It's also the second largest terminal for U.S. exports of coal, with a shutdown potentially hitting shipments to India. China seeks to woo executives. China's President Xi Jinping met with a group of American business executives in Beijing, including Blackstone's Steven Schwarzman and Qualcomm's Cristiano Amon, as China seeks to restore restore confidence in the economy and keep relations with the U.S. on a stable footing. For global executives, the meeting was a chance to underscore interest in participating in the giant Chinese market despite deepening geopolitical tensions and moves in China to favor local competitors, drug production fault lines. Meanwhile, UK drug maker AstraZeneca is planning separate supply chains for its medicines in different markets, including the US and China, as geopolitical tensions threaten to upend the manufacturing and distribution landscape. In an interview, CEO Pascal Soriot said the firm will be able to supply the US and Europe independently and is also building a presence in China so that it can provide a distinct supply to Chinese patients. The US is considering a ban on companies getting federal contracts if they work with Chinese biotechs of concern on alleged national security grounds. Top overnight news: the decades-long push by American companies into China is stalling. American firms in China are being squeezed by escalating geopolitical tensions, tit-for-tat measures on trade and exports, and China's drive for self-sufficiency. Meanwhile, the Chinese market is becoming less attractive. The country's economic growth fell to its slowest rate in decades last year. Consumers there are spending less, especially on foreign brands, and its once unstoppable export machine is faltering. West Jane, China's President Xi Jinping met U.S. chief executives including Chubb's Evan Greenberg and Qualcomm's Cristiano Amon on Wednesday as American business leaders sought to mend ties frayed by geopolitical and trade tensions between the world's two largest economies. FTT: China's industrial profits jumped at the start of this year, with foreign-owned and private groups reporting the largest increases. Industrial profits rose by 10.2% year-on-year for January-February. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics showed on Wednesday profits at foreign-owned business surged 31.2% and climbed 12.7% at private companies. State-owned enterprises saw profits edge up just 0.5%. AFT: the yen paired gains as Japan's top currency official said the government can't tolerate speculative moves in the FX market and is prepared to use any option to restore calm, in line with earlier comments from the finance minister. Masato Kanda spoke after a joint meeting of the MOF, BOJ, and FSA. Earlier, the yen had slid to its lowest against the dollar since 1990. BBG, the BOE, is probing how badly funding for UK businesses would be hit by the reversal of a long-running private equity boom, officials said, as they escalated warnings about leverage, transparency, and valuations in private markets. FT: asset managers kept unwinding bullish Treasury futures bets ahead of the Fed's recent meeting, a defensive move that sent net long positions for real money investors such as pension funds and insurance companies to an 8-month low. The move also signaled some may have been paring back on basis trades. BBG: the Baltimore bridge collapse may cause months of disruptions, block the export of as much as 2.5 million tons of coal, and speed up a shift of cargo to the West Coast. Search operations were halted as 6 people are presumed dead. BBG: the artificial intelligence boom is sending Silicon Valley's talent wars to new extremes. Tech companies are serving up million-a-year compensation packages, accelerated stock vesting schedules, and offers to poach entire engineering teams to draw people with expertise and experience in the kind of generative AI that is powering ChatGPT and other human-like bots. They are competing against each other and against startups vying to be the next big thing to unseat the giants. WSJ, UBS, and Apollo reached a deal for the carve-out of Credit Suisse's securitized products business after renegotiating key parts of the accord. Apollo will purchase $8 billion in senior secured financing facilities. BBG. And that's it. And that's it, baby. How trippy was that? That's what I was working on yesterday. So I punted on the watch list, and I played with that for a little bit, but it's pretty spot on, bro. That's pretty terrifying. Very terrifying. But I still got some more news. We got 15 minutes until the bell, baby. So I hope you got all of the news and all of that. There was a lot. There's a lot of news there, but S&P futures are up by zero point 0.4 Wednesday morning trading. Comes after stocks fell for a third straight session on Tuesday with the late downturn chalked up to month and quarter-end pension fund rebalancing. Treasuries unchanged to a touch firmer. Dollar index little change. Yen weakness the story overnight. Yen weakest since 1990, though has rebounded on intervention fears. Gold is up by 0.8. Bitcoin up by 0.3. WTI down by 0.6 off of the worst levels. Market remains devoid of meaningful catalysts, and participation limited into Easter holiday. And with spring break, recent overhang has been attributed to rebalancing dynamics and overbought conditions, with the S&P on track for the fifth straight month of gains in March, something that has not happened since 2013. PC inflation and Powell on Friday, though market closed on Good Friday holiday. In addition, both de-risked for some extent. February CPI, PPI already came in hotter, while Powell spoke just last week at FOMC meeting and noted recent inflation data has not changed Fed's view on disinflation trend. Several high-profile potential catalysts in second week of April include CPI, start of bank earnings, and AI events. Nothing on the U.S. economic calendar today, though there is $43 billion a 7-year note auction while the Fed's Waller is scheduled to speak. It's not until this evening. Waller noted in late February recent data reinforced the view that the Fed needs to verify progress on inflation and is in no rush to normalize policy. Added that they still expect to begin easing this year. In terms of overseas developments, Spanish headline inflation accelerated in March but came in a bit below consensus. Eurozone inflation out next week. Bank of Japan member Tamura said that he sees slow and steady normalization of policy. Japan Finance Minister Suzuki ramped up yen intervention warning. China industrial profits rebounded in first 2 months of 24. Still pretty quiet in terms of corporate news. Bloomberg citing sources who said Apple developer conference in June will focus heavily on long anticipated AI strategy. New York Times article discussed Tesla reliance on China. Merck up big on FDA approval of Winrevair, pulmonary arterial hypertension. J&J in talks to acquire Suave. Myrna out with positive clinical trial data. Hood boosted by launch of first credit card. PRGS guided up fiscal quarter 2 revenue. GME down big on Q4 results. S&P lowered outlook. MTB, SNV, VLY, TRMK, and FCF flag concerns about stresses in CRE market. In terms of notable sell-side rating changes, Visa, Wells Fargo, Lowe's, FedEx, and CHRW caught downgrades, while THC upgraded and WDC initiated at overweight. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. So late day equity market pullback chalk up to rebalancing. Retail traders piling into market rally, evoking memories of 2021 meme stock mania. U.S. small caps on the worst performance run versus large caps in more than 20 years. Yen drops to 34-year low, inviting more intervention speculation. Baltimore bridge collapse caused prolonged transition delays. Delayed coal exports. Automakers GM and Ford say supply chains will be impacted by Baltimore bridge collapse. China industrial profits rebounded, adding the nascent signs of stabilization. Australian monthly inflation unchanged at 2-year low. Spanish inflation accelerates in March as government continues to remove energy support. South Korea April business sentiment falls as private spending slows. Bank of Japan board member Tamura sees slow and steady normalization of policy. Bank of England man says market pricing in too many cuts. ECB Kazakh says signals June may be a good time for rate cut on easing inflation. Sweden central bank stays on pat with rates but flags incoming cuts in May or June. Apple to unveil AI strategy at June 10th developer conference. Tesla China pivots must to Beijing, giving the country leverage. AI chatbot hype hits reality with shortcomings coalescing into wider concerns. Boeing at risk of Moody downgrade on safety and cash flow concerns. S&P ratings downgrade 5 regional U.S. lenders to negative on real estate exposure. H&M rallies on big Q1 profit on well-received spring collection. Biden proposes federal government should pay for entire reconstruction of Baltimore Bridge. Biden Democrats mostly scrap mention of Bidenomics as it falls flat with many voters. China files complaints in WTO as over U.S. EV subsidies, says Biden's IRA is discriminatory, distorts supply chains. China President Xi meets with U.S. CEOs and American businesses to repair ties with China. U.S. companies stall in China on increasing geopolitical tensions. And U.S. investigating TikTok over privacy and data practices, potentially paving the way for a lawsuit. And then Biden administration facing blowback from pro-Israeli lawmakers in both parties for allowing the UN resolution to pass. Wow. So Chatadonia, that's a lot. That's a lot of news. I think we still got a couple more plays here. So I got the plays for you. I don't know how the timing's going to work. We'll see how the timing is. I already have them up here. So got a couple of pre-market movers. Robinhood up 7.4 and Vail's first credit card. Merck up 5.3, approves WinRavar for PAH. Marvel up 4.1. They had an upgrade. It was Catalyst Watch. They have an AI event. That doesn't say it there, though. 3.8, Myrna advances multiple vaccine programs. Blackstone funding collaboration. Deutsche Bank up 2.9. Morgan Stanley to upgrade to overweight. THC up 2.6. APG up 2.6. WDC. Evercore initiates outperform up 2.6. CCL 2.1 to report earnings. Coinbase 2.0. SMCI 1.9. GPN 1.8. Affirm 1.8. DraftKings 1.7. AEM 1.7. MSTR 1.6. Spotify 1.6. HSBC initiates buy. Suave up 1.6. J&J reportedly in talks to acquire. NVCR, Novacure up 30. Metis phase 3 trial met primary endpoint. NCNO up 14.5 off earnings. ROIV up 5.7 to join S&P Midcap 400. Cypher up 4. Run up 3.2. SMTC 3.1. MPW 2.8. DINA 2.8. Follow through on McDonald's partnership. SGML up 2.3. Kronos up 2.3. ETNB up 2.1. EMA grants prime status to pegozafermin in patients with MASH. DXYZ up 36, Pays up 21 off earnings, NUVB up 14, Jeffries upgrades to buy, DJT up 14.9, Paxis up 9.8, obtains 8 million payment of royalty, Outlook up 9.4, BTIG upgrade to buy, LE up 9.3, Bragg up 9.1, GLYC up 8.8, STOK up 6.4, 75 million common stock offering, LDTC up 6, SMR up 6, Oust up 5.4 off earnings, GRTS up 5.4, STRO up 5.3, PACB up 5.1, Nova 4.1, RVP 4.1, GRWG 4.0, TSVT 3.8, AFCG 3.7, ABSI up 3.6, CGC up 3.5, BTBT up 3.5, customer proposal to expand existing agreement of GPUs. Trading lower, ALAB down 3, CVE down 2.7, GME down 19 off earnings, MDXG down 4.9, update on Axio fill request designation from FDA, WT down 4.5, NEO down 3.3, lowers Q1 delivery guidance to 31,000 from 30,000, CPG 2.7 down, Gimda down 77, earnings and restructuring. DRCT down 45 off earnings. VLD down 33.5. Lux H down 27.6. ALT down 18.5 off earnings. FRGE down 18 off earnings. OGI down 6, 25 million public offering. STXS down 3.7 to acquire Softflower. And then BPBDSB down 3.3 off earnings. And then BCAB down 2.3 off earnings. A little weak on the likes, baby. Oh, hit the likes. Hit the like button, baby, before the bell. So, Chad, that is all the pre-market movers. I would go to the bathroom, but I don't think there's a commercial break. But you're here right now, baby. You're here right now, ready to go. You got about 7 minutes until the bell. Tell me, Chadadonia, what is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. What do you got for me, baby? I don't know if this is Josh AI or not. Like the video, and I will tell you. Nah. FedEx puts, DJD puts, Yen, Spy Call, Lulu, Hood calls, Buying Shiba, DJT puts, Datadog, Walgreens, Snap, Palantir, Hood, Sort Spy, watching out for MSTR, DJT, CCL call, Selling Synthes, AMD call, Baba Shares, Nimble, Joshua Neuralink, UUP puts, Tesla calls, watching Tesla, WED, Adobe, Hood put, watching Apple, Reddit call, crying over Mara, you already know, Baidu calls, VKTX, TRLY, PayPal calls, Waste Management, Ups, Gap 138, Selling Hood calls, TME, Jasper calls, NX, TX, CLSK, MSTR, Lulu, ALAB, Marvel, Tilray, Tesla, Waiting, Eli Lilly, Crocs, Josh calls, ET, First Solar, Rum, AppLovin, Soundhound, Selling Spy calls, Sound calls, Patience, Hakuna, Long Term. Oh yeah, Adobe, TSM, UUP, Short DJT, Buying CCL, Sell DJT, Hood, Amazon, Watching and Selling Marvel, and the final plays. Adobe, Lilly, Diddy, DJT calls, Carvana, GoEV, DNut, Twitch, Micron puts, and Eli Lilly calls, baby. My goodness. So, Chadadonia, God bless you. I hope you are feeling good, but that is it. That's all the plays. Actually, I got a couple plays. What am I saying? I got Marvel on my list. Again, Catalyst watch. Robinhood, again, credit card news is actually pretty good. They've been getting a lot of good catalysts. Watch out for Merck. Again, big data there for the pulmonary drug. And then Schwab from yesterday. We'll see if that one continues. And then ETNB and VCR, they both had individual data. Oh, which one was it? I'm blanking on the ETNB. And VCR was phase 3, and then ETNB was data. I have hiccups. I don't know what just happened. I got the hiccups a little too early. I was holding my breath, yeah. Catalyst on ETNB and NVCR, both biotechs with data that came out today. So that's pretty much it. We'll see. I'm swallowing. I'm trying to hold my breath, man. I'm trying to hold my breath. But Chatadonia, oh my goodness, even with hiccups or not. But I hope you're feeling good. I hope you are blessed. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase the dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for holding it down. Thank you for making that commitment. And I hope all of you, day in and day out, it don't matter the situation, what people do it or not, I hope you show that love and appreciation to those vets because they deserve it, baby. So veterans, thank you and God bless you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Keep it up. But God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to church! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Let's go. Oh, that started off a little rough. My goodness. Yeah, I still got these hiccups, bro. I got 2 minutes. I need to go pee also. I don't know if this is a good time. I got 2 minutes, but Chad, did you like the video? You know we need 1,000 likes. You could help support your local Egyptian boy. And with 1,000 likes, you will unlock all features. If we do not reach 1,000 likes in the next 1 minute and 45 seconds, it starts to get a little weird. We're almost there. Y'all did it yesterday. It was a joyous experience. So chat, hit that thumbs up button, or I might have hiccups all day. I don't know. It's up to you. It's the life of a little Egyptian boy is in your hands. You see these hiccups? Yeah, you got to like the video, man. These hiccups will not go away. They will not go away. So I hope you're ready. I got about a minute. No, I'm going to have to wait. I'm going to go to my first bathroom break in like 10 minutes. We're going to see. But, Chad, like the video. 1 minute. If you have any questions, let me know. Again, biggest news. My goodness. Biggest news, Bank of Japan, really. Other than that, no data. You got a couple of individual movers. Again, Merck has that biotech data. There's a couple of other ones. And then Marvel, we have that catalyst. So we'll see where that takes us. But, yeah, less than 1 minute. Dude, these hiccups are – y'all don't have 1,000 likes. That's why I'm still hiccuping. We got 45 seconds, and we need 70 likes. Holy crap. I don't know if we're going to do this. I'm going to hold my breath until we get 1,000 likes. I'm holding my breath. Seconds. Oh, we did it. Oh, I still have the hiccups. All right, baby. Good work. Good work. Raise my arms above my head. They're above my head right now. Well, we'll see. It'll go away in a little bit. But Chatadonia, less than 20 seconds. Like that video. Call out any plays. If you have any questions, let me know. And Let's have a good 7 hours, man. Remember, this is Friday Junior. Tomorrow is the last day of the market. So let's get it. Round 1. Fight. All right, we're off. Yeah, we're up on the Marvel shares. So remember, oh, wow, we almost have like $1,000 on the Marvel. I'm down with that. Check ARM. They moved a lot yesterday. Merck as well. If Merck makes like a big move down, watch for it to bounce. Again, just one of those post-biotech type beats. Oh, I didn't send out my plays. And then ENVB and NVCR. Yeah, Hood is very good. Honestly, I think Hood has had a lot of good news lately. So again, from crypto, the guidance, and now this credit card thing, it's actually pretty decent for him. Reddit, oh, I forgot about that. Russell leading. Merck's still at 5. Reddit's down. Marvel's up 71.30. Square on the high. Remember, PayPal was running. Russell is the leader, and then SPY, NASDAQ, and Dow around 0.6. Pinterest on the high. Oh, my gosh, bro. These hiccups are, I sound like a pig. I'm trying to even make the noise, but I'm like, wait a minute. It just sounds like me. Good morning. 5% a month for 3% back on anything. And I think you could reinvest your what's it called? Your cash back on your credit card. I think you could reinvest it into stocks. I mean, Robinhood options already up 60. Remember, it doesn't really move too crazy. So be on the lookout for that one. Those ADMs won't go up. Micron on the high. Hood still going. Bond's still up here, too. We're back to green on that. Team on the high. Micron's coming down. AMD is in the green by 1.2. Intel's up 2. So that one's actually really going. Lululemon on the high. CCL destroyed. Only down 3. I thought they reported this morning. Mara, MSTR 2K. Yeah, Mara's breaking out. I don't know if Coin is too. Coin at 275. Is that IWM or is that Waste Management? And then Bond's still here and little near the low. Marvel's doing great. Again, Marvel, we have a nice gain on it. I kind of want to push it. Disney ripping. I forgot that did the 120 yesterday. STXS, Deutsche Bank on the high. They had news this morning. Yeah, Disney 121. What the hell? Yo, Disney's like kind of running really big. Airbnb's up, but it's selling off from the high. Disney 52-week high. Marvel's starting to climb up here. Marvel's up 5 now. My goodness. Alibaba on the high. Dollar is up, yeah. Again, the yen was really bad last night. And then it was like if it wasn't for the Japanese comments on like potential intervention, it would look ugly. SMCI, DJT. It's at 70. That's a good price. I mean, it's already 20%. GLD on the high. Gold starting to run. SPY near the low. Did I open up 2 TDs? Yeah. Damn, we're at 52. Damn, so you just gapped up all back to yesterday? This is literally how the last like 3 days have played out. Disney's next resistance is like 126, 127. I think you'll get a little spot at 123, but realistically, all that matters now if you hold 120. All that matters is this right here. So, yeah, like 123 and then like 125 and then 127. So, like $2 at a time. SMCI selling off, and now Marvel's selling off with it. Reddit on the low. ARM is down by 0.5. NVIDIA is even down 3/4. SMCI down 3/4 as well. Apple barely in the green. GM is on the high. Microsoft in the red. Disney had this news of the who. Oh, I think I did see that. And then Robinhood, they're just holding up there. Was a NVCR. This was biotech. They came down, and then was the other one ENVB? ETNB. Oh, what? That thing barely moved. That was up a lot more pre-market. So some of those didn't have much. MSTR2. Rumble, I think they have earnings after the bell. Yeah, Mara, CLSK, they're all running. Coin is not. I guess Coin's still up too. MSTR is. DJT just at 70 and then sold off. Med on the high. GM on the high still too. Bonds near the low of the day. I'm green on both bond plays, but they're coming down. Tessie, they had gains. They gave it up. VIS on the high and FedEx. Oh, yeah. What about your boy UPS from yesterday? And then MO's climbing. Bank of America, JP Morgan. Yeah, JPM maybe does 200 again. And then XLF's up 3/4. KRE, it's again, some banks got downgraded on real estate concerns today. So I feel like if they didn't get downgraded, they ended up doing good. Yeah, A-Lab's down. MO's doing good today. It's up 1. Again, bro, Disney 121 is insane. Disney's about to do 122. Smeely donk. I'm used to seeing it on Twitch. I love you, bro. God bless you. God bless you. Bruh, young Disney. I'm up 50 on my Disney long term. Hell yeah. If you got it even lower than what I did, you have Disney was a killer. But because I had like one high purchase and I'm still up 35%. So I know some of you waited, you avoided my first purchase and then you got in on the later ones. Disney has been paying you good. And it's quality. I mean, not only does it pay like a little dividend, but like imagine, if you build enough of a cushion on that, it's a blue chip name. It's a good one. And then bonds a little bit at the bottom, CB on the high, SPY just went a little bit lower. I'm like Donald Duck with the hiccups. I'm still holding it. I could hold my breath for a long time. All right, I think it's good. I think it's good. Oh, well, I was going to show you guys something. Silver. Oh, yeah, MPW. So do you guys know what the news was this morning? Y'all don't feel me. So MPW actually had some low-key big news today. So not only did, like, multiple banks get downgraded, you guys don't know what happened with MPW? Some not divvy. It's not even their dividend announcement. And I would argue it's better, but it's not, but it is. Oh, yeah. See, yeah, y'all know. Every time I move, y'all know something. Y'all don't know what happened today? Oh. It's not that they have flow. There's some, I mean, it was big news. It wasn't an upgrade. It was actually like it was a fundamentally good sign. Or at least a fundamentally good step forward. It's not tinfoil, no. No. It's a fact. It happened this morning. Or at least they announced it. So you guys know United Health? Does that sound familiar? United Health? They bought Steward's Physician Network. Yeah, UNH. So literally, they just monetized a little bit of young BK, but that's a good sign. That means now they could sell some of those assets, and yeah, it's really good. That's why the stock's up. They're literally one of the biggest healthcare providers is now scooping in. If they could sell shit, they'll get their money, and then they're again, MPW owns a stake in a lot of those things. But yeah, that's why it's up here. And then Apple going up. I'm holding Marvel. I kind of want to push it, but we have a good gain on it. There's an AI event though this week. So or this week or next week, Marvel is doing an AI event. So they got a Catalyst watch upgrade on there. So we're up like $600-700 on it. But I kind of want to push it. Oh no, 500 now. It came down a little. A lot of things are green. It's only been 10 minutes. And then again, I mean, it was kind of like yesterday we gapped up. We didn't have the, remember yesterday we gapped up and then sold off the whole day. Burl on the high. Apple is really running. Apple's up 1 right now. And then Bond's coming up. GE woke up as well. GE's breaking out. Baba's on the low. Baidu, China names ain't doing too hot. DJT is sliding. It was at 70 again. Bond's coming up. Coin dump, yeah, big dump on Coin and Mara, and I think MSTR. It's probably just Bitcoin dropping. Oh yeah, Starbucks is ripping. Good call out. Starbucks literally right on the high, like straight up 1.1. Apple's going too, man. That's big. I think today plays like yesterday too. I think a little bit. Maybe we perform a little better. Maybe we don't sell off as much. There's just no data today. There's like I'm telling you, today is very very dry. Court rules against Coinbase in anticipated judgment. Jeez. Marvel. And then Disney came back down a little bit, but they're still holding good. Again, April 4th. So Disney vote is right around the corner. NVCR, Novacure, they resumed. Again, they had good data. They were up like 80, I want to say. And then they sold out all of that. And then Reddit's coming down. ARM is actually still in the green. Then NVIDIA is near the low. Coin dumping on the court thing. So is this just for the Coinbase or is this crypto? Because they're all moving like that. But you are getting red candles there now. Value did get some love today. I mean, Dow Jones is up 0.75%. We'll see if it maintains, but I mean, long term's loving it. It's some value. And then Apple not kind of nonstop. Remember yesterday was a little stubborn. Microsoft's in the green off the bottom. Amazon's right at break even. Google right at break even or a little bit above. I think Meta's the only one that's down. Coinbase dropping now more, down 2%. NVCR bounce off the bottom. If that does bounce, that could be good. Again, that thing was up a ton. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of down with Novacure. Yes, SEC can proceed with lawsuit against Coinbase. All right, I'm down with it. It still has a little bit more to fill. I went with 500 shares of NVCR at 1337. AMD, Disney. I mean, it just sold a little bit off the top, but otherwise, Disney's good. Disney's very, very. Dude, I'm in shock. Disney got to 122 this fast. Ups on the high. So is Apple. Again, bonds moving around. SPY staying pinned. Apple is actually really killing it here. NVCR, they had phase 3 data for non-small cell lung cancer. So they just said they met primary endpoints. Things were good. Just good study data for phase 3. That's why I'm like, they were at 18. So I'm only playing it because it did this. It did the biotech pop, hit a high, and then just sell out and already fill the gap. So sometimes you have to wait all day for this, but I'm kind of down. I bought 30 cents above the gap fill. Good data. I mean, they have, again, sometimes when it's a liquid in bio, you never know, but generally, like intraday, if there really is hype, I've seen very, very crazy moves like that, so I like it. Either quick flip or throughout the day. I mean, like middle of the day if it could like really run up. And then SPY coming back above VWAP. Apple still carrying. Microsoft's coming up pretty good now. Apple's 1.6. Apple is in its own little world right now. I'm telling you, even after the last couple of days with how much it's like underperformed, Apple is like really, that's like really, really good. NVCR is short term, not a long term play. No. Any legit prop firm? No. Honestly, just learn how to use margin, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of the same thing. But yeah. I think most prop firms are scams. All right, I need to go pee though, Chad. I didn't get to take my early bathroom break in the morning. I don't know if they're at commercial still. So we'll see. As you say that, Microsoft rejects. It was holding up pretty good, man. I was very surprised. Procter & Gamble on the high, Boeing, Akba, GE, and Lulu. But SPY just got a candle there. And then judge allows SEC claims that Coinbase failed to register as securities business. Judge dismisses SEC claim that Coinbase acted as unregistered broker. All right, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Explain. Well, look, I think it's been a long time since we've seen financing markets that are this open for this range of borrowers. You know, I mentioned earlier that we're seeing action both in the broadly syndicated market as well as the private credit market. You know, we view those markets as complementary. They're both wide open for borrowers, and I think the ability to kind of put on risk from the investor standpoint is something that they're welcoming at this point because it's been a little while.
I mean, we have, look, lots of superlatives are used. Yeah. We have euphoria. We have 5 months on the run in quoted markets. We're breaking records after record in equity markets. But I look at credit spreads. They are so tight. They're wound up so tight. Is there anything that can stop the path of that go time?
Well, of course. I mean, look, we're in the business of taking risk, and so we're in the business of worrying about things kind of day in, day out. I think, you know, broadly, there's a lot of volatility in the second half of this year. That's, as I said, part of why the first half of the year is going to be so good. So I think people are trying to stay out of the way of that volatility in the second half, driven mainly by the election and, you know, potential action or inaction by the Fed. So that's one. Two, I do think we see a little bit of softening in credit generally. We may be past kind of the moment of peak improvement. And when you look at, you know, the number of defaults that we've had this year, I think S&P just reported that we've had more defaults this year to date than any year since 2009. So, you know, there's a bit of distress out there. I would observe that most companies have been relatively conservatively managed and are cashed up in the last few years. And what you're seeing is really companies who kind of during the go-go days levered up and were more or less dependent on rates remaining low in order to be able to support the capital structures they have. Running a levered company at high rates is, it's a little bit like doing a plank or something. It's kind of easy for the first 30 seconds, and then a few minutes in, you're kind of turning red and falling over. And so I think we're seeing a little bit of that with companies that have very heavy capital structures on top of the equity.
I get to about 30 seconds and then I completely fold. But exactly, it's all about gym work. From a risk committee perspective, and we debate endlessly here at Bloomberg whether banks are taking more risk, scaling back. You've talked about CRE. Where is the risk committee at HSBC at the moment in terms of global risk? Is there a hesitancy, or is it all guns blazing?
Look, I think we're really where we've always been on risk. I think part of the reason that HSBC is rated and regarded as well as it is in the market is that we take kind of risk consistently and with a lens that takes into account the global perspective that our clients give us and that our bankers bring back. So we're kind of neither more or less on risk or off risk than usual. We have a pretty consistent approach.
Please enliven the debate for me. What are we missing? I spend day in, day out asking the same question. I'm like a nodding dog, 3 cuts, 2 cuts, 1 cuts. What is the more important issue that I've missed, that we're missing? In the rates debate.
In the rates debate, look, I think the Fed has been pretty clear on what their intention is, and I think the traders have been on the wrong side of that, and that's unfortunate. But I think in reality, the ultimate path is what's important, not kind of where this winds up. Are we going to be 150 basis points lower in 6 months' time, 9 months' time, 12 months' time? The point is that people can price assets and transact based on a view on the path, not where it ultimately lands.
Tell me just briefly to close off here, you've been in this job 3 years. I want to understand what kind of culture you run, that you drive, that you want at HSBC. Colin Kelleher has a smell test for Credit Suisse bankers coming in. What's your smell test? What's your culture?
A smell test? Like, I don't really know what to do with that. I joined HSBC 3 years ago, and I think probably a bit of the reflection of our CEO, Noel Quinn, who I know you know well, is that I was given a very kind and welcoming reception. And I think that for people that are client-facing, that's how you want to make them feel. You want to make them feel good coming in the door. Because our business, to me, it begins and ends with clients and how you make them feel, and are they kind of confident in your ability to transact and execute for them. And
You said smell test? What? You mean smell test? See, I don't smell what? He said, I don't know what to do with that. Good morning. So, little Friday Junior action here. Again, tomorrow is the last day of the market for this week. So, and then today has no events. NVCR came up a little bit. We got just under $1 a share there. We just had that. So, not bad. Yeah, let me do the smell test. I'll show you how to do a smell test. Everything you go, you got to take a deep breath. Go. It's from the diaphragm. That's how you do it. Simple. Very simple. Oh, DJT. It looked like how November's going to look. Yeah. I know. Yeah, DJT selling off. So is the SPY now. So again, you're holding up a little bit better. It feels a lot like yesterday, man. You're literally barely higher than yesterday. Remember, this is also barely higher than the day before. And then you kind of don't move, and then you get your 5 candles down, 3 candles. Everyone reacts. And once again, bonds, I do think they are outpacing. I guess, no, they're up a quarter. So they're actually in line with the NASDAQ, if anything. The Disney pickup October, November doing fire. Yeah, man, all of Disney, every piece of Disney is great. I mean, I'm a little blown away now that it's making this 120 climb. I mean, it's held it up very well, but speaking of which,
Board. It's important you vote only for Disney's 12 nominees using the white proxy card. Do not vote for the triangle.
So we'll see how it plays out. And then SPY, bro, 3 candles quickly down. My goodness. So literally you just sold off 6, 7 points right there. So all of that progress, 4 candles. Now you're at the low of the day. Bonds aren't moving as much. You got a couple of individual names moving, though. So keep that in mind. I mean, we've been here for less than 30 minutes. I do think the volume is still quite low. 5 million, yeah. I mean, it's average as long as this keeps playing out. Nvidia, huge red. I mean, SPY, even the bonds. Nvidia's already down. So, again, chip makers, they're giving it up. Even Marvel. Apple's going straight up. This is like that one day a couple weeks ago. You remember that day where I played Apple, everything sold off, and then Apple just went straight up? So you're getting like a weird mix here. And then again, just like what we saw yesterday, that random move 30 minutes before the bell, again, that quarter-end rebalancing is very much in play. Because, again, the push and pull is real today. And then Netflix down 1, Amazon just staying pinned. SPY at the low now. Bonds gave up all of that there in 2 candles as well. Any good growth names other than PayPal? There's names like Starbucks and Nike, which are like pseudo value, but their dividends are so low. But they offer growth. Even like Baba, that'd be another one. But other than that, not really. I mean, a lot of growth names have very, very high gains. I mean, every single growth name, like again, even like DraftKings and Coinbase and some of those other ones are already up. Yeah, Apple's still going. Disney had a little pop and drop. SPY again just made a couple of points there. All the action just happened in the last 5 minutes right now. Again, no headline. Well, I like Walgreens, but I just think there's better names, like compared to their yield and their performance. I mean, I'm not against holding it, but I think I'd rather add like Pfizer, to be honest. SYM, yeah, I think I've heard about a symbiotic bio too. Stocks going lower now. So another low on the SPY. You are now lower than the opening candle. Still got about like 22 points to fill the gap. So literally, this is exactly where we started dying from yesterday. So this was the low of the day, and then when we flushed that yesterday, things started to get a little crazy. I mean, ironic. Like, do you guys not see what's happening though? Like, isn't the funny part? We're still moving with what the market's pricing in. So remember, we were pricing in 0.6, 0.7. We're gapping up, going 0.4. You make this move down. I mean, we're moving within a quarter or less every single time. That's the fucked up part on all of it. XLK. I mean, I think a lot of the tech names are good. I'll give you an update here in 3 minutes. We'll go over. But again, Apple is literally up 1.6. So there's your XLK right there. Market pricing. So we've done it every day. I don't know if you hate the watch list. I'm sorry if the watch list has hurt you in the past. But just show love to the watch list, even on stream. But the watch list loves you. But what you do is you take the at-the-money straddle prices on an option chain for the SPY of that week, and then you add them up, and then divide them by the price of the SPY, and it'll let you know, just like earnings, the at-the-money options will let you know what's priced in. You told Siri to play F350 last night, and my girl started dying laughing. That's good. You really be jamming? No Diddy? That's good, man. I mean, I hope you listen to Uncle or Josh more than Diddy, but either way, man. So I'm talking F350 in bed. I'm down. I can't say I haven't done the same, because I have. I have. Marvel. Is it still going up? No, it came back down. It's still 4%, though. They're outpacing Apple, new high. Baby bounce on stocks. Little bounce there on the bonds as well. The nightly watch list is 2020 Alex. Nugget on the high. Damn, gold's still going. That's insanity. Starbucks been up all day. One-way street for them. Expedia. Bookings a little up. Airbnb. I'm not in DJT, no. Yeah, real estate. Well, some got clapped. There's really big downgrades in real estate, and then if you didn't get a downgrade, you kind of did good. And then again, MPW specifically, they had good individual news. ARM is on the low now. ARM is flushing. Those little SPY green shoots turned red real quick. And then bonds are at least holding up. And then dollar still elevated. Again, the yen was the problem child of the day. Coin, there was bad Supreme Court or court, I don't know if it's Supreme court case news. It's the point of climbing 0.75 if we sell off, so that we could move 0.2 by the end of the day. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's funny because like even then this moves a little bit bigger, but if we move how we did yesterday by the end of the day, you're starting off larger, but how the market ends up moving, I mean, it's all what literally was priced in since Monday. Are people freaking out about gold? Gold isn't, what's the word? Like, I was kind of tripping out on it not too long ago, but it's not necessarily a freak out as much as it is like all of the factors that would benefit gold, they are literally happening. And like, it's like a general worry that's permeating, but like it's already happening. And what I mean by that is straight up in the last 6 months, I think you've had 30 different rate cuts around the world. So, like, you're already getting rate cuts. Again, Swiss Bank, even Colombia 2 weeks ago, and even a little bit. And then Japan, they're starting to raise rates, but on the opposite end, you know, they've had different currency stuff. But the point is, like, you're getting central bank movements, and that's playing out on it. And then the other factor is the worry with the debt. I mean, again, it's like, what, every 30 days we're adding a $1 trillion of debt to the government debt, which is quite unsustainable. Bro, you just had that was a 5-point flush in 1 minute. More chips flushing, ARM, coin on the low, Uber, Abbott's on the high. So a couple of value names and gold, but we are starting to sell off a little bit more. Meta's on the low now as well. Again, coin is getting mollywopped. AbbVie still strong. Yeah, SLV did good today. The Dow's doing great. Dow and Russell, I mean, above all else, I mean, that's why it's like, it's not definitely signs of rotation today. This is not just like everything's selling off. But NASDAQ's red by 0.15, and then Dow's up by almost 1%. So your cat dog is huge. Market is closed on Friday, yes. All right, another flush there. Wholesale inventories, revised to negative 0.2. Wholesale sales, negative 1.8, previous 1.7. I don't think that's giving us much. UPS climbing. Okay, now we're back down to that 0.3. KSSR on the high. UPS is starting to climb again. Apple, UPS, names that were Reddit's down to 57. Weren't they just at 70? Well, you only have tomorrow to trade. I mean, I think tomorrow you'll get a little bit more data, but I'm expecting some punting until next week. SPY back to yesterday's close. We have 1/3%, so we need another 15-point sell-off to fill that gap. You might do it. I mean, this is picking up. These 3 candles now bigger than those first 5 minutes we started dropping. Bonds did not hit a new low on that. I don't think the dollar climbed. And then again, any outperformance names kept going, like Apple and UPS there, even Starbucks, and then whatever was selling off just kept going. There's Expedia, Airbnb, and travel on the low. Yeah, we're closed on Friday. So tomorrow's the last day of the market. Pfizer is waking up there a little bit. Again, even Altria came up. I think even AbbVie. Why are we going? Well, because we're up. The NASDAQ's the only thing down, but like I think we're only this is just movement to just keep you within the 0.25%. But nothing's really happening right now, unfortunately. And again, I mean, yesterday you had a crash course. Like, you guys realize, like, yesterday was like a pretty wicked sell-off there in the last 30 minutes. And then what happened? Not one thing changed at all. Even Japan was not like that wasn't good. and then you gapped up, and then you recovered all of it on no rhyme or reason. So this is that end of the quarter. Again, it's been 3 months to start off a very pivotal year, So it just like the end of the quarter here, we're going to get some rebalancing, but I wouldn't be surprised to watch like these arbitrage crazy moves, but it's not really moving, and it's all staying within what was priced in. So like borderline, none of this is too unexpected unless it like really runs past it and holds, but we're not really getting that type of movement. VFF and Hitty weed plays. Oh! Have you kept your eyes on the peach plays? Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Peach Nation, get your ass up. Bradley Frizzle and the Peaches here. Oh no, let's go. Oh my goodness. Bradley Frizzle, how you doing, baby? Oh my goodness. On a Thursday Junior, or Friday Junior, but it's Thursday Junior, but it's a Friday Junior because tomorrow is our Friday for the market. Peach, baby. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Thank you for all the peaches, my friend. God bless you. Are you kidding me? The peach, baby. Beautiful. 10 a.m., man. 10 a.m. Doing good. Hoping you and Chad have a beautiful Friday, Thursday Junior. Yeah, you know the vibes. You know the vibes. I mean, he don't miss, man. He don't miss. The weird part about Friday, and that it's a holiday, is that like data still comes out at Friday. Ain't that funny? So you still get PCE on Friday, but the market's just going to be closed. And then SPY hasn't hit a new low in 5 minutes, but 3 minutes prior to that, you had a 5-point flush. Again, if it's outperforming, it's holding. But if not, it stayed pinned. How are we not at 2,500 likes yet? I mean, we got our 1,000, so I was cool with that. And then we made our first NVCR. We're up just under $1 on that. So that one's kind of holding. Bible study tomorrow. Oh, maybe actually. If we do it Thursday. I don't know yet. I'll have to double check. Because I thought about it. I was like, well, Friday, yeah. But then I'm like, wait a minute. It's Thursday. And then I don't know if I'm going to go anywhere early. So tentative for now. Tentative for now. This could drop down to I mean, we have a big move. The thing is, there's the rebalance, though, so unless there's an event. But then again, Powell is right here, so that'd be like 50 points. I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility. Because, again, ever since we broke 5,200, I mean, we have not went back low there. Cion, C-I-O-N. And then RTX on the high. Bro, Apple's still climbing. Nothing on NVIDIA. I mean, even then the market kind of tweaked out there, but no real news on that. S&B says many economic indicators suggest economic activity slightly more dynamic in first quarter of 24. Ooh, RTX and Disney. Yeah, RTX would have been a great pickup. I remember we flipped it at those low prices and made good money, but that would have been a great one for the long. Canada first quantum execs meet Chinese officials to discuss funding and business opportunities or options with Zhangji Copper. Coinbase, yeah, SEC suing them. And then they lost the case that said they can get sued. The ship hitting the bridge is weird, man. I kept seeing all the videos yesterday and all of it. And I was just like, man. And did you see like the cars that got off right before? But I think it's a very unfortunate event. I mean, it's not like, I think it's weird how it happened, and like the video is crazy, but even then, like there is like effects due to it. So I mean, again, supply chain and all that. What's it called? The supply side or the cost push inflation. That's not going to be good on that end. I think Reddit just cooling down after going up 50, 60%. Israel Air Force resumes training, includes readiness for war. Israel Air Force increases readiness for Northern Arena. I wanted to pick it up again at 1870 yesterday. Then NVCR running a little bit. Again, you got a little bit more than $1 on that. FTNT on the high. And then bonds didn't. Again, market hit multiple lows. Bonds did not. Google on the low. So Google is actually holding up kind of decent, but they're on the low now. No news on Apple. I mean, if anything, there was bad news yesterday on the China shipments. Oh, the developer conference. I think there was that. Everybody was saying this morning, June 10th, Apple developer conference, and it's going to focus on AI. I forgot about that. That could be it. Nivda on the low. Baba's starting to come back up. And then Baba canceled the sale of an asset, too, last night. They were going to IPO one of their units, and then they decided not to. SPY going lower. MPW a little pop. Yeah, I mean, again, MPW got killed the last couple days, but that news, again, I think it's pretty solid. We'll see. We just need that dividend declared, and then maybe any more updates like that, you will probably get an upgrade on it. And then SPY right back to lows while bonds moving up. High-low ticker fairly balanced. High ticker's getting active, but I'm seeing like Netflix, Nutrinix, Hood, UWMC on the low. Russian strike hits residential area in Ukraine's Kharkiv. There are victims, local officials. SPY new low. Bonds getting a green candle off that. So 5216, new low of the day. You've sold off, I mean, about what? You've sold off 20 points today already? So I mean, again, you were up like 0.6 or something. So you've already moved that 0.4 in the day, but now, again, still only a quarter point from yesterday. NVIDIA, big reds. Down 3%, holding up down there. Mava held up nice. I think volume's pretty low. We're just under 1 hour here. So, again, it's still very early. But 10 million. So, what? Just under an hour, 10 million. You're actually a little bit around average. I thought it was going to be lower. MVCR, yeah, we have a good gain on. We got a little bit more than $1. But now, again, this thing, it's about to hit. If it could get past its cash open, this could be very, very good. So, again, it was at 18 pre-market. But we'll see. But I think I picked up 7%. I'm up 8% on NVCR. Get an email called Business Brain Pick? No, I don't think I did. I will double check on a little bit. But no. not off top. Marvel new high now, so that one's coming back up. That one's great. It's like what? It's $3 a share. Yeah, I think if Marvel gets past 73, it could start to get a little crazy again. And then SPY 520 still moving around. NVCR again 1475. That's the breakout point. If it gets above there, watch for the pre-market levels. I think next level is like 1550. And if you get above 15, you'll hold into the 16s. And then SPY moving up there a little bit more. VWAP dropped considerably. Again, that was a pretty decent sized move. And volume, I mean, it is still, it's not the best, but it's still higher than what it was looking like in the morning. Meta recovering. They got clapped a little earlier. Baidu's coming up here now, too. It was Pfizer. They were up earlier. MO. And then Apple starting to chill out again, but the SPY got the upside candles. Is Nvidia bouncing or dying? I mean, they were just down 3. They came up 0.5%. Nvidia's interesting. I mean, I feel like it did this yesterday, and then we switched between AMD and some of the other ones, and then AMD's only down by 0.4. So there's NVCR breaking out now. So yeah, I mean, did it just tap 15? I don't know if it'll get halted. Marvel as well, too. DJT, I forgot about that one. They came, yeah. NVCR now 15.15. So that's a good gain. We have 13% on that. So like we said, watch 15.50. It'll either top out of there or it'll break. If you break 15.50, we could be looking at the 16s and then just see where it goes from there. And then bonds still running. I'll take it. Bonds are at the opening of the day. Very on the high. Wasn't that another one? Veritone. Oh, didn't someone take a stake in them or something? Medical properties going. Yeah, I had the pop there earlier. Again, the news, UNH bought one of Steward's at healthcare businesses. So literally, people were worried about Steward, but now UNH is coming in, scooping up the parts. MNSO on the high. Tesla, too. Tesla's still in the green. And Phase. Yeah, up 5. Solar doing pretty good. And then weed stocks, they're barely up 0.8. Coin, yeah, down 1.8. Hasn't hit a new low there. Kind of looks like the bonds. And then Microsoft, man, they were doing good in the morning, even the other day. And then bonds still staying pinned. SPY getting back up here now. I mean, this is the highest you've been in like 10 minutes. So we'll see even if we can make a VWAP attempt. Yeah, Baba started waking up there. Even Baidu, China name started going up. Actually, Baba's like barely red right there. Watch Travel, too. Travel was good in the morning, and then it faded. NVIDIA, and then Marvel hit a new high. Again, they have AI Day coming up. Oh, analyst is actually April 11th. So you got 2 weeks on Marvel, believe it or not. AI event is April 11th. So why did I read it was today? Or why did I read it was next week? No news of the chip blacklisting news. The only latest one was Apple and AMD, or AMD and Intel getting limited by China. Yeah, high ticker is on fire, low key. I'm surprised we didn't move up more. I mean, you did just hit that like 10-minute high, but high ticker is very, very active. Baidu's starting to go up. Again, they were down earlier. OX Divi today. Yeah, Baidu's running up 0.4. That's on the high ticker. And MPW, I mean, was it higher than 4? Yeah, it was up at 480. Boot on the high. And SPY there. Bonds coming up here a little bit more. Very interesting. Seems like I've gotten a little bit of bids on the bonds on any of these reds. SPY drop in. It's just holding here. You had a little sign of hope a couple minutes ago, but that quickly flipped. Yeah, China stocks are turning around right now. Again, Baba's on the high. Baidu was just there. Again, high ticker is still very active. That's the ironic part. I don't know if this is like Apple and Microsoft. It could be Microsoft, Google, and then NVIDIA weighing you down because, again, there is a lot of activity on the high ticker. And then right now, as far as like the breakdown, SPY getting a little cheek lay. S&P 500, you have 400, no way, 427 names in the green, 75 names in the red on the SPY right now. And then Dow Jones, you have 25 names green, 5 names in the red. And then NASDAQ 100, 63 in the green, 38 in the red. So, like, legitimately 3/4 of the market is in the green right now. I'd say, no, like 80%, 90% of the SPY is in the green. Yeah, the big tech seems to be the ones giving up, but like I said, a majority of the names are doing good. So that's why, again, even as we sell off, it's like you had a 20-point move from the high, but it's like it's not really selling off. Everything is still, it was just from the gains, and then it's still higher because we had a really bad close last night. CN on the high, Cintas, those options went nuts. Oh yeah, stock went 10.8. I think they're only pricing in 5. MPW, yeah, United Health is buying one of Steward's healthcare units. So their troubled tenant that they own a stake in, United Health is buying one of their units. NVCR was a, I think, small cell lung cancer drug. Phase 3 met primary endpoint. So stock was at like $13 pre-market. And then it shot up to 18, and then it just sold off and got halted. So I was like, fuck it, let's buy the dip. And it worked out. But yeah, it's a, I mean, drug, lung cancer drug with good data. And then again, MPW, troubled tenant, sold off the unit. So United Health to acquire Optum from Steward Health's nationwide physician network. I don't know how much Optum is worth for them. But Optum's pretty big, man. They have 60,000 physicians. Oh, wait, no. United Health's Optum to acquire Stewards nationwide. Oh, wow. So they're buying all of Stewards Physician Network. Shit. I don't know how many is in Stewart, but then again, Optum already has a shit ton of people in it. Yeah, it's Optum Health owned by UNH. They're buying all of Steward's Physician Network, the nationwide physician network. And then bonds on the high, AMD on the low, Citi on the low, NVCR trying to climb a little harder. Bonds still going. And we'll take again back up on the ZT and the ZB. And then Marvel came down. I think D-Nut. I mean, again, I feel like if they start selling Mad Krispy Kremes at McDonald's forever, it could be good. But I don't know. I don't know how I envision it as much. And then bonds are going. SPY just hit the low. Well, bonds should go up. Remember, on short weeks, the bonds usually outperform equities. So historically, on these like weekend holidays where there's only 4 days, it's a better environment for the bonds to outperform stocks. So, I mean, most people are expecting a little bit of a baby bond melt up. VSTM, BLNK on the high. Again, Apple just chilling there, and then SPY near the low. Big tech, still quite a problem. 3M on the high. And then TLT is going. Even Altria trying to climb up a little bit. DJT. Boeing on the high. Weren't they on the low earlier? Nuvei, the last contract, I'm going to hold it. I mean, that's it. We already made the play free, walked away. That play is a potential buyout. That's how we get lucky on it. So I'd hold until it starts heating up around that. And that play's still up 160%. But that's all pure profit. So if ever you want to just leave, you can. But, that's a buyout play. And remember, like Cytokinesis, that play expired worthless. But then you already saw how the Nuvei reacted right away at the first sign of anything. So just playing that news. Gold moving up again. And then SPY coming down. And then bonds are in their own little world. You haven't seen this in a while. I mean, stocks coming down, bonds going up. But like percentage-wise, they're all borderline matched up. ACXP. Accurix Pharma. It's not loaded. I think this thing had a crazy pop. Unless the high ticker is glitching out. Boeing still at the high. SPY equal. Yeah, I mean, all the names are green. So, again, just don't be fooled by whatever today feels like. Like, again, a 90, 85% of this S&P 500 is trading higher than yesterday already. Oh, COG-T. I wanted to average on that one. I wanted to wait. And then we have like another month on Vanny. Yeah, I forgot about it. Oh, they filled the gap almost. A-Boss, Ruckus. Citi on the low still. They've been dumping. Again, the banks were green in the morning. Honestly, low-key, the banks kind of flipped. CMG, I'd kind of be down to add it. I do like this split, but Walmart and Chipotle keep attracting me at all-time highs with these splits, but I'll probably stay away from it. I think the only thing I'm gonna FOMO is gonna be Ozempic if I end up selling covered calls on Airbnb. Oil inventories 3.1 million. Estimate was draw of 1 million. So I think big oil numbers is oil dumping. Oil might dump. But we'll see. Anytime I say that, it does the opposite. Gasoline inventories 1.29 million. Estimate was draw of 1.79 million. Cushing 18,000 versus previous. Or no, Cushing crude 2.1 versus 18,000 previous. Distillate negative 1.1 million. Estimate was 1 million. What do you think of Trump selling Bibles? I didn't know he sold Bibles. But, I mean, didn't he, like, sign Bibles? I told you that was the first time I met Chads. Somebody asked me to sign their Bible. And I was like, I don't know. I was like, I can't sign a Bible. I didn't know he's selling Bibles for, like, $60. I mean, I don't know. It's like on one thing, I'm like, he sells everything. And, you know, I'm like, I'm not surprised he's commoditizing it. But then on the other hand, I'm like, spread the word. You know what I'm saying? So it's like on one level, I want to flip the table. But then on the other level, I'm like, you know, at least I like Bibles. So the more Bibles out there, the better. I'm telling you, it's going to be the best Bible. You have KJV, NIV, and now you have the DJT translation. And on the seventh day, he rested because the Democrats were haggling him. The Democrats wouldn't give him no rest, even on the seventh day. Trump just needs money right now. He's selling everything, right? Is this equivalent to like when your homie puts his PlayStation for sale on Facebook Marketplace? Because that's what it sounds like. I feel like Trump just being like, that's it. He's getting into. He's like, all right, new Xbox S for sale. That's it. Because once you selling that, that's like, damn. Wheat stocks starting to run up. They weren't bad in the morning. Oh, I typed that in the chat. My bad. 0.85. Oh, there's one more I wanted to see. Oh, again, MPW. That's literally Stewart just sold off its network. So everybody Stewart doesn't have money. Stewart keeps fucking up. And then remember, just like the whole point of this story is everybody thinks they have all this debt and there's no value. So now anytime they sell something and get money, it's kind of like, what? So again, Stewart just sold its physician network to UNH. So like literally one of the biggest healthcare companies in the world just bought out now the physician network of the troubled tenant. And then again, NVCR hit another high, then just started slowing down again. Oh, it's Spaceman, baby. God bless yo. Man, Disney, Florida governor allies Disney reaches lawsuit settlement. Oh? Is that good? Sounds like it would be. I want to average on MPW, but out of an abundance of caution, I think we just keep letting it. Like you see how the stock reacts when the story gets good news, but like it's been few and far between. So again, I still I like names like Pfizer still, and a couple of other ones out there. But I'm glad I'm holding it and dripping everything. So we'll ride that one through. I like Pfizer. That's been a big long-term stock. Even MO we picked up the other day, but then it started to run up. All right, bonds getting another high, bro. Not bad. IWM up at 0.98. That's ripping. He taking over one bond at a time. He taking over. And MP Dub still going up. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. You love Chad. You blessed. Okay, have a glorious morning. See you in a little bit.
Gen Z folks, millennial folks, really, who are coming of age, wanting to buy a house. They're 31, they're 32, they're 33. They're ready to have children and get a place of their own, and yet they can't afford it. So I think the real issue is that young people today are being shut out of the American dream, and we just haven't figured out how to build enough housing to make affordable housing a reality. And the real pinch point in the market is at homes below $500,000. That's where investor activity is extreme. That's where supply is low. You see an all-time high in the number of investors buying properties just because the market favors the cash buyer so strongly. So I think there's a real issue that society is just freezing up, that people can't move to where they want to move. They can't start a family and make the plans in their life that they want to because of this housing crunch.
Well, let's talk about what those millennials are doing instead, and they're renting their homes if they can't buy in specific situations. Are you seeing any trends when it comes to home prices versus rental prices?
Well, I think there's been more easing in the rental market, so rents overall are up, but if you look at asking rents, what people are paying when they move into a new place, there has been some softness there just because even though we're supply constrained on the purchase side, that has been less true on the rental side. There's so many buildings that are opening. They are scrambling to fill those buildings. And so there is some easing on the rental side, which may be behind why there's an easing in purchase demand. Sometimes when rents just get too dang high, people are forced into buying a home. They just think this doesn't make any sense. I should just pay my mortgage instead of pay my landlord. There's less pressure on those people right now because rents aren't going up as fast as they once were.
Exactly. It all comes back to the math of the monthly payments and which of those numbers is lower, of course. So we're having this broad brushstrokes conversation. Are there any individual markets or regions that stick out to you as outliers?
Well, I think a market like Austin, Texas is really going through a massive change. So mostly home prices have not softened because, as I've said, we've been inventory constrained. So normally when sales volume plummets, you also see a softening in prices, and we haven't seen that except in a place like Austin, Texas. It's a fairly small market, boom and bust. During the pandemic, so many people moved to Texas. I think some of this is a return to office. Some of this is a realization about how high property taxes are in a state that doesn't have income taxes. But most of it is that prices just went up so fast in Austin, Texas, and now they're coming down. And it's just wreaking havoc on the people who live there, who have always lived there, to see prices go up that much and now to see them come down.
Well, Glenn, really enjoyed this conversation. Of course, always fascinating to talk about what's going on in the housing market. It's been frozen for so long. Our thanks to Glenn Kelman of Redfin. Of course, an interesting comparison, too, about the rental market versus the actual home buying market. Let's get a check on these equity markets, though. We're going to do that with Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle.
So overall, Katie, we're looking at smaller moves. The NASDAQ 100 right now down less than 0.1%. But you can see there's some volatility with it. These are the NASDAQ 100 futures, so overnight for the most part during the Asian session, higher, and then around the time of the open we've seen some cooling. Some of this could have to do with consolidation. If we take a look at the movers beneath the surface, interestingly, Apple, after lots of bearish action and negative headlines around the iPhone, particularly relative to shipments out of China, you can see up 1.4%. The stock, though, still in a correction from its December peak. Intel up 3.2%. To the downside, though, and one reason that we have the NASDAQ 100 dragging is NVIDIA down 2.5%. There doesn't appear to be a real reason to it, but I think that it's that rally, that robust rally, some of that strength coming off the froth that some are talking about. And that may, too, be the case with Broadcom right now down about 1.4%. When we put this together with the NASDAQ 100, the technicals, this chart really appears as though it is bearish. Maybe not right away, but we've looked at this chart before, and now it is starting to do something that you don't want to see a chart do. So over the last few years, you can see the NASDAQ 100, this daily chart widely trading in this range. And then here's the big rally out of the October trend. Not quite parabolic, but very steep. Now, why you use a trend line is not to necessarily look at the trend, measure the trend, because you can just see that. Why you use a trend line is to see when the trend is breaking. And that is happening here. The NASDAQ 100 going into a sideways trend, breaking that uptrend, suggesting that we could see some downside ahead. Another reason to believe that, take a look at this bearish divergence that we're seeing right across the board, Katie. The RSI, that momentum indicator, a series of lower highs telling you that the recent highs are bought on less enthusiasm than last year's highs. It's not a good situation. We don't know quite when this might unravel, but this chart does suggest that maybe some of this froth that many people are talking about could come out at some point over the coming weeks, maybe months.
Seems like people across the board just a little bit tired, less enthusiastic. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much. Now coming up, I'm pleased to say we're going to be joined by Dr. Helene Gale. She is president of Spelman College. That conversation coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Oh, I was like, Gale? Is that the Harvard lady? No, but yeah, bonds ripped on that. I don't know what's going on except for holiday. NVCR went up a little bit. SPY, I mean, you're back to last time I told you this level. We were kind of excited. Then it faded. But then that's where the bonds started outperforming. So bonds are now outperforming the NASDAQ and SPY, but below the Dow and Russell. Yeah, I saw DraftKings getting dumped on earlier. Literally, I was flashing the low ticker. Again, down 6%. Damn. And then U.S. is asking allies to tighten servicing chip gear in China. Marvel. Qualcomm. Qualcomm's decent, but not too much movement still. Again, at least like you did get a little bit. You had a 20-point drop, but it still just feels like the last couple of days. And then IWM is, I mean, on the other side of the token, you do have the Russell going absolutely insane. And then Marvel. Disney gave it all back. It was fun while it lasted. We almost hit 122. And DraftKings still selling off. Disney now hitting the low. NVCR taking some candles after 15. It got right to the 1550 and then sold. IWM. And then SPY. Dude, literally right when we got back to this level. So, I mean, again, you did the same exact thing. 5223. This was like even part of the sell candle yesterday. So 3 points instantly down right when you hit there. Again, bonds just made a real big rip there. I think that was fascinating. UUP only up by 0.11. So the dollar came down. You would think we would have ran up a little bit more, but I think bonds benefited at it. Yeah, Pfizer's up today. Pfizer. Well, we have what? I guess by Monday I'll have a deposit. Shit. I'm excited. So, wow, we could add to the long term. Isn't that exciting? But I don't know what I'm going to do. So, I don't know. If Pfizer's still cheap, I'm kind of down. I think Pfizer was a little cheaper, but I'm not really too against these prices. AZN, I mean, I know a lot about them, but I haven't like looked into them. I mean, it's a good company. They're everywhere. They're going to be around for a while. I mean, I think they have a little bit of a premium, but I've chosen other like biotech healthcare companies. I don't think they're the worst. I mean, and they're actually not even anywhere near the worst. Mara's on the high still. Hasbro too. Haven't we seen that move in the last couple days? Hasbro up 3.3. And then Nordstrom's came back up. Disney. About 10 Pfizer yesterday, back to 2016 levels. I'm a big fan of it. I'm excited. I can't believe it, man. It's already been this month of March, man. I can't believe it. I really can't. I can't believe I'm about to get another deposit on Monday. That's like mind-blowing to me. Because then that's like, bro, we just got the deposit, I feel like. And then now I'm like, wow, April. It's already April. So Get ready for it. ETH Fidelity files first S1 for Ethereum filing. See if crypto goes crazy. Bonds are coming back up. So literally that drop there took down bonds, and then bonds reloaded, and then SPY back to the near the low of the day. MPW, more volume. Again, they're up 15% right now. Pfizer X dividend is April 25th. Oh, shit, really? It might be. They haven't announced it yet, but it might be. What's on my mind is Pfizer. Pfizer, maybe Alibaba. I could level it out with 100 shares. PayPal, I don't know. PayPal moves a lot. If PayPal comes down and by Monday, I don't know. I was down on it 2 weeks ago. So if PayPal could drop, I think what? Is it $6? No way. Let me see. Yeah, we're up 5% on PayPal. I swear we were just down on it. That's why I'm like, if it could come down, I'd be down to grab some PayPal. Otherwise, Pfizer probably. I might even sit for a little bit. Not a well, I already have 80 shares of Alibaba, 85. So I could put like half a deposit down and get like 15 more shares. And then that way I would be on 100 shares flat. Yeah. I reinvest all my dividends, baby. All of them. All of them. How many shares would be solid? I mean, balance it with your portfolio. You know what I'm saying? Like Pfizer right now just plays a role. It offers a dividend. It has upside in terms of equity. It's a blue chip name. You know what I'm saying? So like you just, and then again, while everything else is going green, if this is the only thing that wants to stay low, then there you go. You know, so just balance it out accordingly with your other growth and dividend names and also whatever else you're holding and how you're already weighted. So no matter what, like I'm building up Pfizer, but even if I put in another divvy, I mean, I guess I've put in 3 deposits into Pfizer. So like it would be after, if I buy Pfizer on Monday, it will be my 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll be my 5th largest position. It'll be just as large as JP Morgan. Why do drip? Why not take the cash and buy when it drops again? Because that's assuming that like I'm a robot, if that makes any sense. So like that's assuming that I am going to collect my dividend, wait on it, sit on it, and like perfectly deploy it at the right time on the right opinion and the right strategy, and that I'm not going to miss out on anything. The point of dripping is that you don't know what's going to happen, right? And like, you know how they say if you miss the X amount of days, and like I don't want to get into the habit of like timing my investments as much as I want them on autopilot, working, always growing, and you know, just doing it automatically so I never miss out on it. That's the thing. So just pretty much if I do it myself, there's a chance of missing out in the long. You could get a better deal, but you may end up walking away with no shares. And the best part about it is that I like it because it can go and it adds to my plays that are doing good. So like JP Morgan, we're up 55% on it. Abivi, we're up 80%. These both pay good dividends. And I don't like buying the names that are up and paying premium. But since I'm getting dividends, and reinvesting, I'm literally adding to the winners every single year, and it's slowly getting larger, even if I never want to buy any or like try to time and wait on the stock. That thing moved yesterday. And then SPY, a new low, bro. UK Trade Ministry. Canada decided not to roll over post-Brexit rules of origin arrangement, will increase the cost of trade. Ready to work with Canada to find the solution of the rules origin, but won't accept rowing back current terms. And then bonds holding up, SPY lower, 5215. This was the second leg on yesterday, bro. Are you kidding me? It was very early, but you're still only a quarter point from yesterday's close. It does compound, yeah. The best part is, like, with drip, I love it. It's very subtle, but like I think from the last set of dividends, my yearly dividends went up $50 a year. It's not much, but the whole idea is that, like, you know, it's also increasing my dividends, and then by the next dividend, you're already up there getting more. But like, if you ever go look at your dividend amount after you get paid out on dividend, if you reinvest it, you will, like, you'll go back, you'll see your yearly income rise. Stock pop. Yeah, Chad was just saying they're up 50. So they moved a lot yesterday as well, too. Stoke Therapeutics. Yeah, biotech. Yeah, UW. I can't believe it. Colt Sister is up 20-something% on that. And then was dripping it at like 10% for like 2 years already. I like O, but I'd rather get other names right now. And I have a lot of financial real estate exposure. MPW, speaking of which, MPW is getting a lot of volume here, though. I guess it could do a little bit more. But it looks nice for now. Yeah, the drip is good. Like I said, my goal for this year is to increase my dividends by 50%. So, like, and we've already increased it a little bit, but, like, here is the long term. This is the one, our good friend, but, like, I've been, it's like, what, 5,100. So, remember, I ended the year, I had like 4,600 or less, I think, at the end of last year, but, like, I want this number to be at $6,000 by the end of the year. Why? Because all of this reinvests. So I collect this money, but I never, like, actually collect it. It goes straight back into the stock. But like I'm saying here, bro, if we get this up to $6,000, that means, it's blocked. It's at 5,138 right now. It was at, like, I don't know, I'll have to check the video. It was at like 4,300 or 4,600. And then the year before that was like 27 or 3,000. I increased. I want to get this up there, because now if I could get that up to 6,000, then it's going to be, that's 2 deposits every year added without doing anything. So that means now I'm getting straight up 2 deposits added into the long term every single year. So technically, if we save 12 months of our income, 10% a month, then we're going to be getting back, we're technically going to be saving 14 months. Or you could look at it that way. You only got to make 10 out of 12 deposits to hit a year. Or at the same time, you could get more, and now you'll be getting 14. And then if we could keep growing that, man, before you know it, I mean, again, that took years to build up, and it'll take up more years, but eventually it's like, bro, if we could start, what if we get 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, a year, even just now imagine you're able to get that would be the ideal. So where is it on this one? Yeah. So even on the small account, the Schwab, so even on the YouTube account, it's 500. Big account's at what, 5,100? So again, it's 10 times smaller, give or take. So it's the same thing here, though. It's like if we could get this up to $600, even on the small account, even for the small account, you're getting an additional $600 of deposits in stocks a year by doing nothing. And like that is definitely a goal. I would like to achieve that. Because again, I mean, if we imagine we've already spent a couple of years We do a couple more years dancing around. It melts up, melts down, does its thing. You know, it's like, bro, those divvies stack up. Again, even MO is a great example as well, too. You do have to sacrifice growth for dividends. But again, as you build the portfolio, once you start getting growth, I mean, hopefully the growth just starts working. Because once growth starts working, I mean, it leaves you room to buy dividends, if that makes any sense. I think Meta is a good example and some of those other ones. The large account tickers, just go to this channel. I mean, is not changed in the month. And if you go on the YouTube channel here and just click on this channel and go to the community tab, I have all of them posted on there. Big account, small account, all the names ordered by the total size in each position. Saves you on taxes. What do you mean? I mean, long term, you have to pay taxes on the dividends. I mean, but once you have it reinvested, I mean, that's you've already paid your taxes, which is good. But it's better if you put in like a Roth, and then in general, I mean, the long term has very minimal tax obligations because we're not touching it. And then Marvel. NVCR coming back down to 15. Marvel still holding up great. So are the bonds. All is good in bond land, man. All is good in bond land. $40 billion on reallocation. Does that mean we could come down? Yeah, we can move. We might just move a lot in the last final minutes. You can move a couple points, but I don't think it's gonna like crash the market or make it go nuts. But there's a lot of money coming in, and a lot of money that's gonna move by Friday. I don't have a problem with mega cap. I mean, you either get it at a good price or you just consistently buy it, and so that the price doesn't really hurt you too much as it moves, and you take that risk. But always good to have a good anchor in there. How much divvy did I get from Meta? I think I got $10. I'll have to double check. I said it yesterday. I was excited though. Yeah, I got $10. I got 0.02 shares. So yeah, 10. It's a quarter though, right? So I think we get $40 a year. Not bad. I'll take it, man. It's free money. And so and then I increased my Meta position by 0.02 shares. Yeah, MPW had new news. UNH is buying Steward's Physician Network. It's honestly very surprising news. I'm waiting for updates, but I haven't really heard too much on it. And then bonds still up there. SPY getting some greens. This time, the bonds aren't going up with it. Every other green, the bonds were taking it. MPW News, UNH is buying Steward's Healthcare Physician Network. Not healthcare, physician network. So the troubled healthcare steward, they just sold off a portion of their company to UNH. Yeah, man. Is that bad for UNH? No, not unless they got a good deal. So they're just going to take over a bigger portion of the Medicare business. And then again, I mean, they also handle the bill. They'll probably make more money off of it. But if you could, I mean, if UNH is probably going to, it's a fire sale, most likely. If UNH could walk away with a good deal, expanding their company, and then giving this distressed company, nowhere near what it's worth. So it all just depends on how much money they got it for, but could be good. Could be good for everybody. Save Steward, and then UNH just gets to grow their business at a discount. I don't know. What was the DraftKings news? DraftKings was down 6, and remember, there was good earnings in some of those other names yesterday. NCAA President Charlie Baker releases statement on efforts to remove prop bets on college sports. Is that it? I see that at 30 minutes ago. I said new tax legislation. Effectively went from their biggest tenant being the worst to being their best. Whoa. Slow down. Hopefully, but if all goes well, then, I mean, depending on the structure of whether or not, if UNH is paying the rent now and how much money Steward gets, and then remember, they own a stake in the equity in that Steward company. So if they sold off the company, MPW may get access to a cash payment. But it's good news. It's very, I mean, again, I think that's why the stock's reacting like that. Then DraftKings still getting murked right there. Oh wow, I didn't think about that. I could just type out the MPW answer and have Josh say it. All right, I got you. So now I could run this every time. Oh, where'd it go? MPW news today was that their worst tenant, Steward, sold off their physician network to United Health. This is potentially really big news. That is why the stock is up. There you go. I got you. I can just do that every time. Mm-hmm. What's with MPW today? Thought you'd never ask. MPW news today was that their worst tenant, Steward, sold off their physician network to United Health. This is potentially really big news. That is why the stock is up. Any more questions, ask Josh. That's it. Yeah, you have any questions? They sold part of their client business for upfront cash infusion. I mean, it's a different way to put it, but I don't know if it cash infusion, get the money they needed to, distressed most likely. But yeah. You like that though? That's a trippy one. The AI, yeah, man, we worked. Management is still sketchy, but I mean, again, if you get rid of Stewart and all of this, and like we said, remember they have those. They still need to make up that couple $1 billion, but all in all, man, I mean, it's generally this is the I will say today is like the first fresh breath of air on MPW in a long ass time. I don't know if that makes any sense. So like literally you haven't had anything remotely positive on this name in a minute. So again, even the last time they were telling the losses, and even though they sold off property units, you know what I'm saying? And like they raised capital, like everything, like you haven't had anything look good. Now you have one of the biggest healthcare companies buying off one of the, showing value and hopefully giving them money, everybody who needs it. Then that is like we haven't had that in a while. Yeah, I mean this deal shows that it's evidence of that logic of like hospitals aren't going anywhere and people want these companies because again, if UNH is willing to buy Stewart and everybody thinks Stewart's falling off a cliff, if there's asset and value that these other people would want to buy up and then you could pull out some money, well then there you go. Yeah, TLT still, I'm killing it now in the bond play. 2-year play, we're up like $300. We got like $1,000 on the other one on the 30-year. And then JRVR is climbing up. Ups. Bonds, I don't know why they're up. I think it's just after all of the auction. There is an auction today. All the auctions have been good. And then I've been saying it here. Historically, on these short weeks, when the markets closed early, the bonds do outperform. MPW is still going up there, man. 18. I don't know. This might be its biggest one day in a while. It's higher now? I thought it was. So it's higher than the 470. It has to fill the gap at 490. JDT or DJT. It started off exciting in the morning and then faded. It was literally just like yesterday. And then banks, they're still green, but they sold off. SPY trying to do the candle thing all the while bonds keep going up. Found the annual dividend estimator, looking at $630 a year, baby. Let's go. Free money, man. Free deposits and grow it. Let it grow. SPY, a little green shoe. I mean, we've kind of based around here for a minute. Couple of the travel names up, except Airbnb, Expedia, and Booking were coming up. Disney back to 121. GE 52-week high. That keeps going. Apple still staying pinned. Microsoft at the low. Google down. Meta down still. NASDAQ still down 0.02. Russell, the leader, up 0.1 or 1.09. And then NASDAQ up a quarter. It's 11.10. I don't own Palantir. Still early, baby. And you're looking at Dow Jones, 27 names in the green, 3 names in the red. NASDAQ 100, 64 in the green, 34 in the red. And S&P 500, 69 names in the red, 434 in the green. Look at that. Look at that. Always too cash heavy. Grab 200 shares of Pfizer. Let's go, baby. There you go. You still got a little cash too, though, right? So you had too much cash. You deployed a little bit, but you still got cash, right? Because then you'll see it. Like, you still get cash. Now you got a little bit. So as long as you still got some cash, like, that's the thing for my my cash-heavy people who, like, have trouble deploying capital sometimes. I'll just tell you, I mean, just keep in mind that, like, if you have 20% cash, you could use one deposit, 2 deposits, and use, like, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to use all of it. And you could go and buy something, but then, like, you're still going to have a lot of cash. Like, so I don't know. Like, it should be comforting knowing that you are both growing, still have cash in the event of a downturn or anything, and then, like, you have all your other holdings as well, too. So, I mean, definitely, I definitely like that move. I'm not opposed to that. Yeah, you still got 35.40? Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. Regularly deposit. Just for this is just that's just for as word to the wise for those who just hold a lot of cash. Like we said, you know, eventually, like, again, look around. I mean, everything in the world has just gone crazy over the last, like, year, even 6 months. And, you know, even though cash paid 5% and is great and it's good for not taking any risk, you know, there was a lot of things out there that's moving. And then again, as the political system, or not the policy shift, the monetary policy is about to shift. You know, you have things moving, and there's still value out there, but ideally you don't want to have too much cash at any given moment. Bill does count as cash, so that's why I've said I think like 20%, a little more is kind of your max you should be having with cash, because again, even like when the market went down and we had 20% cash, I mean, it led to awesome pickups. We got everything we wanted at that point, you know, and then we still even left a little bit there on the table, but it just 20% cash will turn into a lot. Roku, I don't really like Roku too much, but I mean, the thing moves. I'm just kind of surprised at how they always hold up, but I'm not really the biggest fan. CNS on the high. Yo, Cohen's and Steer, CNS. If that's at 75, yeah, that's up $1. It's not loading up there. CNS, check news. That's a big pop, 2%, but it's a liquid as hell. Let's see, 14A. This is a REIT, I'm pretty sure. Office REIT. Still an INTJ. That thing's absolutely clapped. Thankfully, it was small. And then bonds keep going. And then Marvel came down. SPY still holding. NVCR still up. My account has transferred, yeah. It hasn't been bad. And then we moved one account to Fidelity. Levi's. Yeah, Marvel dropped a little bit. Nivda. They're still low. I mean, everything, man. It's funny, though. We're still within a quarter, but Russell and Dow, I mean, we were only pricing in the SPY. If it's Schwab to TD to Schwab, it does it automatically. You just follow their steps and make the username. Otherwise, you have to go make another account elsewhere and initiate a transfer. Yeah, the Robinhood news today, they're coming out with a credit card. It's actually big news, man. It's a different it's a different approach. You know, I mean, they're trying to get into having people's money and finances everywhere. So, I mean, people were pretty optimistic. Stock was up a lot more, but still doing good. They've had back-to-back news on that. NASDAQ chart. I mean, the SPY's been pinned here for very pinned for 30 minutes. But I mean, go look back the last hour 15. I mean, you really have not moved. The Twitch, I got temporarily banned on Twitch. So we have a kick. I don't know, the weird cousin who gambles, I guess. But yeah, it's the best I could do, man. Best I could do. Card sounds sketch? What, Robinhood card? I mean, from a company perspective, I just think it's interesting that they're getting into what's it called? Like consumer finance like that. Because again, I mean, let me just put it American Express is a much different company than Robinhood. But if they could get that type of segment and then with some of their demographic, that gets very, very interesting. I'm in the ZT. The ZT's up about $400 almost. And then I'm up $1,000 on the ZB. It's a metal card too? Oh, they didn't tell me that. I think Hood is trying to get into bank. I think they want, again, they said it. They want to control. They want to control everything. They want everybody's finances to be in one spot. It's real gold. So we'll see. But people liked it. And like I said, the back and forth or the back-to-back good news coming out of Robinhood lately. I mean, it's been helping them out from crypto to cards. And then little baby green shoot. Even Microsoft. High ticker's actually running right now. Hi. You just woke up. Low ticker just got frozen. High ticker just got activated. And now you're making that move once again. I mean, we'll see how long this lasts for, but haven't really seen this today. Marvel. All since you rolled over, I know, man. They said, let's go. They said, Troy's here. We got to step it up. We need to keep the momentum going. Yeah, Russell's up 1.2. USO starting to climb again. So that just went from break even to green. NVCR right at 15. Dancing a little bit. A couple of other biotech names on the high. Again, high ticker just woke up there. It's a weird mix, though. KRE's on the high. MPW, you come down, MPW. Euro close is not in 10 minutes. No. Euro close is an hour. What happens on the last trading day historically? You're just, be on the lookout for just a wild move like the last 2 days. You kind of already got a sample of it. So we might not do much, and then you might just get random, sporadic up or down moves on the rebalancing as everybody rebalances for the quarter. Aspen on the high. That's another biotech, I'm pretty sure. They're popping 3.9. Aspen Aerogels, 4% now. 5. ASPN. I like Shopify. I just don't like the valuation. I do think it's heavily overvalued, or it's trading at a heavy premium. Maybe that's a better way to put it. MOS, SWTX on the high. SPY already chilling out, and bonds. Is MPW's up 20? Is there any news on them? MPW news today was that their worst tenant, Steward, sold off their physician network to United Health. This is potentially really big news. That is why the stock is up. Any more questions, ask Josh. All right, I got you. NVIDIA news? I don't think there was any. Was there any NVIDIA news? Was that you or AI reading this morning? I guess we'll never know. It's the #1 champion now. Yeah, the rate cuts is about to go down. We the hottest in the world right now. Just touchdown and restrictive down. Hey, so they give you a cut. Powell is like, I don't know when it starts. We just sold out all the June seats. Maybe we'll sell out December. Take me on the road. I want to see Jerome. I really want to. Okay. NVEI, bro. He's still running Nuve. I mean, I think at this point I could fully type up a watch list and I could have AI Josh do a watch list and you might be confused and you won't even know. Almost. At this point, I tweak it up a little bit. That's, again, I told you, I just trained it. It took me like 24, 48 hours, but, you know, I think it's getting to that point. Robinhood wants to have the best credit card rewards. They're like, for 1,000 points, we'll give you shares. Just shares. Nuve and then Spy still holding, bro. So we actually got like big movements there. That was a 20-point move in the morning. Again, just an hour ago. And then now we've just been holding here. And then bonds were a little bit more excited. And again, individual names. I mean, shit, man. The high ticker is still like actively gassing too. Yeah, JRVR is back at 9. That one's up 6 now. So that one's still looking good. 3% back on everything. Yeah, it's a really good return. I mean, again, it just depends what they give you with your rewards. So like that's the thing. Like Citi or Chase, you get back like 2% to 10% depending on the item. But then with like the thing is like Chase, when you use your points for travel, they give you double. So you may, I mean, if you get 3% cash in general, everybody loves cash, but I wonder if Robinhood is going to have any partnerships where you like actually get like a crazy, you know, a crazy benefit to it. The high ticker, there is no high ticker. It's on E-Trade, but there's otherwise that's the only way to get it. Tenev says card good for customers building credit. JD on the high. Damn, they're up 3. JD's doing really good, actually. I guess Baidu's barely up. Baba had their run earlier. They're up 0.09. Spash, damn, Pan. Bonds came down a little bit harder there. Bonds moved a lot more than equities in the last 10 minutes. And Tesla trying to climb to 180 again. Yeah, JRVR is still ripping on the high. I don't think I've heard anything on it. Should you sell your Neo in the long term? You're down 70. I mean, this depends how much. I mean, at this point, how long have you held it? How much is it worth? But I stick to my plans. So if it's already like, again, just like that one portfolio we saw the other day, even my portfolio, I have names I've just never, like, they're small amounts. Like, even in my $180,000 portfolio, like, there's like a $500 position, I think. I don't know. What's the smallest? Big Commerce is worth $150. You know, so, like, you could just never add to it again. I mean, I just wouldn't throw money at it. Is kind of how I look at it. Smallest position, 60 months old or 6 months old. Yeah, I mean, you could learn from it. You don't have to go too nuts on it, but, I mean, you bought it for a reason. It came down a little bit. Walgreens on the high. Hood, MOS. Hood came down from the morning. It was up a lot more. Take two, unclear GTA 6 timing. Full year 25 perspective, UBS analyst. Come on. Bonds chilled. End phase still going. That was up like 5 in the morning. You just got here. What's the news on MPW? Glad you asked. MPW news today was that their worst tenant, Steward, sold off their physician network to United Health. This is potentially really big news. That is why the stock is up. Any more questions, ask Josh. Where is MP Dubs? Is it still holding? 470. Airbnb was. I want Airbnb at one. I only wanted 160, but now I want 170. Funny how that works. End phase up 9. So like I said, that was up 5 earlier. And SPY near low of the day. NCLH on the high. MPW coming down. NVCR below 15. NKTX. Nicarta. No, just chips. Calm down. I mean, NVIDIA looks like the SPY. It just red 2%. But the general shape, everything moved the same. Macy's on the high. Nordstrom's rip, man. We should have took the double dip. I thought it would have been good, Habibi. Enphase still going. Blink on the high. I know some of you were trading that. And then bonds trying to catch a bid. Where is the dollar? Dollar still green. Not bad. Not bad, my friends. Chim Jeanette acquires 28,000 of Macy's. And today's the 27th. Yeah, there's not even an update on JRVR. I'm looking. There's the analyst thing like 4 days ago. Break even on Tesla shares. Oh, you're flipping those? Or long term? Flipping. Well, good luck. I haven't made a Tesla flip in so long. Google's on the low. I ain't gotten Tesla in a minute. I ain't flipped Tesla in a minute. I ain't had child support in a while. Fitch says large European banks' profitability to weaken only slightly in 24. Fitch says European largest banks will report sound profitability in 24 with only slight weakening due to moderate higher LICs and costs. So a little flush there on the SPY, new low. You got headline from Fitch. Is that, yeah, that was new low of the day. Or like right at the low. TXN on the high. Remember, they were running up a little bit just the other day. That's what happens when the market's slow. Watch out. It'll get you. I'll feel you. I mean, I grabbed NVCR was my boring biotech flip for the day. Well, Baba. I like Baba too. I can't believe it still. We'll have a deposit, so next week we'll talk about it on Monday. Yeah, Mag 7 is the underperformer. NASDAQ's red. Everything else is green. I mean, Russell is doing very well. JP Morgan's on the high again. Banks were all over the place. Citi and JP Morgan were in tandem. Then Citi sold off and JP Morgan. Now JPM up and then Citi down. IWM killing it, 1.1. And then bonds at that first high, not the second one that they set. And then JP Morgan going through another high. JP, SPY going lower. So, again, I do think it's more NASDAQ. Remember, there is more names up. Your SPY perfectly within 0.25% higher of yesterday. But you are hitting a new low now. So, this is the lowest you've been all day. And it's actually 2 hours on the dot. 2 hours on the dot. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, stock market's going lower. A lot of interesting movements, even headlines today here on this Wednesday, which is acting as a Friday Junior. But we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking, ladies and gentlemen. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the arm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good, huh? Then drop your shoulders. Relax the shoulders, okay? Fix that nerd neck. Okay, relax, man. Seriously, I just want you to clear your mind right now and focus on dropping your shoulders. There's nothing on your mind except letting your shoulders drop. You know, just breathe out, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Let the shoulders drop. You holding all that trauma in the shoulders. Just clear the mind. Just only focus on the shoulders going lower. That's all you need right now. That's it. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Then legs in front of you, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby. It's good posture. Good posture with your shoulders still relaxed. And then relax a little. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Drop the shoulders. And then breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Woo! All right. I'm sore, man. I don't know. I need to do more triceps. You know, I might do push-ups, actually. I think I'm going to hit push-ups. I did back and biceps yesterday. So I can't hit the resistances today. I'm going to hit me some push-ups, chat. I ain't do the push-ups in a minute. So get your body moving, man. All right? And then we'll hit the wall stretch. And then we'll do some balancing. And then we'll be here. And then it's 2 hours in, man. 2 hours in. Oh, Nordstrom's on the high. All right. Let's go. I love push-ups. I'm going to try to do triceps with the resistances. We need some chest tries today, you know what I'm saying? You do chest, so no push-ups. I got my 15 bell dumbbells. Yeah, man. Get the bicep curls in. I was going golfing with another Chad yesterday, and he confessed he never does the dragon breath. Jeremy? Damn. Chad snitch on Chads, apparently, too. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm disappointed in both of you. One of you's a snitch and the other one doesn't do the dragon breath. And then he told another Chad. Big snitch, bro. And just Jeremy ain't now. I know Jeremy. I know first name basis Jeremy. Now I'm gonna be like, don't be like Jeremy, and don't do the dragon breath. Don't be like Jeremy. You know what I'm saying? And now Jeremy one day be like, how the fuck Josh even know that? And be like, is he an AI? And what if Jeremy go crazy and be like, Josh is stalking me? I've had somebody do that before. You know that? I've had people think I was stalking them. Like, I went cuckoo. That could happen. And Jeremy's tripping out, and then and then be like, what? And Jeremy's like, you told Josh our private conversation on the golf course? And why did you tell him? Because he told you to do the dragon breath? And you told Josh unsolicited for no reason? You let Josh, Josh didn't even ask. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't even seek out that information. I was seeking out my resistance band. He just went out of his way to snitch on him, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Golf convos, I thought it was supposed to be sacred. I don't golf, but I thought y'all had more of a honor code than that. But hey, it happens. It's the fake Jeremy. I'm the real one. Well, the real Jeremy, please stand up. We're going to have a problem here. Y'all act like y'all never seen a lawn term before. Jaws on the floor like Jerome Powell when he burst through the door. Oh, no way. He didn't just say what I think he did he? And Jerome said, nothing, you idiot. He locked him in my basement. Look at him rocking around saying he gonna cut rates, but he didn't cut rates. Yeah, but he's so cute, though. Okay, I need to go. Wall stretch, baby. Echo! It's a good day, baby. It's a beautiful day, Chad. It's a beautiful day to have a beautiful day. You know that? It's Friday, Junior. On a non-Friday. Ooh! Man, this feels good. Oh. Bro, back stretch, very good. All right. My guilt is on your lips. DJT on the move. NVCR came back up. What was the other one? JRVR. So many V's and R's. Other one. Fidelity files for spot Ethereum ETF. Wow, Fidelity. And then bonds and stocks moved in tandem there. Again, it's just 8:30. Oh, man. What a boring day. It's every day, baby. It's like fun and boring. Novogratz says Bitcoin participation is just starting. But this is how it's holidays, man. I'm telling you. For real, like, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Then maybe I might not even show up tomorrow, guys. I might just give you Josh AI. All day, you're just going to have Josh AI. I'm going to just sit in my bed and type shit out and have it play for you. I'm not even, like, I'll be here, but I won't be here. I'm just going to type and Josh AI I'll let him do everything. Because a lot of, bro, you could take like a 5-day vacation. Again, the way the data's set up, how the markets are and everything. And then now with the holiday, I mean, everybody is low-key already left. What if this is Josh AI? Could be. Could be. I'm just going to end my sentences very quickly and abruptly. You will not know when I'm going to be done speaking, because when I'm done speaking, it's just going to end really, really quickly. That's it. That's how I trick you. I'll get you used to that. You'll have no idea. I know the market. Well, today there's a lot of names moving. That's why. And even in general, the value days. I told you guys a couple months ago when it would only be NVIDIA moving, and I just said one day you're gonna wake up and nothing's gonna move or other names will go down, and then your long term is just gonna start going nuts. So it's the last trading day. It'll be slow. It'll be slow because of the holiday, and most of the major data comes out on the holiday. So, and then now with the quarter rebalancing, you're just going to get a lot of money moving around. Again, it's going to be like the last 2 days where you're going to get really wild 30-minute swings tomorrow. Right? It'll kind of either gap up, gap down 1/4 to 0.5%. Then every 30 minutes, it's going to just have wild swings, or it'll stay calm for 2-3 hours, move 20 points in a 30-minute period, and then do that again at the end of the day, and then that's it. According to S3 Partners, has a whopping 168 million of short interest and 3.3 million 7 shares shorted. DJT. Bonds and SPY, I mean, they're still working hand in hand. The bonds just wicking to the high. SPY going up there too. Weed stocks on the low. What's this? It's Stellantis to cut jobs. Check weed news. Yo, weed stocks dump. Let's see. GOP senators tell DEA to reject the marijuana rescheduling. That was 22 minutes ago. More bullets fired by opposition. I think that's a little older, yeah. That's weird. That was like 20 minutes old. But GOP senators tell DA to reject the news. But yeah, I'm going to say I think that is old. But that's the only thing I see there. Mobileye on the high. Interesting. Then weed on the low. Remember Mobileye ripped the other day with Intel. And then TLT trying to make another high here. Again, SPY and bonds kind of moving. So, I mean, watch. If bonds hit a new high, if it takes the market with it. SNY change to no. I mean, it's a big stock. That's J. I thought, what's the other one? Oh, NVC. They all look the same. Tisha. So SPY going, bonds new high. I mean, this is quite good. My brethren. Let's see. And then SPY just right below 52.20. Remember, it's like 52.23. We kept having these problems. So that was the high from last week. So yeah, bonds are about to break 5-day high finally on TLT. And if that could get above there, you'll be back in business. ADM moving up. So again, watch out there, but bonds are starting to magnet a little bit higher. Again, we have the 7-year auction. I think that's your only set of data here. And then SPY climbing, but bonds doing it once again. The bond moves are a lot bigger, and now bonds are more closely matched up with the Russell than anything else. And then where's Marvel? They came down. Myrna's still on the high. Pfizer near the high. MO. Inverse pump it up. I mean, the Titanic music? I think that's we really haven't had too many opportunities for Titanic music. You know, you've had a lot of pump it up too in the last couple of years. Or at least the last year. Yeah, 7-year auction, we have a lot of time left. But it's a lot of cushion for now. But then again, I mean, I've watched the bonds in the last 2 weeks just sell off 0.5% in a second. So they are up 0.7, but they did have a day yesterday. Titanic criteria? I don't know. Titanic is just you just know when it's Titanic. I don't know. We haven't like I said, we haven't really had a moment like that. You just know when the ship is sinking. I remember last time we played the Titanic music, everything was dying. Reddit still down. Was the other one A-Lab? That one even came down today. And then I guess DJT. DJT came back up here, 68. It's not an IPO, but I'll put it in that list, I guess. Are any of you guys even trading anything? What's up, man? You need to calm down on the boring trading day passive aggressiveness, okay? Okay, you guys even trading anything? Yes, man. We've traded NVCR today. And that play was actually, I think that was our only play, but it hit really well. So we're up almost 15% on shares. Yeah, that's it. We did NVCR. Mara is wild. How long do I plan to hold them? Either sell by the end of today, middle of the day, or we swing it if it really could show strength and hold. So I'm either down for a quick flip or even like a short little swing. Because I do think it was good news there. And then again, I mean, we got it almost break even. So we got a good cushion on it for now. CXM or Rum plays. Maybe Rumble, since they have earnings. I mean, there's a lot of hype behind Rumble. And then didn't they have something recently that was good news? But I don't know if they're really a earnings company though. You know, I don't think they're a company that comes out and surprises. Oh, Restoration too. That's another one with earnings today. Restoration's expensive, but they do move a ton. Yeah, DJT climbing back up again. See if that goes to 70. That will be nice. The bond pump, I just think it's the holidays. The little bit of holiday outperformance. MPW came down 5% almost from the high. And then SPY won't get out of this level, bro. Isn't that crazy? Every time we've had this little rally here, you cannot escape this. And then bonds are going up first. Women and children first. I think Restoration, I don't know if it'll be overpriced, but it's just so expensive that you got to, like, pay for it. So, like, there's no way it'll be at least probably $100 each way, even if it was priced in relatively fairly. I don't know if DJT is available on Schwab. I have not checked. The earnings. And then bonds, new high, come back down. I bet you the market will probably move up unless bonds come down and the market hits a low, and then bonds will bounce up again while market just gets back to this little mini range. My goodness. Beyond announces partnership with X. R? Yo, Beyond? BYON? Overstock partnership with Twitter? Yee. All these contracts are hideous. Yeah, and they're at all-time highs. All the contracts have already jacked up. Yeah, contracts already up a couple 100%. I don't think you could snake the chain on that. But yeah, Overstock Beyond announces partnership with X. Oh, we get the new shares on Monday of 3M. Solventum. I don't know, for advertising, I think maybe they're doing like some partnership with like selling items directly on Twitter or something. I don't know, some sort of like e-commerce. I have no idea. But they got a nice little pop there. JD still going. I think that's one of only China names. Baba's up, but not by much. SPY chilling. Why is the market so dead? I mean, were you here the last 2 days? Because Monday and Tuesday were a lot like this. I mean, tomorrow we're going to get a lot more data, but that's also why we're dead, is tomorrow is the last day of the week. April 1st, the IPO of Solventum comes out. Well, that'll be exciting. Wow, what happened with MPW? I thought you'd never ask. MPW news today was that their worst tenant, Steward, sold off their physician network to United Health. This is potentially really big news. That is why the stock is up. Any more questions? Ask Josh. I got you, bro. I got you. Oh, JRVR. Bro, JRVR and NVCR look exactly the same. It messes with my head. Did this thing go higher than 912 earlier? Yeah, we went up to 940. Yalla, JR, yalla. Bostic hinted at one rate cut. Yeah, last time we talked with him, or we didn't talk with him, we heard from him. He did say, he kind of hinted that he was at 2 instead of 3, and then now that he's more closer to 1. JRVR on the high, and then bonds went up as the market's coming down. So like I said, see if the bonds keep hitting highs and then how it moves with the market. But if anything, I think bonds are more so flowing with the Russell today. DCOM on the high, SNDX, Rare, Walgreens. High ticker is actually kind of gassing. Ironically, I mean, SPY's not moving, bonds near the high, but you're doing that. I think it was right around here, one of these little lows. High ticker got active, but it only lasted for like 2 minutes. Any thoughts on the long-term implications of the Steward deal? Seems negative if their biggest tenant just gave up all of their physicians. No, I think it's all very good. I think the implications of this deal are very positive, just because now it shows the value of the business. So it'd be nice. Like, it would be more negative if Steward wasn't in a bad position. Like, if this news came out and Steward was doing good, and then we were like, oh man, how are they going to pay? But like, at this point, MPW just wants money back, and they even have a stake in these investments. So that's the way I'm looking at it, is that if Steward sells their stake in one of these businesses and then it's bought by a very big company and shows demand and value, your boy MPW is getting paid because they own, again, equity in those businesses. That's part of the deal they did to defer the rent with Steward. So I see the implications as actually all positive. I think that's why the stock is up how it is. We'll see how long that lasts, but unless management says something negative about this or there's more information that comes out, I would say this is very, very positive for them. It's a bailout. I mean, that's the way I look at it. Essentially, Steward is getting bailed out now. Somebody gives them a bunch of money, and then now that money gets back to MPW, puts them in this situation. Like, again, I don't think they care. We don't care about we already wrote off the tenant. So now if money comes back, or if somebody buys everything they own and then just starts paying the rent, I mean, it turns into a huge W. Right now, they still have the debt maturities. So as long as they pay that shit off, and this, again, if they realize capital from this deal, then even better. They have not said anything about ex-dividend. They have not announced their dividend yet. And it has been some time. But then even, what was the stock I looked at today? I think even Pfizer hasn't even announced. But MPW, I think, should have announced by now. DraftKings, I think there's new taxation laws and then something about college prop bets being removed. 40 more points. Well, we're going lower still. Can you buy NVIDIA? I mean, depends what your plan is with it. Just got to have a NVIDIA plan, buddy. MP dub still, so that's still holding. NVCR, SPY at the low of the day, or near it, and then bonds climbing. Apple's starting to slip a little bit. There's a new high on the bonds. So again, I think bonds are higher than last week now. Remember, I just had, this is the ZB. This is like TLT, yeah. So you're now higher than last Friday on the bonds, and then we sold off starting on Monday. So what? Last time bonds were anywhere close to here? March 13th? That wasn't the Fed, was it? No. Bonds are catching up a little bit. I mean, again, I think, like I was saying, bonds moving more with the Russell. The bonds are outpacing equities, though, today, except for the Russell. CoinCO Brian Armstrong notes great progress on SEC case and huge win for custodial self-wallets. For self-custodial wallets. Is that Walgreens again? And then DraftKings right near the low, down 7. This one not good, man. I like Baba for the long term. I already have a little bit, and I'm down on it. So I might even add more on Monday. We'll see. Either Pfizer or Baba, or we just wait. Maybe MO if they want to take a $4 drop. Leading the SPY right now. Not energy. What was it this morning? I want to say Merck. I know they were leading the Dow. Right now, it's Cintas. Cintas, Enphase, Albemarle, First Solar, and Norwegian. Those are your top. And then Merck on the S&P. Merck is the number one on the Dow. And then Cintas, Marvel, and Intel, top 3 on the NASDAQ. And then Pinduo, NVIDIA, and CrowdStrike are the worst on the NASI. It's a very broad day. I mean, more names are green than not still. Just hands down. SMTC. Why does that sound familiar? Semtech? This is like the R1 in Call of Duty. Semtech, huh? No? Different Semtech? Habibi, come on. Same Semtech. No, different. Semtex. Oh. Yeah, Semtech popping. SMTC already up 12. Dow Jones rises. Semtech elevates global IoT with HL78 modules. So they announced something today? A new semiconductor? High-performance semiconductor IoT system. And then SPY bounce bonds drop from the top. They just set a new high. I mean, NASDAQ's red. We just ain't allowed to move big. That's what I'm saying. The funniest, because we were up by 0.4 in the morning here. The funniest part, bro, we're just holding that quarter a day that I told you about on Monday. It's stubbornly holding up very well, but it's only 9 o'clock. We got 30 more minutes till Euro close. We'll see. Wolf is on the high. Isn't that another one of those chip makers? The ship from yesterday, I mean, people are still talking about potential effects. I mean, some people worried about inflation, but it will affect trade and some other things. I mean, it's a pretty big deal, honestly. Yeah, bond auction in an hour. Maybe we get some moves off that. Sizu again. We saw that one the other day. And then Etsy. Sizu's up 67%. Habibi. Abysmal volume. Well, let's take a gander. Yesterday was pretty bad. Only on the highs, 903. Volume 22, Habibi, not bad. A little less than average, but I've seen much, much lower last several days, you know? I know, no worries on this one, Habibi. You are good. On Sprinkler? No, I don't know what Sprinkler is. And then SPY might go a little lower here in this CZU. Nike's on the high. Nike's. Thanks for all you do. Lunchtime, enjoy it. I mean, yeah, 12 o'clock Eastern. It's kind of crazy. What's the news on MPW? Oh, I don't know. Let me check. MPW news today was that their worst tenant, Steward, sold off their physician network to United Health. This is potentially really big news. That is why the stock is up. Any more questions? Ask Josh. Yeah. Let me know if you have any more questions. Will they continue their dividend? They should be. I mean, after they sold off the assets and everything, there was no plans to get rid of the dividend any further. So, I mean, I wouldn't be expecting it, but people are worried since it's been a while since they announced their dividend, since they declared their dividend. If it climbs back up, though, above 20, it'll get interesting. Because, again, anytime, this thing has the setup for the short squeeze, but anytime it, pumps, it's just it eventually just dies. It just doesn't have the follow-through. So, like I say, you need real good news to string it together here. But it's doing decent for now. And then JRVR is still up there. Again, even the only other play of the day is good. Again, some of the other chip makers came down. MPW had news today. Oh, yeah, bro. You didn't hear the news on MPW? MPW news today was that their worst tenant, Steward, sold off their physician network to United Health. This is potentially really big news. That is why the stock is up. Any more questions? Ask Josh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. ZNTL. Tesla. We got to start charging likes for the MPW news? Maybe. I mean, it's a lot easier when I don't have to explain it. I don't know. I don't know. MPW news today was that their worst tenant, Steward, sold off their physician network to United Health. This is potentially really big news. That is why the stock is up. Any more questions? Ask Josh. He's great. You know what I'm saying? All right, little red bonds. How many times are you going to hear it? I mean, it's the same thing when I answer it, right? So you might hear it a lot. It just depends how many times it gets asked. So on that note, I do need to go to the bathroom. What time is it? What time? 9:09. It's still very early. Actually, I don't know if I could go to the bathroom. I don't know if there's a commercial break available. RVMD.
Broadly,
there it is.
people and speaking about AI and technology. Altimeter's Brad Gerstner, he counts NVIDIA, as you know, as one of his top holdings, along with Microsoft and Meta. He is with us exclusively today, and we're going to get to his latest market thoughts in a moment. I know you want to hear from him on that. First, though, as you probably know as well from his appearances here, he's been on quite a mission to make sure the next generation is able to take part in this country's upside, including AI and these transformative technologies. He's mentioned a program called Invest America on the show before. But his big idea has taken a very big leap forward with the naming of a CEO council. Familiar names to many who watch this network on a daily basis. We're going to show them, Brad, on our wall as we welcome you to our program today. It's great to have you back. We're looking at this list, which is an A list of CEOs in this country. How'd you put it together?
Well, thanks for having me, Scott. It's a great day. And you said it. There are too few people participating in the upside of our markets. And unfortunately, they're losing faith in capitalism. But Warren Buffett gave us the answer. Start with a really small snowball and a really long hill. Unfortunately, most people miss the first 18 years of compounding, but we can fix that, right? Fix it with a 401k-like account from birth. And what better way to accelerate those 401k accounts than to get America's best businesses to contribute to those kids' accounts of their employees? And today, America's best CEOs on both sides of the aisle. I mean, think about this. Michael Dell, Lisa Su, Mark Benioff, Bob Pittman, Dara Khosrowshahi have raised their hands and said, we're ready to roll. We're excited about Invest America. We'll contribute to those accounts. And trust me, there are hundreds of CEOs behind them who I've talked to who are excited for common sense, bipartisan solutions to fix this problem. So the government just has a really small role to play here. Put a seed into this account, 3.7 million children born every year, put a seed of $1,000 in it in the S&P 500, it can't be traded, and then let the magic of our markets work. People can contribute, birthdays, bar mitzvahs, companies can contribute like these companies have suggested that they would. And if you start with just $1,000, contribute $750 a year, by 30 years old, it's $200,000 in the S&P 500. This is going to drive financial literacy. It's going to have a major impact on our savings rate. The sociological benefits, increased graduation rates, more optimism, better health, and more belief in free market capitalism. So I couldn't be more excited, more appreciative of these CEOs stepping forward, raising their hands. But the council is going to be very large. This is not a board. This is getting the biggest group of Democrats and Republicans and independent CEOs together and saying we can fix this.
You've said that the government's role is reasonably small. Nonetheless, you do need the government, obviously, to participate in this. And I know from speaking with you both on and offline that you've had many conversations with leadership on both sides of the aisle. Can you tell me how those conversations have progressed and where you really think we are? And let's not kid ourselves. We are in an election year, too. I mean, getting two sides to agree in Washington on anything these days is a struggle, to say the least.
Well, I've been incredibly heartened by the reception on both sides of the aisle in both the Senate and the House. I think there's tremendous goodwill around this issue. And so we're making a ton of progress. Nothing to announce today on who the chief authors will be and who the co-sponsors will be. And it is a presidential election year. And the strategy led by Matt Lira in Washington, D.C., is really to build that coalition, to do the research. I'll be announcing some research in May that's brought together leading researchers on the Republican and Democratic side to provide the research underpinnings for this. And then we expect that this will be a piece of legislation that we can get passed in the spring of 2025. You have to do the hard work. At the end of the day, legislators will weigh in. It will be their program. This is about putting forth the framework for a program that we think can get passed in a large and a bipartisan way. You can follow it at Invest America 24 on X, formerly known as Twitter. And you can see the many people on that we announced that are out there talking positively about this, from leading Democrats to leading Republicans. You can't find a lot of things that you can get bipartisan support on today, but this is one of those things. This can transform America. 3.7 million kids, $1,000 per kid. That's $3.7 billion a year. That's less than 0.1% of our national budget. If we can't do this to get every kid in the game, I don't know what we're doing.
So you said, businesses and families can add to this account, which you obviously expect CEOs to do for the children of their employees. It can't be traded. Can you go into a little more detail on that aspect? When can it be traded? When can the money first be withdrawn?
Yeah,
how the mechanics of this are really going to work?
What the catch is, but
Correct.
I like this.
And let me caveat. at the end of the day, this will be part of a legislative process where people will weigh in with their best ideas, and they're going to have different ideas, and they have great ideas. So what we're hoping to do is put forth a straw man, and then to score those different ideas to give the legislative process a boost in in picking and choosing what works best. But really to have this strong framework, 3.7 million private accounts seeded by the government. So, for example, it would be invested in the S&P 500. At the age of 18, maybe you could take up to 20% of it out for a qualified one-time expense. Think college, start a business, buy your first home. And if you add to the account, you could add on a tax-deferred basis, much like a Roth IRA, that could just compound. We know there's something in the behavioral economic literature called the snowball effect. Savers save. There's a misconception in this country that poor people don't save. Not true. The big hurdle is getting a savings or an investment account open. It's a super high hurdle, not only for folks without means, but for all families. So by getting over the cold start problem, by getting everybody into the game, we're confident, and the research suggests that those savers will save a lot more. Then there's a lot of debate at 18. Are they able to take out 20%, maybe more? Maybe you turn over all responsibility to manage the account at that point in time. I happen to favor an idea where you could take out 10% more at 30, 10% more at 40, and then at 50 you get the entire account. But the most important thing is that we get this in the hands of kids. They open up their phone. They see that they own a small slice of Apple, of Tesla, of United Healthcare, et cetera, that are all in the S&P 500. Mm-hmm. That is going to be a game changer when they're learning about financial literacy, compounding, ownership, capitalism, et cetera. And so we're really excited. This is another major step forward. It's a demonstration of two important things. Number one, companies will contribute to these accounts, and that's a huge accelerant. The 401k accounts in this country is $75 billion a year, right? If we just contribute $3.5 billion a year to these kids' account, it will double the amount in those accounts. The second thing is it's very bipartisan. And that I think is a warm welcome, in an environment where things are very polarized. But we have, as I said, leading Republicans and Democrats who are excited about this. And we can reinvigorate the belief in free market capitalism. Less than half of kids, or half of people under the age of 40, according to Pew and Gallup, believe in free market capitalism. We need to change that.
Well, you continue to live ambitiously, Brad, stealing from our obviously most recent marketing campaign, and you keep working it and you keep us up to date. All right? Will do, Scott. Right. Let's turn our attention, if we could, now to the stock market, to the S&P 500, among other things. Can you give me an idea as we approach the end of yet another solid month for stocks, a great quarter, obviously, what your current positioning and market view look like?
Well, you and I talked when I was on last time. I said this year was going to be different than last year. Last year, we started the year, everybody was ultra negative. Remember, it was just 18 months ago. NVIDIA was $125 a share, and Meta was $90 a share. It's hard to actually get your head around how recently that occurred. Everybody hated those names. So we were very aggressively positioned at the beginning of 2023. We thought that our return to target in our portfolio was up over 80% for the year. We thought this year would be a more normal year, think 20 to 30% returns. And a lot of those returns have occurred in the first quarter or the first 4 months of the year. But if you look at the multiples, Google trading at 19 times, Meta trading at 22 times, NVIDIA trading at 31 times. These are not bubble territory, but you do have to get your forward forecasts right. So we continue to own, those names in our portfolio and others that I'm happy to dive into.
So, I think some would suggest as they look at, valuations, multiples, and they say, well, just because we're not at historical peaks, that doesn't necessarily mean we're not overvalued. And a lot of these stocks have run a lot, right? I mean, NVIDIA, the multiple certainly has come in as the outlook and the earnings have come higher than many people have in their wildest dreams expected, certainly in the near term. How would you assess that? So
you really have to think about, how we got here, right? NVIDIA, the expectation for NVIDIA's data center revenues at the start of 23 was $20 billion. Instead, they did $100 billion. So their revenue was 4x what was expected by the street consensus at the start of the year. So, of course, the stock is going to be up a lot. If you look at it this year, it's currently trading at 31 times 2025 consensus of $30 a share. Now, it's going to grow this year at 100%. The street consensus is that next year it grows at 20%. And in 2026, it grows at 10%. We happen to think it's going to grow faster for longer. And the reason for that is we think the global build out, the total TAM that they're addressing is bigger than currently in street estimates. And we think that their share of that is going to be larger. Last week, I was at GTC where they announced the Blackwell generation, and we do our own bottoms-up research. We see what companies are ordering. We see what hyperscalers are ordering. We see what the sovereigns are ordering, and it's large. And we think they extended their lead with the Blackwell generation. Jensen is firing on all cylinders. And so we think it's, really trading below 31 times, but it's trading at 31 times street. So to me, is that bubble territory? I don't think so. We're in the middle or in the early phases of a phase shift. This phase shift is hard to predict. It's hard to forecast. But we think certainly through 25 and into 26, that demand's going to be greater than currently is expected.
I had somebody tell me yesterday regarding NVIDIA, the reason why they did not like it right here was while they would agree with the fact that, yes, they have this, incredible lead, it is but just a lead. It's not a moat necessarily, and others are coming, right? There's the AMDs and these other companies that obviously are trying to chase what NVIDIA has already been able to monetize in many respects. Do you buy into that story at all, or do you believe they have something more powerful than some would like to believe?
Well, I'm on the board of a company called Cerebras that is another competitor in the chip space that, is building exadata level supercomputers, to compete with NVIDIA as well. AMD is certainly, doing their own things. Amazon and Microsoft and others are trying to build their own chips. But let's be clear here. NVIDIA is in a dominant position, and I think with Blackwell, they are extending their lead. Everybody would like for there to be another competitor. I understand that, right? You don't want to just have to order from one supplier. But the truth of the matter is, NVIDIA took down its pricing on the Blackwell generation, and I think Jensen described it. He wanted to make it a super valuable, even for those who have the thinnest margins, which means it's an extraordinary value to people who are using it for things like medical research, et cetera. So I think they're playing to, maintain significant share. I think the market is growing super fast. Of course, there will be workloads that get peeled off by custom silicon. But the idea that we're going to have a real challenger to Blackwell, that's 2 or 3 years away in our estimations at best, right? And that assumes, remember, you got to go compete with NVIDIA and with Jensen. These folks are not asleep. They're already working on 2 generations ahead. So it's catching up with a runner that is a mile ahead of you and running just as fast as you. Very difficult to do.
Let's talk about Microsoft, because there's some interesting news of late that, Mustafa Suleyman is going to run.
All right, thank you. Hey, that was enough. That was good. I like the little child tax credit. It's not even a tax credit. You just make kids 401ks from day one. You guys, some of you like it, some don't. You guys know, like, that's just like a scheme to pump your long term by the time you become a boomer. Does that make sense? So I'm kind of for it, but I do like getting everybody a long term. It's actually one of my life missions, so I'm all for it. I'm all for it. There has to be a catch somewhere, but for now. You thought it was Saul Goodman? Kind of did sound like Saul Goodman. ATLX long term. Did they have data this morning? That sounds familiar. Wouldn't inflation go crazy? Nah, that's not. I mean, it's $3.8 billion a year. I mean, again, I think we give that to Ukraine every day. No, but I mean, it's definitely not as much as some other programs that we have. The catch is you'll have more participants in the market. I mean, that's the good thing. Don't try to frame it as the catch. That's what I said. Like, that's the thing I like, having a long. I'm like, when it's all said and done, it'll pump everybody's long term and get everybody in there. But I wonder why investors are promoting this and what, again, it's a political issue. I'm sure there's some other catch, but I think that's the benefit. Jumia on the high. Wasn't that running the other day? And then MPW stayed there. Bonds, Apple, 1.3. It's a way to counteract the fact that most people who are investors are going to retire and they're not enough to replace them, meaning the market would just collapse in slow motion. Yeah, it just keeps the Ponzi going. I mean, it would just benefit the SPY. I mean, it would just be $3 billion a year of guaranteed SPY purchases on top of whatever employers and everything else. I like the employment aspect, too. That now it'll give pretty much it's a tax write-off. It'll give employers the opportunity to get more tax write-offs. But now, I mean, throwing into your employee's child's long-term, it's quite the benefit. I think it works both ways. U.S. Treasury Yellen says wants to stabilize and not shut down relationship with China. You have that in Canada already? Really? So Canadian kids already get a long term? No way. Tyler, good morning, baby. How you living? How you living? We don't? Oh, okay. You could create one for your kid? I don't know. I need a Canada. Where's Team Canada? Is this true? Are we back to the close, sell to open? Yeah, we might be. I talked about that yesterday, low key. I mean, you're getting these little gap ups, and then by the time it moves, I mean, that's like a majority of the move. It's a lot more deceptive when you look at intraday. So it could be until not. Again, I mean, I think big data comes in 2 weeks. So we'll have next week after this week, and then it slowly starts morphing into CPI again. But you'll have like another week or two to burn, I think. I'm not live on the Twitch. Nah, man, we got temporarily banned. Am I only holding NVCR for today? I don't know. I might. So, like, it just depends on how much it goes because we already have like 15%, 12%. So, like, I'm down to swing it, but if the gain's good enough today, I'm also kind of down to walk away. Some employees pay into the RESP for kids. Oh, okay. But it's not like a government mandated $1,000, for every child that's born. Because that's an ambitious plan, but I mean, again, the market is good to everyone in the market. Twitch TOS is rough. Nah, they're chill. It was just the soft Chad. He got in an argument with the Chad and wanted to prove a point that he knew the rules on Twitch. I think soft chats. It happens. I still love you, buddy. I still love you. Don't worry. It's okay. We'll work on that. You did miss the peach. We had a great one. It's a glorious one, actually. And then SPY right below VWAP. No, you're still like right below. We have not been able to get above here for like another hour or so. Oh, it's 9:30. There's Euro close, baby. Euro close. NVS on the low. BBY on the high. Yo, BBY. Best Buy. Yo, Best Buy. BBY. Check news. Best Buy. Best Buy. Best Buy. BBY. BBY. I don't see it. Earnings. They might. Do they have something? Contracts already went stupid. You can't really snake those. Yeah, I don't have any news on it, though. Novacure. I'm still checking. Best Buy closing, going all online. That's what Chad's saying. That'd be kind of huge. But I don't know if that's it. BBY. No, I don't see anything yet. It could, maybe they're at an event. Let me check that. BBY. May 22nd is earnings. Nope. It's dry. That's a big pop, though, out of nowhere. And then SPY above VWAP again. And then bonds are going up. NVCR started to move. ALB on the high. GCTS paused due to volatility. Yeah, European close. Why did MPW go crazy? Wow. MPW news today was that their worst tenant, Steward, sold off their physician network to United Health. This is potentially really big news. That is why the stock is up. Any more questions? Ask Josh. All right, I got you. Nothing, yeah. So nothing on BBY, unfortunately. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Bonds are hitting a new high. SPY finally got above VWAP. You got a couple of movers, but now's a good time to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Get the body moving, baby. Okay, get the body moving. Move around a little bit. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out through the dragon breath. Go. There you go. SPY going, relax the eyeballs, stare away, blink. There you go. Get in it, baby. EA Sports. It's in the game. So let's go, man. Move around a little bit, relax, and drop the shoulders, okay? Seriously, just clear your mind for a second, and I want you to just focus on dropping your shoulders. Breathe in, Dia. Breathe out, and just let the shoulders drop, and just focus on the shoulders staying low and dropping. That's it. Just clear the mind for a second. You got all day. You know what I'm saying? The day's not going anywhere. The time is going to keep on timing. So just drop the shoulders for a second. Don't think about anything except your shoulders going down and breathe. There you go. Just like that. Just like that, man. I'm going to get my push-ups in. Let's go. Again, we have nothing on Best Buy. I don't think we do. Yeah, CCJ's moving up. I mean, SPY, bonds, that was a nice little move there, man. So let's go, baby. Let's go, man. Let's go. Gotta get these push-ups. Good. BBY, you didn't get anything? Well, that one's still moving up. And then even this SPY. Google big candle. Hold on, I got my resistance band now. U.S. held constructive discussion with Israel's defense minister over the last 2 days. IMVT. Oh. All right, SPY still holding up. I'm gonna hit this wall stretch. The resistance bands are clutch, man. They go. It's one of the best purchases of my life. I'm telling you, a good pair of resistance bands. Oh man. Oh. We out here. And SPY still holding. I'm in the ZTs. They're up now. And the ZB. So, I don't know. I kind of want to sell the ZB and hold the ZT, but I think I might ride the bonds into tomorrow at least. Because, again, tomorrow's the last day of the week, but we're already getting a little bit of that outperformance. IMVT again. And then Best Buy moving up there. What's Immunivant? Yeah, 5% pop. And then Best Buy's going up. CCL moving. CCJ was moving too. Yeah, IMVT. We got nothing on Best Buy. Still, you don't got anything either on Harun? Nobody has anything. There's not even a meeting. So that's a 3% pop on literally nothing. I don't even have rumor, chatter, nothing. Oh, Best Buy. Very interesting. Where is it? Yeah, well, Best Buy just wicked into another high. I'd keep an eye out for it. The options, like I said, already went crazy. So, kind of hard to play in general. What was the other one? NVCR, that one's doing good. BBY closing 24 stores. Someone said something about them closing everything, but I couldn't find that. Maybe. Again, SPY's still right above VWAP. I don't know where that's at on the SPY. 5221. Remember, 5223. This was a problem area we had yesterday. So, like, low-key, I mean, this is kind of a weird resistance point. And then bonds still up. David Rubenstein officially becomes owner of Baltimore Orioles after MLB votes and approves. Yalla. Carlisle. Pfizer's on the high. Someone called that one out a little earlier. Mop. And then is gold coming up? No, staying there, but still green. Oil came back down. SPY coming down a little bit. Again, big tech was our problem of the day, but NASDAQ back to green, 0.1. Russell's up 1.4, bro. In green long-term except Microsoft and Baba. Yeah, I mean, long-term's green today. Today is, I mean, again, 90% of stocks are in the green. Yeah, it's actually a really good long-term day. Uber everywhere. UPS about to go. Best Buy still holding up, man. That thing is So much fun. Yeah, UPS 146. Remember yesterday they got crushed. Well, there's a FedEx. FedEx came down. The prayer wall is still around, my friend, of course. BBBY. Bancorp, TD Bancorp, or TBBK. SPY getting a green shoot again. Where's Merck? So they still held up. They gave up 1% from the morning. Still got nothing on BBY. I think BBY, nobody knows. There's not even an event going on. It's actually kind of surprising. Usually by now, stock moves 3%. Nobody has any headline. Live Nation, LYV. Watch if Merck wakes up. That could be one by the end of the day. Again, they were one of the bigger pieces of news here in the morning. MP Dub, JRVR, and then NVCR. It is like a VCR. Airbnb, you go now, Habibi. Yalla. Yeah, Pfizer's climbing. I saw that a little bit ago. 28 would be nice. Where's Donald J Transports? 65 still. And then Bond still up. Biogen on the high. I think they were getting killed the other day. Best Buy going up again. You officially started your car collection? Nice. What did you get? You got the car collection going. You get that crib sold? I hope. Oh, someone brought up Google early. I don't know what Google was, actually. Someone called that out during the push-ups. Explain the moves on the 2-year bonds. I mean, as of lately, I think, what I talked about with the 2-year, that all stays the same, but it's just been slow. It's just moving very slowly since the Fed. But in general, I think it's kind of the 2 years highlighting some of the doubt that the Fed is actually going to cut, and it highlights the reality of restrictive rates currently in the fact that, the 2 year is linked to the policy rate more so than not, and that policy rate is still high. Amgen and Biogen. Again, Google. SPY's breaking out a little bit more there. That'd be good. Amgen at the high, 1.75 right now. So it'll go higher if they end up cutting? No, the 2-year rate will go lower. We'll benefit on our play I don't know if you're in the 2-year with me, but the rate will go lower. So right now the 2 years remaining high because, like I'm saying, it's reflecting a little bit of the doubt. But right now it's around there. So that's why I said, and even then it shouldn't move too much. When we made the play, and that's why we're up on it, the 2-year was above 4.61. It did not hit 5 the other day, but it was like 4.61. So right now, the terminal rate on the Fed future, on the Fed SEP, the terminal rate for the end of this year is 4.6. So the 2-year is around there. And like I'm saying, now it's matching up. It's a little bit below that. So the last couple days as it's been going down, it's showing they believe, but then it's also saying this is a 2-year bond. 2 years out on the Fed, they have their rate at 3.9. So this is showing that the market kind of believes that we'll cut rates this year, but the 2-year bond is saying it doesn't necessarily believe the Fed yet until things change. And then, like I said at the beginning, the fact of the matter is the 2-year is closely linked to policy. So the higher rates stay up and the longer they stay up, the 2-year does get affected by that. And that's where some of that disbelief, you could call it, comes into play because it's 2 years out and rates right now are still at 4.99. So why would this go any lower than 4.5, 4.6 in the next 2 years? That's pretty much what it's saying. But that's why I'm playing it, because there is a gap there. Whereas if those fears dissipate or more, we confirm more and rates start going down, that 2-year will go down. So if rates end up going higher, or if inflation comes in, or the Fed doesn't cut rates, the 2-year yield will go higher. And if you bought the play, you'd go down on that one. Ta-da. Very on the high. Tesla, BNTX on the high. Bonds, I mean, SPY's just holding up good now. The same little way it was holding up near the lows, it's doing that now right above VWAP. Tesla just hit the high and came back down. NVIDIA still clapped. Marvel came back up. That one's good. Pfizer's at the high. Disney near the low. At Bell Bonds, TLT about to hit another high. Where's your boy? Best Buy still near the highs off of nothing. State Department Blinken to meet with NATO Secretary, Ukraine Minister in Brussels. KRE. KRE's doing very good. Again, XLF was good in the morning, and then it sold off. Now, big banks are 50-50, but KRE's doing very good. P-Dibs. JRVR came down a little bit. NVCR is very shy at this 1550, yo. Para dump. Oh. Yeah, 2 big candles. Good call out. Para 1150 to 1139. Again, I mean, I hate how that chart looks. Mara. The deal fell. Wasn't it? Who was it the other day? Apollo wanted to buy something. Palantir, GCTS. That thing got halted several times already. That thing's up 400%. GCT Semiconductor. It's probably going to get halted again. This might be your random crazy one. Yeah, DraftKings had a big drop, man. 7%. And then Delta on the high and UAL Airlines. They did this yesterday. SPY's still holding up here. And then Macy's and Nordstrom still up. Mara. Yeah, Mara's up 6. And then Coin's not even doing that hot. MSTR up 2. NVIDIA getting some candles. Marvel's coming back up to the high. ATLX. Atlas Lithium. I think they had news. That's why I asked earlier. I swear I read this one in the morning. It looks illiquid as shit, but I think there was something. Somebody acquires. No, there wasn't. A bunch of acquisitions. I think a bunch of insiders bought. Yeah, GCTS is up almost 400, and it's one of those, like, it's been halted, like, several times type beat. I think 5 or 6 halts, maybe. NVIDIA, every company said they're backed up in orders. Stock seems to be losing steam. Well, the stock is just up a ton. So Paramount downgraded to BB+ on weak credit metrics and outlook stable. S&P 500. That's the power drop right there. So literally downgraded credit, outlook stable. But, I mean, I think NVIDIA is just way too expensive. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's like, I think NVIDIA is like real estate in a weird way. I think, like, is it cheap? No, but it definitely has its own unique set of value there. And I think at the right price, it's great. Or if you have a strategy behind it and you're going to just keep buying NVIDIA with all of the wild price swings because you want to own it, then you don't have much to worry about there. But for me personally, I'm just not I only want to buy it at a deal. Otherwise, I'm not really in the market for, all-time highs, NVIDIA. Cut to junk by S&P. Para. Yeah, Wolf and Marvel. Wolf's up 6. BBY still there. Delta and United still going. Tesla, big candle a little bit earlier ago. And it came down. Bookings on the high. Take that. That is the booking. Alcoa, Paramount moving again. Google was there anything on Google? Or that was just a random move? Lockheed signs with Patria for F-35. James Bobrick. Bobrick or Bobrick? What a name, bro. Good morning and welcome to the Chad. Bobrick. Bobrick. Sound. I haven't looked at sound. What does Josh AI say? That I do not know. Let's see. It's a good question. James Bobrick. Bobrick is what Josh AI says. James Bobrick. Bobrick. Oh, Blue, I think, is on the FDA calendar. I think Bluebird has something coming up. Unless they already got it. Let me see. Oh, NVCR, we already had that. Akbar, Regen, a CNTX, end of March. Oh, there's like 3 of them, end of March. CARM, ANVS, and CNTX, but no, they're not. I think Bluebird was last month. CCL running. ANVS, and then CARM. All right, I'm looking at this right now. Bobrick. So it said it right. Bobrick. God bless you, bro. Well, welcome, man. Welcome. Bobrick. Oh, yeah, it said Bobrick. It's Bobrick. Yeah, these are the last days. Oof, these are tough. Let me check 2 more. I think Hood, again, a lot of good things. Anvis, they just did a private placement. Auction, is it won yet? Yeah, damn, in 5 minutes we are going to get the bond auction. No, not muted. I'm making a play. I'm actually liking this calendar. Very, very risky here with what I'm doing, though. So be very careful. I did 2 biotech buys. What was the other one? Whoa. Okay, 126. There's some PDUFAs. Well, PDUFAs or data readings. So I did 2 different plays here. I think it's going to be a little interesting. And I bought a decent amount. It's like dollar amount. I try to keep it smaller than some of the other plays, but I bought I bought 2,000 shares of both, and I'm going to see if we could flip them out beforehand. So if we get any sort of pre-run-up, if I can make them free, but not a recommendation, you will lose money. I grabbed 2,000 shares of CARM at 230, and then I grabbed 2,000 shares of CNTX at 126. These stocks are super illiquid. Literally nothing going on with them. CNTX, end of the month, phase 1 data readout for HER2 peritoneal cancer. And then CNTX is submitting ELA NDA on positive tumors. So, yeah. Oh, what you're doing, been following 6 months. What else we have for subscription-wise? And you're in SoCal, want to hit one of the meetups? Well, the last meetup we did was that was just for the Cole real estate guys. Because, again, I don't know if you heard me talk about real estate a lot, but we have some guys there, man, and they've done good. I wanted to see them, but we haven't had, like, a real, like, big stock one. But besides being here every day, man, everything's free 99. You got the stream alerts, first link. You could pay for them, but if you're here every day, I mean, you don't need to do anything too crazy, and you'll get most of it. And then what's the other thing? Free long-term alerts, and that's about it. Yeah, 7-year auction. Let me know. You'll see the when issued in a second. Amazon spends $2.75 billion on AI startup Anthropic, its largest venture yet. Interesting. Nuve. Yeah, I'm waiting for the when issued. I don't see it yet. Tell me when you do. If anybody has the WI. But 7-year auction should be coming in now. This will be like, what, your only catalyst for the day practically? $4.193. There it is. So 7-year when issued, 4.193. So higher bad, lower good. Higher bad, lower good. Regionals running. All my regionals running. Let's see. I mean, bond auctions. I mean, yesterday we finally held up. I would even argue some of this little follow through, but let's see, man. Let's see. They've been weird lately. 4.193. Lower is good, higher is bad. The number will come up here too on screen. $4.193. It's only been 2 minutes. All right, they're 4.185. Dude, it's stronger again. Bro, all 3 bond auctions just low-key hit it out the park. 4.185, and that's on a 4.12 bond. That's not that bad. Again, bonds got a bid. I mean, short end, long end's already going very, very good. But let's see how the market takes it and see how long this holds up. Just remember, I mean, it's not that uncommon. We have literally watched some of these sell off like fairly quickly. So keep that in mind. But for now, I mean, it's just in general, it's good for everything. It's showing that there's still demand, even though we're selling more and more bonds. I mean, Yellen did calm down on some of those refunding announcements, but again, the amount, this is still a record. So very, very interesting. Strong demand means the yield goes lower. That means people are willing to buy it. That's why, again, the more that people buy it, the lower the yield goes. Less people buying it, they've raised the yield to incentivize it. So there's stocks going now. Mara's on the high too. Earnings on Carm are March 28th. Oh, really? Oh shit. Well, they have a FDA data, or by the end of the month. Walt Disney to host webcast April 3rd at 1 p.m. Eastern. Again, we'll see how long the bonds hold up here. We have not passed the... It's like May or June, I think. Then we'll pass the record for the longest inversion. So SPY not moving much from the auction, but again, that's 3 bond auctions this week, all like 50 billion in size, I believe. All came in lower with very, very strong demand. So, and bonds are a lot lower. That's why, again, kind of reason why I'm holding some of these, because bonds, anytime we've had way lower yields off of way worse bond data before. So, very interesting to see. And then Mara, that's still going up. iBio. IBIO, 194%. This thing's running. DraftKings news on the wire. DraftKings tumbles on NCAA crackdown amid ESPN report in Otani. So maybe, wait, was it the crackdown on the college? Someone said the tax stuff too, but that college one's getting more headlines. Coin SEC Commission pleaded with court decision to let case against Coinbase proceed. WVE, SPY coming back down to VWAP. MP Dubs, Tesla X. X is on the high. X is all over the place. And then again, bonds had the pop. X is actually coming back up there. And then SPY back to VWAP. What time is it? 1:05. Still very early, Habibi. 10 o'clock. 11, 3 hour. Wow. Only 30 million in volume. Amazon pump it up. Where is Donald Jones Transports? Is it Donald Jones or Donald? What is the J? Joseph? Yeah, that's my name. I'm Donald Joseph Biden Trump. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know. It's too much. Short-circuited. A little bit bigger of a cheek lay there. A NVIDIA even climbing down a little bit lower. And then again, the SPY, I mean, this is your first little red candle since that little pin there towards the low. But then the bond, every time the bonds, though, instantly today. And then again, very good bond demand there on that auction. That's helping out a lot, too. All right. Chad, you're going to have to give me a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Sonar operations underway. The Coast Guard is working actively with the Maryland State Police. The FBI is here as well. The Army Corps of Engineers will be involved in this. Really, you are talking about a cross-agency kind of cooperation that is happening at the state and federal level here, Joe. And all of these workers have been working essentially since 6 a.m. this morning when I got here. That is when this recovery effort officially started today.
Well, you're really bringing that to life for us, Kaylee. Thank you so much for the reporting. Get yourself back to Washington safely. Kaylee Lyons, who would normally be in the chair next to me here on this broadcast with a lot of really important information there. And I'll add the fact that this still being a recovery effort, divers expected back in the water today. We still have 6 people missing and presumed dead, which is something that we still need to remember, even as we talk about the logistics behind this massive project and the economic impact of this bridge collapse. We talked about the funding mechanism and whether the federal government will be able to handle this in a conversation that Kaylee had yesterday with Senator Chris Van Hollen, the Democrat from Maryland, had this to say.
There are some funds in what's called the Emergency Relief Fund. This is a fund within the Federal Highway Administration that is there specifically for this kind of emergency. So once the state makes its submission, which I think they're going to do very shortly, some of those funds can begin to be drawn down. Now, for the larger, longer-term costs, yes, we're going to call upon our colleagues in Congress.
Chris Van Hollen speaking yesterday. His colleague in the House, Glenn Ivey, joins us now, the Democrat from Maryland's 4th District, with us live on Bloomberg TV and radio. Congressman, it's great to have you. Your thoughts today on a funding debate that's about to begin. Can the federal government get this done?
Well, first, I just want to extend my condolences to the families. The hearts are with them, and, the prayers continue to go out for the 6 who are they're still seeking to recover. With respect to the funding issues, Senator Van Hollen's absolutely right, and he was very aggressive and quick to get an outreach going to the Department of Transportation for the emergency funds, and we appreciate Secretary Buttigieg making some of those available. We'll see how much, I think, in the very near future. And certainly President Biden's commitment to get federal funding for the rebuilding of the bridge. The congressional debate, we're in recess right now, so it hasn't really started back yet. But I think there's already outreach efforts going on. As you know, we've had challenges in the House in particular with respect to just passing basic legislation. But we've been able to get some things done when necessary. Last week, it just passed a bill $1 trillion funding bill for keeping the government open. And I'm hoping that this will be the type of tragedy that brings people together instead of pushing, people into partisan corners. And I'm hoping we can get something done here relatively quickly.
Well, we keep hearing it's different than it was, Congressman, in 2007 following the bridge collapse in Minnesota. And I think I understand what people mean by that. But do you believe it in this case, or can people come together on this?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I think, there was some instances in the past where we've had politicians who've, made political stands on these kinds of issues. But as my mother used to say, what goes around comes around. And I remember one or two of them having to come back hat in hand when there were, disasters in their states and they needed help. And President Biden stepped up to help them, even though they were Republicans in red states. So I think we can find a way to do it. And, certainly there's an economic need that's beneficial to the entire country. I mean, you're talking $15 million a day, 15,000 jobs. This is a port that had been, I think, a quarter of coal exports for the country had been going in and out, going out of this port. So I think it's important for us, regionally and nationally to get this thing done.
Well, so Congressman, what does this mean in the interim for your state of Maryland, for your district? Even if this money was approved tonight, we are told this is not a months but years-long project. You just talked about a potential 6-week outage for coal, at least, we understand. The number of autos that come through the Baltimore harbor, the port, could be redistributed to a lot of places. So I know there's a long-term concern about permanent displacement, but what do you do if this is 2 or 3 years, the number of jobs that are relying on this?
Yeah, I think that's the question of the hour. I mean, I think we've got the short, medium, and long-term issues that we have to address. In the short term, I think it's clearing the harbor, getting the packages and the containers off the ship that's stuck there, so we can move that, and the ships that are also stuck in the harbor can move out. I think we want to try and get shipping back up as soon as possible. I think in the interim, I think we've got to figure out, what it's actually going to take to rebuild the bridge. I don't know if it's going to be a new bridge that's next to it, or if they're going to try and repair the one that's there. I don't know if those decisions have been made yet. And I think the long-term piece, it took 5 years to build that bridge, as I understand it. And, that's almost 50 years ago. And, there may have been some technological advances, but it's still going to take a long time to get it done. So I think we have to figure out how to work around that. We've got commuters who travel in and out of their work every day in and out of Baltimore. We've got people who, truckers in particular, have been using that route. They're going to have to find new ways to move their products. And we've got just, people traveling up.
Oh, Chattadonia. Are you feeling lucky? Chattadonia. I hope you guys are living good on this pseudo Friday, Junior. Tomorrow is our last day of the week. We're here now. Market made some moves, man. It moved in the morning. Haven't done much over the last couple of hours. I mean, we quickly just came back to the lows, but 0.2, 0.3 every day. So let's chat a little bit. I want to share with you some things today. Today's going to be it's a trippy one. I noticed something that I never really noticed before, and I'm gonna just share it with you. I'm gonna just talk with my chads here today. And before I do that, I mean, I don't know, man. It's like one thing is that, like, I'm a pretty weird individual. Like, there's like an AI version of me now. I sit here, I talk for 7 hours. You guys know I got a weird personality. I got weird beliefs, all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But, like, for real, man, the fact that we have an environment, man, and that I'm able to come in here and, like, talk about stuff that I do as it pertains to PHILO and the way y'all hold it down, the way y'all, support it, and the way that y'all take it and not only just like support me, but also use it for yourself, man, and which is like the goal, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, we get to spread the word and get it out there and get people, how can you do something if you never hear about it? You know what I'm saying? But this is why I've been giving a shout out every single PHILO, man, every single time I start, man, because I really do appreciate it and I love to see it, man. So good work, Chattadonia. Good work, baby. I don't know if y'all feel me, man. That's every day for PHILO, but God bless y'all, man, for real, because today, and I'm glad we have this space, because today what I'm going to share with you, bro, is weird. You know why? Because it's something that stood out to me. It was new, something very old that I'm sure when I start talking about this is like old. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like it left me asking questions. I had a lot of prayer, thinking, and study on this. That's why it was so fascinating to me. But, what we're going to talk about here is Jesus cursing. That's so. Some of you may not like that. I'm going straight to the book. I'm going to be reading from the Biblioteca. That means library in some languages. And Chattadese, that means the Bible. But I'm going straight to the book. This was part of the daily verse yesterday, but you have to read all of it. And it's funny because the other day I brought this up. We were having that PHILO, and I was talking about it. I was like, and I even brought up cussing, and me, listen, that's why I say, bro, if you ever see how we started PHILO, you have no idea, man. People would ask me questions throughout the day. People would ask me about stocks, life, all this stuff, and I would always come back and I answered with other answers, and then eventually, man, I was like, man, I can't keep not telling y'all. God, I gotta rep my God, bro. I really, really do. That's how, and we started talking about it and going through all of these PHILOs. But the point I'm trying to say, man, is that when we started getting in these PHILOs and the word, it was always because people would ask me about it, and it's I've never meant to come up here and be yeah, this is church session, altar call, all of that. That's why bro, I say a lot of crazy stuff. I go on for days, and even in this context, why I'm saying all this, I'm trying to quickly run through a lot of the story, the cursing. I've always used this verse to understand what cursing is. I say the F word a lot. People how you believe the Bible, but you say the F word. And then I'm always well, let me show you the cursing. But that I'm trying to give you context, because I want you to understand how many times I have read this verse in this story. And like I said, when some of y'all hear this, I'm sure you have heard this story. So the story is about Jesus cursing a fig tree. Okay, I'm running through a lot of it here, but it's very simple. Jesus walking one day. Right? It's actually part of the whole Easter celebration, believe it, the Hosanna. And he's going into town, and then he sees a fig tree, and then he curses it. But let me just read this one to you. Are you ready? So the next day they were leaving Bethany. Jesus was hungry. Seeing in the distance a fig tree and leaf, he went to find out if it had any fruit. When he reached out, he found nothing but leaves, because it was not the season for figs. Then he said to the tree, "May no one ever eat fruit from you again." And his disciples heard him say it. You've heard that before, right? You know Jesus curses the fig tree. Does anything stand out about that? And I'm telling you, this verse, like I told you, I have my history with it. This is a study of contention. Even I think is Bertrude, something like that. There's a guy who even made a whole case against Christ simply because of this verse, because of the fig tree. And then in Mark, that's the one I just read you, it leads into Jesus starts flipping tables and the people, they use this as, is it Bertrand Russell? Oh, there it is. That sounds very familiar. And they've used this as an argument of why, Jesus isn't Jesus and he's bad because of that. Believe it or not. Again, and even there's different versions So Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. John doesn't even mention the fig tree. There's a different one. And then Luke, actually, you guys may have heard this. Do you guys remember that story I told you? This one was another PHILO about the guy who planted a tree, and then after 3 years, the tree produced nothing. And then the owner was going to get rid of it. And then the servant who was taking care of the tree just said, hey, give me 1 more year. And if nothing grows, please let it, then you could destroy it. But if something grows, we keep it. Does that sound familiar? I've had a PHILO on it. We've talked about this verse. That's the funny part. But this is the same fig tree analogy in Luke instead. The barren fig tree. What I'm telling you, man, this fig tree goes deep in the book and how people have their meaning about it and all of it. But let me, all of this said, I'm gonna jump right back to it. Did anything stand out? The next day as they were leaving Bethany, Jesus was hungry. Seeing in the distance a fig tree and leaf, he went out to find it if it had any fruit. When he reached it, he found nothing but leaves, because it was not the season for figs. Then he said to the tree, may no one ever eat fruit from you again. And his disciples heard him say it. Did anything stand out? Think about it. It's a crazy one. Oh, yeah, he was hungry. You know, there's a lot to it. Like I'm telling you, the background, the fig tree, even this, he just cursed the fig tree. He cursed it. You know, some people have even said, like, one of the philosophical points and why people try to, like, justify it or not, whatever it may be, whatever you get. And like I'm saying, I don't know what to take out of this. There's a lot you could get from this. But, like, some people have even said, like, it's the difference between property and people. He's talking to a tree, not a person. That's how people have justified the action. But let me read it one more time, and then I'm going to ask you again. The next day as they were leaving Bethany, Jesus was hungry. Seeing in the distance a fig tree and leaf, he went to find out if it had any fruit. When he reached it, he found nothing but leaves, because it was not the season for figs. Then he said to the tree, may no one ever eat fruit from you again. And his disciples heard him say it. Oh, man. I read it in every version, because I told you I've read this so many times. And I'm like, that stood out. Thank you. There it is. There it is. It's very deep, but it's so simple. Chad said it. Thank you. He found nothing but leaves, because it was not the season for figs. That's crazy. And that's what all of this got me thinking. This is why I went so deep into it. Because I was like, man, I've read this a lot. But can you imagine this story with me? And think about what just happened. Like I'm telling you, there's people, it relates. There's different ways this story is mentioned. There's different ways people support and go against this. All different things about it. But like, bro, the story is, my man walks up to a tree that he is aware is not in season. And he is mad or curses the tree because it did not produce fruit when he knew it was out of season. What? Oh, y'all don't feel me. So this is what I was thinking about. And like I said, at the end of this, I don't even know what I could, because there's, again, multiple interpretations. But it did get me thinking about seasons. I was just telling y'all the other day, everybody every day, what's this? Why doesn't this happen? How I thought this was supposed to do this. It's a season. Seasons for everything. There's going to be a season of growth, of pain, of going back, of building, harvesting, planting, sowing, all the season of correlations, a season of divergence. You're going to have seasons of winning, seasons of losing. It's all seasons. And that's why I was like, interesting. Because there's so many ways you could take this, though. Like what? Like, are you supposed to follow the example of Jesus? And if you follow the example of Jesus, then are you supposed to, do you get it? Are you supposed to expect fruit out of season? And you should be bothered if it don't happen? Or are you supposed to not follow that example? And vice versa. And you should stop getting mad when fruit's not producing out of season. It's up to you, baby. It's a living word. I'll leave that. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, baby. I wish I could, but that's not my job. I'm sharing with you my thoughts on this. But I've read this story so many times. But the thing about it, that's where I really started thinking about seasons. Because it always kind of went over my head that every single time he was aware in this story that the tree was out of season. I only had one. There's only one answer. And it sucks because I want another answer. I'm trying to find and maybe I implore you to find an answer to this question. Why in the world would Jesus? Why would you accept? Like, why would you accept getting bothered by fruit not coming when it's not in season? That does it, like, you know what I'm saying? Why? Only answer I could give you out of just thinking all of these different answers too is this simply because only thing in the world that could ever expect fruit from something out of season is a God. That's the only explanation. So I want another answer to that. But otherwise, this was a part of the story that I've read so many times. And it's always gone past me. And that's why you got to bear fruit 24/7 maybe. I don't know. That's a good answer. I don't know what it is. But the point is, man, the seasons. And honestly, there's an interesting relationship between demanding things out of season and waiting for it to be in season. But all I wanted to do was just introduce this thought because this got me thinking a lot. And it got me looking over a verse I've read a lot. And above all else, man, if I could give you anything to end the quarter, bro, and enter into a new quarter, right? As we do that tomorrow and then into April, man, don't ever forget about the seasons, man. You know? There is a time to do a lot of things. There's a time to grow. There's a time to build. And sometimes, too, man, at the same respect, don't get too locked up with the seasons also. Because, you know, I think we're dealing with something that demands fruit even out of season. So, on that note, Chad, don't forget about the seasons. And I don't know which example you're going to follow, but I hope you bring some peace with it and take that one to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Boot Camp and Real Estate Course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless you. And I'll see y'all in a little bit. Let me get you some uncle. Buttigieg speaks at White House. Buttigieg. Deposited, baby. It's a letter to the I love this song. I'm sorry.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think that you watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more
call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's deeded, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call. Yeah. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Read a book about a man, he would travel many places.
Oh, that's it. That's all you get, baby. That's all you get. That's all. That's all you get. Oh. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But the devil on my speakers, and they taught us not to hate. But that don't apply to Jesus. I don't know. It's good. It feels fun. It's fun, man. It's fun, bro. It's not out yet. It's not out yet. We just got it back. I know Marcus, he's been cooking it. He got it back, baby. He got it back. It's a good one. It's a good one. No, there's a lot to it. You'll be surprised. It's a good one. It's a good one. You'll get it, man. You'll get it. Eventually, you'll get it. Don't worry. I told you, I had to only have one country song. I needed to get number 2. Altice France cut to CA2 from B3 by Moody's. Outlook negative. They get things bought out. Come on. Exactly. Thank you. It's crazy, though. We haven't seen, like, your boy has just been so serious, Mr. Kennedy. And bonds chilled out a little bit. And VCR. That's it, man. It's chilling, though. It's chilling. Volume's a little better than yesterday, I think. But now we're at 30 million. It is what? 10:30? 10:35. I like Meta, but I don't know if I'd buy it at the high. I mean, I just bought some from the dividend, but other than that, I'm not really thinking anything too crazy with it. Mr. Kennedy, the senator from Louisiana, John Kennedy, he's very entertaining. Here's a guy who sounds like this. And the Wi-Fi, am I connected to the Wi-Fi or not? That's the question. Exactly. XRTX on the high. Best Buy. We still don't have any headlines on Best Buy. And then Marvel. If we could train Josh. I think I might be able to. But it's crazy. I think I might. I might have to get a couple more things, but I might be able to train it on the voices. That'll be weird though. And then bonds came down. SPY chilling. Public Health Agency of Canada as of today. FAC is aware of 40 measles cases in Canada. Or the new merch. If not, can we get the pink purple tracksuits back? I think you'll get new merch soon. I mean, before summer, I think that's a fair assumption. If it's, summer is 3 months maybe. I don't know, maybe around then. All depends what the weather's like. I don't know about how global warming might play out. If Greta is going to be involved. Interest rates. We could send merch to Canada. But you have to let Trudeau inspect it before. So he just opens up every package and just sniffs around. He doesn't even look for anything. He just likes the smell of the dryer sheets. No? Okay. Bad Trudeau joke? I don't know. He's still president? The Kennedy best moments. There's a video on YouTube, and it's probably one of the best things ever. Encino. I mean, if you were here yesterday, we did it live. So you just, again, I mean, I can't calculate anything afterwards now, but prior, you just did the at-the-money strike prices, and that told you a lot of the story. And bonds, I'm happy with the bonds today, as long as they don't sell off by the end of the day. That's the other factor that we still haven't considered. Anytime bonds do good, there's still the risk. They just dump at the end of the day for no reason. End of day dump on bonds, I think in the cards, but for now, I mean, today's straight up though. Bond auctions killer. Everything going on, central banks, the way people are feeling. There's just a little bit of a gap. That's it. I mean, there's still some distance between the dot plot and where even just yields are currently priced, and then where we go from there. I'm in INTJ. I got 200 shares, so like I'm down like $400 on INTJ, which is still 50%, but you know, thankfully it was a cheaper stock and we kept it small. I'm down $500. I'm at 58%. So yeah, I only grabbed 200 shares out there. It was only $800 when I invested into it. Sell everything into gold. This message brought to you by Peter Schiff. Buy gold today. You did miss PHILO, Anthony, but I still love you. Beautiful, man. It's beautiful. Gold, bro. Gold. Bro, I didn't know Pamp Swiss. You guys know Pamp Swiss bars? There used to be like a $200 difference between them and Golden Eagles, and now they're like almost the same. I don't know if that has to do with the Swiss or the demand for gold. But I thought that was fascinating. I learned that recently. And then bonds still come in. Did I just jinx the bonds with that sell-off comment? Legend and then MODG on the high. Topgolf. LGND. It's not that high, but no trades on it. Someone sent me an email of it. They sell the gold pant bars at Costco. They're expensive, though. Bro, when I showed you guys the Costco gold, I swear it was at like $1,800 or something. It was cheap. And someone sent me one the other day, the Costco gold, and it was $2,000, and it was a Pamp Swiss bar. No, I think there's still a premium. I mean, look. This is what they sent me. This is in Costco. So I have some of these. But, dude, $2,200. But they were a lot cheaper the first time Costco started selling the gold. But they got them. But, like, these used to be a lot cheaper than a gold ounce. Like a 1 ounce Golden Eagle used to cost more than a 1 ounce Pamp. But now a 1 ounce Pamp bar is only like $30 cheaper. But yeah, that's expensive though for Costco. That's what I was saying. I mean, that's $22.29. Gold right now is at $21.90. iBio still going. That one was running earlier. We saw that candle. Or no, it was already up $199 by then. So now it's up $221. Well, gold, I mean, I don't know about overhyped. It's definitely getting a little crowded, and it's made a big move. But gold is just, it's very, I hate to use this word, but I think the gold bugs will like it. Majestic. You know, it's a very majestic asset. One, how its value, its history, how it moves, how it's controlled, and then even lately, and then just like the factors that are like feeding into it. It's very like it's a little dance. You don't really know what gold is up to, man. And that's why I'm like it's a very majestic asset class, to say the least. But I don't know. That's why I'm like it has characteristics and traits. That's why I shorted it when it popped. But even then, in this environment, there's so many things feeding into it right now that are making it move. EC on the high. And then there's iBio. What was the other one? Nordstrom's back almost at 20 again. I do remember when Wall Street Bets thought they could squeeze silver. It's crazy that silver, like even on this rally with gold, silver hasn't even hit that high yet. So I do think when we hit 29 on silver, then that's when I think commodities will get really interesting. But at that point, I do feel like oil and a lot of other things will be crazier. But hey, you never know. 5x silver by 2030, that'd be insanity. But then commodities will be going ape at that point. KSS on the high. I think BBY still moving. Yeah, bro. Another high, my goodness. And then Kohl's. We have nothing on Best Buy. That one's just been going up all day since we caught that. Fiserv. Price target maintained 156 by Mizuho. XME calls. I don't really like the metals in mining. I just like the spot. I like gold futures and just gold. I like gambling or like speculating on the price the futures, because that makes sense to take advantage of the couple dollar swings. Other than that, physical gold is the only. I hate paper metal. Paper metal investments, just, I don't know, it just weirds me out. Paid $4 for gas in Phoenix. Dude, isn't Arizona supposed to be cheaper? I remember when I lived in Arizona, bro, gas was like $1. NIVDA is still down 2, SMCI down 1. SMCI kind of popping here. I mean, it hasn't been that high in like an hour. And SPY's at least above VWAP and holding. Again, we did sell off right around that PHILO. Yeah, where are you paying for in Phoenix? That's crazy. Hasbro came down a little bit. I don't think it's the worst. I don't think it's the best. If they're at the premium, yeah. So they're not at the highs. I mean, there might be a little bit of downside, but I mean, I don't think Hasbro's going around anywhere. Like, I don't know. And I think their dividend, do they pay a divvy? It's probably low, if anything. It's mid-3. That's crazy. Dude, it was cheap in Arizona. When I lived there, gas was nice. I remember that was one of the good things about Arizona. Started long time ago. Long time is good. A month ago? That's good, man. Yesterday when we did long-term reviews, I noticed a lot of people just started. That kind of made me happy because there was a lot of people who had like built-out long-terms and people who've been, doing what we've been doing with their own little variations on it. But I got to see a lot of new long-terms yesterday, and I was very excited by that. So I hope for all of the new long-terms, and like if you just started, I'm telling you, there's going to be, ask anybody in here. There will be a time where you're going to be like, oh, I want to sell this, or why the fuck did I invest and do all this? Just hold it and you'll be good. And that's it. Because now you're investing when everything's green, when everybody wants to invest, But, again, that's literally the moral of Colt's sister. So her account's even doing good. But, she wanted it at the last high and got excited with everybody else. And then it came down, and then she got all sad and didn't want to touch it for a while. And then missed out on a couple things, and then before you know it, it started coming back up and went crazy. So good work on the new long terms, and just remember, man, it really is a long-term thing. So I hope your enthusiasm and excitement, just remember it's a marathon, my brother. It's a marathon. A marathon. Your LT's kind of bad. Well, nothing a little time can't fix. That's the beauty about the balance and the time and how you space it out over time.
In a situation like this, again, it's difficult to overstate the impact of this collision. We're talking about, it's not just as big as a building, it's really as big as a block. 100,000 tons all going into this pier all at once. But one other thing I would add, more broadly speaking, is that the President's infrastructure package has the first ever dedicated federal fund for resilience. Largely that's been construed in terms of seismic resilience and resilience in the face of extreme weather events, but certainly something we'll be looking at going forward, knowing what we've experienced in Baltimore.
And lastly, the status of the crew of the cargo ship, maybe the Vice Admiral is better suited for that. Are they still on board, and are they fully cooperating with what you need?
The crew is cooperating with what we need. They remain on board. And predominantly an Indian crew with one Sri Lankan crew member on board, but they're still there and very much engaged in the dialogue and the investigation.
To the Vice Admiral, are there any early indications of what caused the Dali to lose propulsion during its voyage, and what are some of the areas of focus so far when it comes to the investigation into the accident?
Yeah, I think we all want to know as quickly as possible at least some initial findings, but I really need to refer you to the National Transportation Safety Board and their messaging in terms of moving forward very deliberately and on a factual basis to uncover some of those answers.
Secretary Buttigieg, you talked about how the bridge simply was not built to withstand impact of this nature, but is it your view that the bridge was built strongly enough? Why didn't it have some of the defensive structures around the support column as many other bridges do?
Again, I don't want to get ahead of any investigation either. I will say that part of what's being debated is whether any design feature now known would have made a difference in this case. We'll get more information on that as the investigation proceeds.
Thank you. Secretary Buttigieg, you've been talking about the president vowing to pay for the cost of the bridge in full to expedite that rebuilding process, but are you going to go after the shipping company?
Any private party that is found responsible and liable will be held accountable. I think our emphasis and the president's goal is to make sure that that process is not something we have to wait for in order to support Maryland with the funds that they need. And that's what these emergency relief tools can help us do.
What could that accountability look like?
Again, I don't want to get ahead of law enforcement, NTSB, or any of the other players here, but needless to say, there's going to be a lot of focus on that. Anybody who is responsible will need to be accountable.
Rebuilding obviously won't be cheap, and you talked about possibly needing to give that supplemental request to Congress. How much money are we talking about?
Just too soon to say.
And just one question for the Vice Admiral. When it comes to getting the situation cleaned up and recovery efforts, what are the biggest challenges that you're facing and the kind of equipment that you have to move in?
I think the main challenge here is, as you can see by the imagery on scene, is removing those large trusses and steel members off the bow of the ship. Once that happens, we'll have the underwater survey complete in terms of how that vessel is connected to the bridge pier there. But I think once that's done, I think the salvors will be ready to do the necessary actions to refloat that vessel and remove it.
On the contents of the ships, or on those 4,700 containers, besides the fuel and oil and hazardous materials, can you give us some general categories of what other goods are on board?
Oh my goodness, in any given container ship, you can have a very, very wide range of packaged materials, consumer goods, and many, many other things. So it's going to be a very, very broad cross-section of cargoes.
Okay. And then on the other ships that are stuck in the port, can you talk a little bit about what coordination is being done with those ships and what kind of cargo they have and where they're bound for?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we can give you some more specifics on the ships in the port, but I think roughly we've got about a dozen ships that remain in the port that are unable to get out. The majority of those are foreign flag vessels, and I think just sort of typical of what we see in the port of Baltimore in terms of dry bulk carriers, car carriers, and other things. There are a number of Maritime Administration ships that are there as well.
That it took.
And then Secretary Buttigieg, on regulations and requirements, are you discussing waiving any regulations or requirements to help speed along the reconstruction of this bridge?
Too soon to say what exact administrative issues may come up, but certainly we have a clear direction from the president to tear down any barriers, bureaucratic as well as financial, that could affect the timeline of this project.
Thanks, Greg. Just for the Secretary, you mentioned you were meeting with shippers and supply chain operators tomorrow, but just sort of curious about your early assessment so far. Do you expect the closure of the port to lead to a full-blown supply chain crisis, or what is your early assessment so far?
Well, this is not of the proportions of, for example, LA and Long Beach when it comes to container traffic. That's one port complex or two ports that collectively represent 40% of U.S. container traffic. It's nothing like that, but it is an important port and an important system of the East Coast ports.
Literally just
now, a lot of the goods that come on or off there go as part of runs where ships also visit the ports of New York and New Jersey and Virginia.
Left the port,
and so right now I think there are already diversions taking place to those and other East Coast ports, helping to absorb some of that need.
Isn't that crazy?
So those are the kinds of things we're getting more information on right now, and I'm looking forward to getting a better sense tomorrow after talking to the shippers.
And a quick question on sort of safety reviews. Obviously the ship was involved in an accident in Belgium, I believe in 2016. Is this incident going to prompt a full-scale review of vessels like this?
So we've seen what's in the news in terms of that particular incident. I don't know whether that's particularly informative to this. Probably a different vessel crew, different pilots, different weather conditions, and so on and so forth. But nevertheless, the Coast Guard keeps the safety histories of all the vessels that call into U.S. ports. And so we're reviewing that in terms of the investigation.
Thank you for the Vice Admiral. Can you discuss your degree of confidence in the victim numbers that we've heard so far? We have seen evidence that their sonar that's picked up cars at the bottom of the river? Do we know that all those cars belong to the construction workers, or is there a chance that other cars may have fallen into the river as well?
So we've heard similar reports in the news, and so basically the Coast Guard is going off of the numbers of individuals that have been provided to us by the state of Maryland, as they were the ones who were administering the bridge and had the best idea of how many individuals might have been involved.
Secretary Buttigieg, you mentioned earlier that there is not an air traffic control type body for shipping. Is that an indication that you think that there should be something like that for the future?
No, it's a very different system, but I do think it's important for the public to understand that. If a runway or an airport goes out of service, and then there's immediate instructions from a central authority on what to do and where to go. It just doesn't work that way in shipping. What I will say is we have felt, especially since the summer of 2021, that there needs to be more coordination than there has been in the past. I think sometimes even not just as a matter of practice, but as a matter of culture, different shippers and other entities that have been rivals just don't coordinate. We built a program called PHILO, which invites different participants, cargo owners, shippers, ports, terminal operators, and others, to begin sharing data. That's something that served us well going to the Red Sea issues. It's certainly serving us well right now because that data can help us get a sense of how these effects are rippling through other ports. So we welcome that coordination. We're trying to promote it, but that doesn't mean that it's happening on a command and control basis.
Thanks. Secretary Buttigieg, when was this bridge last inspected? Was it on a list for replacement? It's more than 50 years old. And can you give us a ballpark figure of when you'll reopen the port? You said 5 years on the outside to rebuild the bridge, but just ballpark it for me. Days, weeks, months, years to reopen the port. And finally, what's the estimated economic impact for the closure of this port and the downing of this bridge?
So on the first one, I'll refer you to the state. They'll have the most up-to-date information on the bridge.
They inspected it, but what I'm asking, was it on a list of, and they noted it was 50 years old, and they also noted that it had some questionable parts to it, but was it on a list to be replaced with the infrastructure bill?
It certainly was not the subject of an immediate discretionary grant to replace it or something, anything like that. We do have some work going on I-895, but to my knowledge, nothing immediate in terms of any discretionary grants going to the bridge. Economic numbers, about 8,000 jobs we think are directly implicated, and over $100 million of cargo moves in and out of that port a day. And what was the middle question?
Ballpark it when the port will be reopened.
Reopening the port is a different matter from rebuilding the bridge. Yes. The port, that's just a matter of clearing the channel. Still no simple thing, but I would expect that can happen on a much quicker timeline than the full reconstruction of the bridge.
So can you ballpark it just a little?
As you can imagine, I'm asking our teams the same question, but I don't want to put something out just yet.
Weeks, months, years?
We just got to keep going.
I understand, but just give us something there.
As soon as we have something, I'll tell you.
Yes, go ahead, John.
Secretary Buttigieg, another supply chain issue for you has to do with the significant amount of automobiles, cars, trucks, coal, LNG that goes through the port of Baltimore. What will be the impact on the supply chain on those specific industries?
Yeah, so this is one of the key ports again for vehicles, and some vehicles are actually finished at facilities that are on port grounds, so it is significant. That being said, of course, it's not the only facility that can accommodate roll-on, roll-off vehicles. You see that in Savannah, certainly in New York, New Jersey, and Virginia. The tractor equipment will be more complicated than the ordinary light-duty vehicles. These are exactly the kinds of information that we're going to be seeking over the coming days, including at tomorrow's convening.
And you expect, because of those supply chain issues, that we could see impacts on the U.S. economy as a result of those supply chain issues?
You know, we want to get a little more fidelity on how disruptive it can be. Again, we're not talking about a single point of failure that it's the only possible place to get through, or even something that is as impactful as some of the issues that affected the Panama Canal, for example. This does not automatically mean that a trip to the East Coast has to be substituted with a trip to the West Coast, which would be much more of a cost impact. It can probably be accommodated up and down the East Coast, but the effect clearly will not be trivial.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, you said that you had received a request for emergency funding from the Maryland authorities. Can you tell us what that number was?
Those don't necessarily include a full estimate of the cost, but they do make it possible through what's called a quick release authority for us to start getting dollars out. I was just notified that this is coming in as I was stepping out here, so I don't have more details than that right now.
Hi, Secretary Buttigieg. So, just clearly speaking about economic impact, each day that the port is shut down, what is the economic impact per day?
Well, again, there's between, last I checked, between $100 and $200 million of value that comes through that port every day, and about $2 million in wages that are at stake every day. And that's one of the areas we're most concerned about. It's one thing for a container or a vehicle or a sugar shipment to be absorbed or accommodated somewhere else, but these longshore workers, if goods aren't moving, they're not working. Now, right now, there is work taking place, even inside of that bridge, because of the work that has to be done to offload some of the vehicles that are stuck there and get that back onto surface transportation to go out to other sites. So they're likely working right now, but that work won't last long, and that's one of our main areas of concern.
And for Vice Admiral, thank you very much. So, when you look at CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations, you earlier talked about how you inspect these vehicles, right? The Coast Guard inspects these vehicles. Is it done on a regular basis to see if all of those items are, being followed, or do you do spot checks?
Pretty thorough. So every ship that comes to a United States port has to report to the Coast Guard and Customs and Border Protection 96 hours in advance. What we do then is look at cargo, look at the vessel history, look at the individuals on board, and we'll put them through a risk matrix to determine, based on their past history and another set of factors, on whether we should board and inspect or not. But it's a pretty thorough process.
Vice Admiral and Mr. Secretary, when does cleanup begin? Because we're hearing after the first stage of rescue and recovery, cleanup begins. And the question is, once cleanup starts, will there be at least one channel to come through because of the importance and the uniqueness of this port, not just for Baltimore, but for the country, to include the Midwest with the farming equipment that goes on the CSX line that's right there? And also, how are you going to push back to Republicans who don't want anything to go through from this Biden administration budgetarily when the president says he wants to pay for everything?
I'll take the latter and leave it to you on the channel if you want. Look, infrastructure is, or at least ought to be, a bipartisan priority. I know that partisanship has gotten in the way of some important functions and expenditures, but I would also note that the infrastructure package that was passed is known as the bipartisan infrastructure law for a reason. Some, not all, Republicans crossed the aisle to work with President Biden and work with Democrats and get this done. It is our hope that that same spirit will prevail here. And I would also remind any member who might find themselves on the fence when any requests that might come through materialize, that today this is happening in Baltimore, tomorrow it could be your district, and we really need to stand together, red, blue, and purple, to get these things done.
And what about the channeling? The cleanup and the channeling, that's right.
So in terms of cleanup, in terms of the debris assessment removal now, again, the Army Corps of Engineers under General Spellman are being very aggressive in mobilizing equipment, beginning the underwater surveys and the necessary actions in order to first understand what they're facing in terms of challenges with not just the debris on the surface, but underwater. So they can give you an idea on sort of what their assessment looks like.
So we can safely say the process for cleanup and possibly opening a channel is already underway because you are assessing what's going on down below?
So Admiral Girath, the Coast Guard Incident Commander, and General Spellman for the Army Corps are very tightly linked and coordinated on the necessary actions to do this. Not waiting in order to begin this process. Now, we do need to be sensitive because the state of Maryland is conducting the body recovery operations in and around the same area where that debris assessment removal needs to take place. But again, in terms of those details, Army Corps is best to answer that.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Mr. Secretary or Vice Admiral, what kind of changes could this lead to the operations at the ports? Like, could we see tug escorts going through for bridges like this? And would that make a difference in this?
For us, again, I think it's too soon to speculate whether any design feature or other practice would have made a difference, but that's the kind of thing that NTSB does, and they do it well. At the end of their investigation, they issue recommendations which often become part of policy, design, or even technology for the future, and it's part of why we'll be very interested in their work.
Thanks, Corinne. Mr. Secretary, can you tell us if you are seeing any impact on inflation? And you said that the bridge was not made to withstand such an impact, but should it have been reinforced during the past decades?
So again, I don't know how a bridge possibly could withstand the forces that were at play when this vessel, about the same size as a Nimitz-class U.S. aircraft carrier, struck the key support beam for that bridge. But we will always, as always, learn from the NTSB investigation. What was the first bit?
Impact on inflation?
Too soon to say. I think this is definitely a different ballpark from what we saw with the West Coast issues in 2021. But that's part of what we hope to gather more data on soon. I will say, a lot of the disinflation that we've seen has been a result of the work that the president led to improve and smooth out our supply chains. So we see a clear relationship between supply chains and inflation. But this is more localized and more specialized than what we saw in 2021.
All right, good. Secretary Buttigieg, have you or the president been able to reach the family members of the 6 victims, or do you plan to try to contact them?
First of all, our hearts and our thoughts are with them. I know right now they are shifting from yesterday, where they were really in the mode of hoping for news, to today facing the worst kind of news you possibly could. I can't speak to anybody else's conversations with them, other than that I know Governor Moore spent time speaking with them.
For the Vice Admiral, you had said earlier that there's a process by which the Coast Guard will keep track of ships that may have been involved in previous incidents. And we already know that the Dolly was involved in a previous incident, not similar to this one, but an incident nonetheless. So was the ship on the radar for the Coast Guard in terms of, keeping an eye on it? And if not, a second follow-up question is if ships have already been flagged, if you will, for having been involved in incidents, what's the process for that when they're coming into a United States port?
So maybe I'll answer the first part of that question first. It's the same process for every ship. We get the notification 96 hours in advance of arriving at a U.S. port. We do an examination together with Customs and Border Protection, a review of the histories of these ships and other factors, cargoes that they carry, and so on and so forth, to do a risk ranking and then make a determination about whether a local Coast Guard team, and CBP participates as well, whether we should do a boarding and do a safety examination there. In terms of the history of the ship, again, I think this one incident that has been discussed within the media, I think we need to take that within context in terms of what may or may not have happened with a different crew on board, different situation, different pilots, and so on and so forth, maybe not related to the vessel condition, so to speak. But in terms of our examination, this particular ship had a fairly good safety record.
Okay, thank you so much. Vice Admiral, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. All right, thank you. Have a great one. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, thanks, guys. Thank you so much, Vice Admiral. Thank you so much, Secretary Buttigieg. All right, I have a couple things at the top before we continue with the briefing. So it's just a few more updates here
Just a few more,
to share that
Good outfit.
and then,
I like
as
the
I said,
pink.
I'll take some questions. So last night, voters in Alabama made their voices heard and voted overwhelmingly for Marilyn Lance, who made clear that she would fight to protect access to reproductive health care, including IVF. It was a decisive victory in a long-held Republican House district, and the president congratulates her on her win. As we saw last year in Ohio and previously in Michigan, California, Kentucky, Vermont, Kansas, and Montana, in every state where abortion has been on the ballot, the American people overwhelmingly vote to protect reproductive freedom. President Biden and Vice President Harris stand proudly and firmly behind the majority of Americans in this fight. And they will continue to take action to protect this fundamental freedom that is under relentless attack by extreme Republican elected officials. But the fact remains that the only way to ensure the right to choose for a woman in every state is for Congress to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade into federal law. Only Congress can pass that law, which President Biden, if it were to get to his desk, he would indeed sign it. Now, today we had another announcement. The Biden-Harris administration also launched the Save Date of action to promote SAVE, the most affordable student loan repayment plan ever, which President Biden announced just last year. The Save Day of Action is a coordinated effort to bring together public, private, and NGOs that could reach 100 million Americans with information about SAVE. Vice President Harris kicked off the campaign this morning, encouraging people to visit studentaid.gov/save, where they can join the more than 7.7 million borrowers representing every congressional district who are currently enrolled. Thanks to SAVE Plan, more than 4.5 million borrowers have a monthly payment of $0, and an additional 1 million borrowers have payments of less than $100. Finally, I want to acknowledge a solemn anniversary that will happen later this week. Friday will mark 1 year since American journalist Evan Gershkovich was arrested and wrongfully detained in Russia. Just yesterday, Russia extended his detention after yet another sham hearing. In yesterday's hearing, the Russian authorities did not even provide any evidence of a crime. In fact, they have provided no real justification for holding him. That is because he has done nothing wrong. Journalism is not a crime. Let me say that again. Journalism is not a crime. This administration will continue working every day to secure his release. We will continue to push back against Russia's attempts to use Americans as bargaining chips. And we will continue to stand strong against all those who seek to attack the press or target journalists. To Evan, to Paul Whelan, and to all Americans held hostage or wrongfully detained abroad, keep the faith. We are with you, and we won't stop working to bring you home. With that, Sungmin.
A quick one, any update on when the president would go to Baltimore?
I don't have an update for you. Obviously, we want to do it when it is the appropriate time on the ground. We're going to continue to have conversations with local officials on the ground to get a sense of what their needs are, but we want to make sure that we do not disrupt their efforts. You just heard from the Secretary and the Vice Admiral, this is a major undertaking, and so we don't want to get in the way. But you heard from the President. He wants to get there as quickly as he can.
And one on Israel. Our understanding is that talks are restarting between the U.S. and Israel about rescheduling that meeting that was supposed to be held this week on Rafah. So what is the U.S.'s understanding of why Prime Minister Netanyahu is having this apparent change of heart? Did the meetings with Defense Minister Gallant go particularly well this week and came to that conclusion?
So obviously I'm going to let the Prime Minister speak for himself on that first part of the question. What I can say on Israel more broadly, as you asked me about meetings that were held here, they were constructive discussions with Israel's Defense Minister over the last 2 days. Rafah was one of the many topics discussed with Jake Sullivan, Tony Blinken, Lloyd Austin, and Bill Burns. The Prime Minister's office has agreed to reschedule the meeting dedicated to Rafah. So we're now working with them to find a convenient date that's obviously going to work for both sides. But his office has agreed to reschedule that meeting that would be dedicated to Rafah, which is a good thing.
Thanks, Corinne. And actually on that note, we had received a statement from the Prime Minister's office saying that Netanyahu did not approve the departure of the delegation to Washington, so disputing that they've agreed to the rescheduling. Could you just talk about what might be going on?
So look, I would say that as we are working to set a date, the Prime Minister's office agreed to reschedule this meeting. You saw that the Israel Defense Minister was here for 2 days, extended a day, and added another day to meet with Jake Sullivan, Tony Blinken, Lloyd Austin, and Bill Burns. So that is the conversation that we're having. We are working to convene that meeting, an important meeting on Rafah, and when we have a date, certainly we'll share that with you. That is what we know from our side.
And what is the message that Defense Secretary Austin had to Gallant about the alternatives in Rafah?
I'm just not going to get into specifics of those conversations. Obviously, as I just stated, Rafah, the operations, the military operations more broadly, Rafah was indeed discussed, but I'm just not, as topics obviously that were discussed, I'm just not going to go into further details.
And have talks for that hostage deal and ceasefire, have they reached another stalemate, and what are the sticking points on it?
So I can confirm that talks continue, and we are, the United States is actively engaged in those conversations. We remain hopeful that we can broker a deal to secure the release of hostages and establish a temporary ceasefire. This is something that we've been asking for some time. A ceasefire and this hostage deal obviously would allow us to bring home some hostages to their family, to their loved ones, and they include American hostages as well. And as well, bring into Gaza that all-important humanitarian aid that is needed in Gaza on the ground. I don't have anything beyond that, but we can confirm that we continue to have this incredibly important conversation on getting that hostage deal, which would lead to a ceasefire.
Just following up on what Selena was saying, Corinne, does the administration believe it was able to convince Israeli officials to take a relook at a potential Rafah operation after the series of meetings that he had with the administration?
So look, I mean, Rafah obviously was part of the agenda, their military operations, and so I'm not going to go into detail. It is important that we have heard from the Prime Minister's office that we are going to reschedule and try to lock in this meeting with their obviously their folks on the Israeli government side and folks here, and so I think that's important. I'm not going to get into that. I would say they discussed how best to ensure Hamas' lasting defeat in Gaza and the need to protect civilians. So, of course, that was part of the conversation, but I'm not going to provide any more details beyond that.
Is the president thinking about reconsidering sending arms to Israel, given the unfolding situation and the unfolding humanitarian situation in Gaza?
There's nothing new there. That is not under consideration. As you know, we have done more to get humanitarian aid into Gaza with the airdrops. You know about the pier, and we're working with obviously with Israel to make sure that we get more of the trucks inside of Gaza. It is incredibly important. We know the dire situation in Gaza as it relates to humanitarian aid, but the most important thing here is to get that hostage deal, so we can get that humanitarian aid to get those hostages back home to their family, and it would. We believe would lead to a ceasefire, obviously, and so that is what we're working towards. We got to get that hostage deal done, and we are actively continuing those talks.
Restricting weapons to Israel should also be a top consideration.
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals, into conditions from here. We've been very clear where we stand, and we'll continue to do so. We want to get that hostage deal done. The talks is active; they continue, and that is important to get the hostage deal, to get the ceasefire, to get that humanitarian aid into Gaza. It is incredibly, obviously, important as you all have reported the dire situation in Gaza, and so that is our focus. We're going to get that pier going. We're going to continue the airdrops, continue to get those trucks in, working with Israel on that. I just don't have anything else beyond that. Go ahead.
On the Rafah talks, you said that both sides are working to find a new date that works with schedules, but what level of urgency does the administration assign to holding those talks?
I mean, it's urgent. It's important. We've said that. The president has said that. The National Security Advisor was here at this podium saying those very words, the importance of making sure that there is a plan and that we protect civilians. You've heard us say there's more than 1 million Palestinian civilians in Rafah. About 1.5. We have to make sure that they are protected. But at the same time, we want to make sure that that Israel also makes sure that Hamas is no longer operating, right? And so that is important as well. But These talks will get us into a place where there is a plan, that we hear their side, they hear our side. I think the defense minister being here from Israel was really important for 2 days, having those all important, all critical conversations about Rafah, about military operations. I'm just not going to get beyond that. When we have a date locked in, certainly would share that with all of you.
There's been reporting that the talks could happen as soon as next week. Do you see that as feasible?
I'm just not going to get into a set date or time here, but we want it to happen. Obviously, it's urgent. We think it's urgent. It's important to lock this in, and so we're going to work really diligent to make sure that happens. Go ahead, Kelly.
Tomorrow the president will be in New York, and he is going to be with 2 former presidents. I'm not asking about the campaign piece of that. Could you speak to the historical significance or the stature of the moment to have 3 presidents together? And while he is in New York, you, I'm sure, have seen reports there was a New York City police officer who died in the line of duty. Any plan to acknowledge that officer? So a 2-part question, but first about the historical significance of the president's being
So let me, and I'm going to be really mindful, and I have to say this, there's a Hatch Act. I am a federal employee. I'm not going to follow the law and not comment on 2024 campaign, but I'll say a couple of things at the top. President Obama and President Clinton strongly support President Biden's leadership and obviously his agenda. All 3 have agree overwhelmingly on the issues that this president has been fighting for the past 3 years, including an economy that works for all, leaves no one behind, that is economy that's built from the bottom up, middle out, making sure that we protect our critical freedoms. That is something that they all 3 agree on, freedom to choose, or protecting our democracy. And so they are, of course, there are, of course, many conservative leaders in the country who oppose the dark vision put forward by extreme Republican officials that would drag us into the past, would trickle down, take tax giveaways to the rich, cuts Medicare and Social Security, radical abortion bans and attacks on the rule of law. That is not these 3 presidents. So we understand the importance of the 3 of them being together. Obviously, this is going to be an important important event. I want to be really careful and not speak to a campaign event. Obviously, the campaign can speak more specifically to the broader significance of them being there. But look, these are presidents, 2 former presidents, the current president, that believe in what we're trying to do in the Biden-Harris administration, trying to move this country forward, trying to make sure we're protecting our democracy, protecting our freedom, building an economy that leaves no one behind. And I think that's what the most important here as it relates to the death of the officer. Look, our hearts go out to this officer who tragically lost his life in the line of duty. We're also praying for his family during this difficult time, who now has an empty seat at their dinner table. President Biden is deeply grateful for the sacrifices police officers make to keep our community safe. This shooting is yet another painful reminder of the toll of gun violence, that what it's doing to inflict on families in our communities in our nation. And that's why the president signed more than 24 executive actions. That's why we're able to pass a bipartisan agreement to deal with the gun violence that we're seeing in this country. Obviously, more work needs to be done. We need Congress to continue to act on making sure that our communities are safe. Again, our hearts go out to this officer and his family. It's a difficult time for them. Go ahead, Sabrina.
Thank you. Do you have any comment on the decision by a federal appeals court today to continue blocking Texas's migrant deportation law, SB4?
So a couple of things on that. Obviously, I want to first take a step back and just remind us how we got here. We have said from the beginning that SB4 is an extreme unconstitutional law that will burden law enforcement and make communities less safe. We disagreed with the Supreme Court order yesterday letting the law go into effect, and we welcome the Fifth Circuit and their decision overnight pausing the implementation of it. Ultimately, we need real solutions, right? We need that decision, that negotiation proposal that came out of the Senate in a bipartisan fashion. We need that to move. We need it to move out of the Senate. We need it to move out of the House and to get to the desk of this president. And we believe that that bipartisan border security agreement would not only be the toughest, but it'd be the fairest. And it took us a couple of months to work on it. It got support from the Border Patrol Union. It got support from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, something that you don't see nowadays. And so we are going to continue to encourage Congress to move forward. As we know, the former president, President Trump, told Republicans on the Hill to not move forward with it, to reject it, because it would help us, it would help Joe Biden, and it would hurt him. And that's not who we should be as a country. We should be where majority of Americans are. They want us to deal with what's happening at the border, and they want us to fix this immigration system. All right, I'm gonna go ahead, Ariel. I haven't spoken.
Thank you. On airdrops and humanitarian aid, 18 people died in Gaza on Monday during an airdrop. 12 of them drowned trying to fish out food from the water. So does the administration intend to continue with these operations? And if so, is there a way to make them safer, or should we just expect to see more people dying like that?
So we express our condolences to the families of those who died, who were while trying to retrieve desperately needed humanitarian aid. We understand what's going on the ground. We know that the humanitarian situation on the ground, as I've stated many times already, just in the past couple of minutes, is dire. And so, which is why we're working around the clock to increase the flow of humanitarian assistance going into Gaza. So we're going to continue to do that. Look, this is, again, why that hostage deal is so important, why we're going to do everything we can, working around the clock to get that hostage deal done, because, yes, it's about getting the hostages and home to their families and their loved one, which is critical and important. Let's not forget there are American hostages as well included, and to get that humanitarian aid to lead to a ceasefire, but also get to that all-needed humanitarian aid. Our hearts go out and our condolences go out to the families. It is a devastating situation. We have to make sure that we continue to get that humanitarian aid into Gaza. Go ahead, Jackie.
Great. On the delegation issue, I heard messaging from the administration earlier this week explaining, that the U.S. abstaining from that UN vote and allowing it to go through didn't really matter because it was a non-binding resolution. But if it doesn't really matter, why not vote no again and avoid this whole fallout with Israel, because it obviously mattered to them. And so I guess where I'm coming from is, how did we get here? What caused this? And is it politics?
So look, the principles of the deal were there, right? It talked about a ceasefire. It talked about hostages, which we believe the principles were there. But we believe the only path forward to a ceasefire is to negotiate a hostage deal, a hostage release as well, right? We believe those two things are both important, and to do that together. And so this
vote didn't do that, though. It didn't condition them.
Well, that's not how we saw it. Right, and so we have long said a ceasefire will not be achieved in the Security Council, but through diplomacy on the ground. That's what we have said. We have to see that diplomacy on the ground. And so the resolution, as I've stated, as you just stated in your question, is non-binding and does not create new obligations under the international law, such as what the Council does when it imposes obligatory sanctions. But nevertheless, that shouldn't matter. Even though the resolution lacks the binding provision, all Security Council resolutions carry great weight and should be implemented. In this case, however, it is irrelevant whether the resolution imposes any new legal objections, as the text demands exactly what the United States has long been pushing. We want both a hostage deal and a ceasefire, making sure that humanitarian aid gets in, and that's what we want to see. That's why we believe the principles were right, but we didn't feel like it did exactly where we stand on our policy.
It wasn't nothing. The U.S. has blocked previous votes from going through that looked exactly like this. So what caused the shift, and what is the president's reason for allowing this to go through? It is a change.
No, it is not. It is not a policy change. We've been very clear. We disagree. We've been very clear that in order to get a hostage deal that would lead to a ceasefire, we also got to get that humanitarian aid. We believe it is all connected in that way. And so that is where we stood. That's where we've been. It is not a policy change. The principles were there, but we needed to, we have a way that we want to do this, right? A hostage deal, those are the critical conversations that are happening, the active conversations that are happening, making sure that we get those hostages home. American hostages are also included to their loved ones. We also got to get that humanitarian aid, and we believe that diplomatic effort, the diplomacy, the diplomatic work that is being done would lead us to that. And so we've been very clear and steadfast about this, and that's where we're going to continue to be.
This is linked to the president worried about losing support from Gen
No,
Z,
this is,
or?
well, let me be very clear. Let me be very clear. This is not about politics. It's not. The president does not lead his national security or things that are the right thing to do in this sense, right? Getting that hostage deal, making sure hostages come home, including, as I said, over and over again, American hostages, getting that humanitarian aid
It's November
into
is the
Gaza,
election, man.
and making sure that we believe that would lead to a ceasefire. That is not about politics. That is about the right
been
thing
ripping
to
this
do.
whole time
This is
too,
why
actually.
we
We're back
continue
up.
those active conversations
couple of things
and making
moving.
sure that we can get there. It is
Why
important to get
am
this
I
done.
so
Why do you think
quiet?
that the United States, which is Israel's most important ally, seems to have so little clout right now with Israel?
I disagree. I don't think that is the case. Our position is going to continue to remain the same. We have been really clear. We are committed to supporting Israel in its fight against Hamas. We've shown that. We are committed to that. We've said, Hamas has said that they're going to repeat, they've said this, they're going to repeat October 7th again and again until Israel is annihilated. And because we cannot expect Israel to accept a situation in which their citizens continue to live under that threat. At the same time, it's critical that Israel do everything possible to protect civilian casualties and conduct operations. Look, we are having those diplomatic conversations. You just heard me lay out how the Israel defense minister was here. He stayed for 2 days. He met with Jake Sullivan. He met with Lloyd Austin. Those are high level, those high level conversations, and that is important. And the Prime Minister's office said that they want to reschedule this meeting so that we can talk about the Rafah operations. We welcome that, and we're going to work with their teams to make sure that happens.
Your people made it clear that you think a land invasion of Rafah is a mistake. Netanyahu has made it clear that he's going to go ahead and do it anyway. So I'm just
hold on, but wait, they have agreed to come and have a discussion about that. That's important too. We can't miss that. We can't miss the fact that there's an agreement to have a meeting here to talk about the Rafah operations. That is what we're going to do. The Israel defense minister was here for 2 days. For 2 days, that was on the table. Was part of Rafah operations. Was certainly Rafah was certainly one of the agenda items. That's important. So conversations are happening. We're going to set this date in the upcoming days to have this meeting about the Rafah operations. We're going to share our side. They're going to share their side. And that's what you do. That's what diplomacy is about. And I think that's also really important. I know I have to wrap. This has been a very long briefing.
Is the president concerned about the college
Go ahead. I haven't called
financial
you. I
aid
haven't called
delays?
you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. Has the president spoken with or plan to speak with those that were rescued from the bridge collapse, or to the families of those who were lost?
I know Secretary Buttigieg was just asked that question. I think it might have been one of the last questions he got before leaving here. Obviously, as I started off this briefing, our hearts go out to the families of those six people and who are now missing, and I can't imagine how hard it is for them right now. And so I don't have anything to read out to you about a president conversation or a call, but we're thinking of them, and this is a president that has always said he will be there for that family. I just don't have anything else to share.
And the Republican National Committee has been asking those seeking employment within the organization if they believe the 2020 election was stolen, serving as an apparent litmus test for hiring. Do you have any comment about this kind of prerequisite?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say a couple of things. I want to be mindful not to comment on 2024, but I'll say more broadly, this is a president that believes in the rule of law, believes that the need to respect the officers who put their lives at risk on that day, and to keep everyone safe. We saw what happened on January 6th. Some of you covered that. Our democracy was under attack. We lost lives, and it is what we saw was because of the dangerous conspiracy theories. There were people, 2,000 folks, right, 2,000 people who were mobsters, who were mobs, and they were there because they didn't believe in a free and fair election, and that's why they were there. The Trump
Facebook or
administration
MySpace,
itself
like, the
certified
mobsters game?
that the 2020 election
Like a
was the most
turn-based
secure in
system?
our history. But yet, this is what we saw. And so we're going to continue to stand with law enforcement. We're going to continue to fight for our democracy. And I'm going to be very careful not to speak beyond that. What the
And
RT
I'm going to
decides
try not
do.
to go to jail.
All right, everybody.
All right,
Thank
have
you
a
so
good
much.
one. Have a good one.
College financial aid delays for young
Yeah, Carmen, peace out, peace out. Very good day. There you go. Look at that. I told you, right? When you wanted to turn it off, a couple more minutes, boom. That was the real progress you made today. So good job. Good job. KJP, baby. KJP. And you guys said I'm quiet today? I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm kind of loud. I don't know, because I told you I was messing with the audio stuff when I was doing the thing. So I don't know. Maybe it is, but I know you guys said all the volumes, like everything else is like loud. Is it? I've said a couple people said that. A lot of people been fine though too. Mic low, AI high. My audio is low. How do I turn this up? Can I turn like a little quieter than usual? That might be good though, honestly. Okay, how about now? Is that has to be a little louder now? I have to be louder. I just turned up the gain. Is my volume? I don't even know how this sounds right now. My audio is low. Do you hear me better now? Louder. That's normal now. Is it normal? Let me hear it. Normal. Let me hear it. That's not normal. Let me hear it. It's not that bad. I just turned down my volume. All right, well, that's good then. We'll keep it up there. We'll keep it up there. Get you guys going. I was quiet today. Now, don't hit the horn. Well, the horn is, I mean, it's probably going to happen. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we have about, what, an hour and a half left in the day. I know at least one time before the end of the day it's going to happen. So, I don't know. Just be on the lookout for that. Now you won't know if I have news. If you want MPW news, James Bobrick. Oh, wait. No, that's James Bobrick. Sorry. James Bobrick. Okay, it's not working anymore. I think we broke it. Fuck James. MPW news today was that their worst tenant, Steward, sold off their physician network to United Health. This is potentially really big news. That is why the stock is up. Any more questions, ask Josh. There you go. There you go, man. There you go. CNTX ripping. That's good. That's why I bought more shares to make it free. But, again, they're going to have data anytime between today and Monday, I think. Maybe a little later, but these are mad liquid bios. But that one kind of has a bid. Oh, nice pop. All right, well, we'll take it for now. It's time to give up time. We got how much? We got a good amount of time left. Good amount of time, buddy. What I use to make it, is it proprietary? It's not proprietary, but I'm not going to tell you guys because I don't want you to make me. You have to do like a verification though to like get it really good. You have to like verify your own voice and stuff. Like you can't use other people's voices, but I do think I could probably fake the verification into thinking I'm Biden. I'm not going to lie to you. So that being said, there was MPW news today. You didn't hear? I mean, I could tell you again if you'd like. I mean, you let me know if you're not aware. Yeah, I could do it. Yeah, how much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? What else you want me to say? Easy. Boom. I say it better than he does. Yeah. I won't even stutter. I could go and spit this thing out perfectly. Not one single stutter, perfect iteration. I could be articulate. Oh, fuck, I fucked it up. I meant articulate and eloquent. But yeah, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah. All right, I'm not giving you the message. I can mess it up if you want me to play. I'm not gonna play for the Bobcats. It's not even an NBA team anymore. Come on, what do you want me to do? I'm not even gonna play in the basketball. Baseball is a serious sport. And then God bless America for our troops. Good. I can do whatever you want. You let me know. All right, like the video though. That's good for the channel. Support me in the channel, like in 24, and that's this year, in the next election. I mean, you could train the AIs pretty easy. It didn't take that much, but like, here's the deal. You guys know. I already told you. One day one day, man. If you think the Josh in your Instagram is annoying, I'm just telling you. One day, you're gonna get a phone call and he's gonna be like, "Hey." You know, he's gonna be like, "MPW news today was that their worst tenants." It's gonna be a phone call. And all you have to do is ask him one question. Say, "Hey, Josh, should I make a Weeble account?" That's all you got to ask him, and you'll know. Okay, that's it. That's all you got to know. Because they're going to have advanced AIs. You know what I'm saying? That's all. There's just going to be things about, that's all it's going to come down to. And just, you got to keep pressing that topic and you'll get to the bottom of it. If he's still, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Yeah, don't. I'm Josh, I promise, don't. I believe it. See if we get away with it. All right, well, we'll see. Yeah, it's crazy. Have you seen the, like, AI videos? I've seen, like, the videos of, like, people. Like, they got videos now, like, AI videos of, like, people talking in cars, like, TikToks. And you could tell it's an AI, but, like, it's like, definitely good. It's like, wow. Like, it'll if you weren't really paying attention, it could probably fool you. iBio, that one was going up earlier. What was the other one? Carm. That one barely moved. Tesla. And then Microsoft's still near the low. Whereas Amazon, they're barely green. Google's red. Meta down 0.68. Again, not the best day for big tech. They came back to green. Russell absolutely killing it. Then great day here for the bond market. And I think dollar advanced a little bit still. Again, remember Japan in the morning. That was the big thing in the AM. Oh, and MPW, I forgot. Yeah, they're right there. I already have MPW up there. Be nice. Disney was nice in the morning. Disney actually went green again. But they were near 122, bro. Like, what? But I'm definitely down with some MP dubs, bro. Do your thing, MP dub. Do your thing. Then banks kind of all over the place, but everything overall green. Japan is losing it. I mean, I definitely don't think anybody in the government thought that their rate hike would lead to another low on the currency. So like I said earlier, I think it's getting borderline policy failure if that's the reaction from the market. So, I mean, they are losing it, but remember, all it does is help their stock market. The weakening yen makes their market just rally. So at the end of the day, though, I do think an intervention is most likely on the way. That's why the yen, I don't know if it faded by now, but the yen today, the only reason why it caught even a semblance of a bid, yeah, it's barely up now. It was a little lower, but that was all off of them talking about intervention. It's literally verbal intervention But they might come in with something because it's getting out of hand. But then also too, the paradox of Japan is that the weakening currency in a weird way helps their situation even more because they want inflation. So, I mean, it's a catch-22. They're definitely, and then again, if they raise too much and the currency goes the other way, it could tighten up and crack a lot of things. So, it's quite fascinating. And then spine bonds, 15 minutes till power hour. My goodness. Do you guys hear me drink water more now? I turned up the mic. Mara. 22, man. Not bad. Up 10. And again, Coinbase didn't move at all today. Booking came back down. It was fun while it lasted. Bond's trying to catch a bid. I mean, so is the SPY, but this is like still the range from when we sold off in the morning. That was a nice 20 points. And we've made it through the day. A lot like yesterday. Just get ready. You're going to have your stupid popper drop. And then tomorrow will be the big one. I think the Robinhood credit card's a good idea. I'm excited to see where it goes. I'm quite impressed with Robinhood. You know, I don't know if I'd buy it for the long term, but because I stopped using my Robinhood, but you know, they have a pretty ambitious goal, and it'll be interesting to see. I think they have a shot at being like a consumer credit card player. You know, I never really thought of them like that, but it kind of it flows naturally and it makes sense, and I think it's well, not opportunistic. It's not intriguing. I mean, there's definitely potential, I think is the best way to put it. But yeah, but like Robinhood remember, Robinhood has a lot of people. They have a certain generation, you know, they're trying to get, you know, they want to make sure everybody's money's all in one place, and they want to be able to, you know, they're just trying to skim fees off of whatever they can, or a monthly transaction, you know. So we'll see. It's good synergy. It could end up being big, and then again, if they make like a reward system, who knows? And then if it gets people on, I like it. It's innovate. I think just potential, because it's like if this could end up being a new big segment, or it's just gonna be another feature in a company where, don't forget, you know, DraftKings and the epidemic of sports gambling is attracting more new users than Robinhood. Don't forget about that. Don't forget about that, okay? So that's kind of the thing. It's this will either fade away and end up being nothing, or it will be a very strong segment that wasn't there before. Yeah, like, I mean, Chad, like, think about it. It's like, I think Robinhood makes more sense because people already put their money in there, but like, I mean, like, what if DraftKings made a credit card? I could totally see some people reacting the same way. They're like, yo, I wouldn't even need a bank account anymore. I would just deposit my money into my DraftKings bank account. What? And then I get my DraftKings credit card, and then I get points back in prop bets. I get a free parlay or a free entry into the next contest. So I don't even use a bank account anymore. I use DraftKings and Starbucks just in case I need coffee. So I prepaid. Thank you. That'd be crazy. That would be crazy. SPY coming down a little bit. Lots more features, futures, See them excited to add value. Yeah, their 401ks are good. Then again, just them and crypto. Can't forget, crypto goes crazy enough. Robinhood is a very good, direct, quick access. They rolled out the wallets, so I'm excited to see. Zero Hedge, Trump selling $60 Bibles to make America pray again. I didn't know Trump was selling Bibles. It's crazy. He was like, yo, man, these shoes sold out. I'm telling you, the shoes sold out. If we could sell a shoe, we could sell a Bible. People need to walk, and people need to read. And they need to read a book that people haven't been reading. So I said, why don't we make a Donald Trump Bible? I told you, there's King James, then there's NIV, and then there's the DJT version. DJT translation. It's simple. Is it Nehemiah? Did he want to build a wall? It's one of my favorite verses. He tried to build a wall. God told him to build the wall. And he listened. They were hating. They hated. It was a Nehemiah. It was Nehemiah. Nicodemus. No, not Nicodemus. It was a Sadducee. But still, you'll figure. I got to read back. Don't let me corrupt the word. But you could buy it now for $59.99. It's a good deal. Terrific deal. I'm telling you. And you could read for Jesus for less than $100. I don't know. It doesn't get much better than that, if you ask me. Like the video. Imagine your homie said he's selling Bibles. Like I said, I don't know how I feel about selling Bibles. I think you should give them away. Like, I'd be down to give away the Bibles. Like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'll do that on my next giveaway. I'll give away some, like, trading fraternity Bibles. I'm down for that. If any of you would like a Bible, But then again, like, hey, he sells everything. Donald Trump, like, I don't know. It's not too it's not, like, too uncharacterized. Like, I don't know. But at the same time, like, I'm glad the word's getting out there. But then again, like, I don't know if we gonna flip tables or not, but yeah, if you want a Bible, I got you. I didn't went and got it customized. I won't sign a Bible. Yeah, I don't know. That was cool. I felt weird when people even asked me to sign anything. I didn't even I need to see my signature. I forgot how I even signed it. My signature is gonna change. Oh, I got that. I have I got the Michael Jordan OG signature. But I don't know. But like, I don't know if I can't sign a Bible. That was kind of my line. Would you sign the Proverbs? No, man. Why would I? Like, you could write on the Bible, like if you underlining it. Like, I don't know if you have like post-its and like annotations, but like, why would you want me to sign your Bible? It's really weird. I can't. How about your basketball? You had a basketball. I signed a Lamborghini car. I signed a shoe. So yeah, I got you, man. But honestly, though, I don't know. Like, it's not. That was definitely a peak moment in my life. But I don't know if I could. I signed a $100 bill. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Y'all have me doing crazy things. Just signing all sorts of shit. This was a face reveal. You missed it, man. You had to sell a home. I don't know if that's too high of a requirement, but I was just proud of him. I'm your trading partner. Don't even know. That much love, baby. God bless you. You got a long term though. I feel like as a trading partner, it's my duty. I would have failed you if all these days and years if I didn't tell you the long term. That's the beauty though, because like one day, like when it's all said and done, you're gonna look back and be like, man, you're gonna be like, thank God that dude wouldn't shut up about the long term, Or somebody be like, man, he said it every day, and I did not. But every damn day, he really did. Every single day, he said, get the long term. No, NVCR. Oh, we had a good price, but that is like the lowest in the last couple hours. The long term, of course, man. I was very impressed with the long terms I saw yesterday. There was a lot of good ones. And like I said earlier, I saw a lot of people finally start their long term. So it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. It's good. It's a good thing we need. That's why I like that whole thing where he's like, just give the kids a long term from day one. I'm a big fan, man. I'm a big fan. So I'll settle with you guys getting them. That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. The long term 2 years. That's not a lot. I don't think you realize if you even now, like if you just started listening or you did for a couple years ago, it's like that's not when you're gonna there's just the time where you look back and you'll regret the long term. It happens randomly. That's why you get the long term. Because you never it's weird how it works. But like you still have time, and that's why it's like getting down to the point where down the line you're gonna eventually be like, man, like wow, I'm very like that long term again. Even we're talking houses and being able to buy a damn house with the long term that we already have now. But you will definitely see down the line, there the moments of both regret and gratitude that you got it will set in randomly, and you'll see. But you still got some time, man. So get it. Get the long term, baby. Get the long term. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Second best time is today. Yalla. And then power hour in 4 minutes. Power hour. Uber versus Airbnb to buy today. Which one would you buy? Probably Airbnb since it's cheaper, but I wouldn't buy any of those. Unfortunately, I just wait till they come down. Those stocks are very bipolar or very, what's the word? Is it bipolar? But they're very, they're mood swings, like Buffett will say. Because, like, when people want them and they're doing good, everyone's like, these companies, you need to buy them for so much money. Not volatile, just bipolar. And they're worth more than what they really are. And then when the market's bad, they get really depressed and then they undervalue themselves. So, quite frankly, Uber, Airbnb, I have both of those. They are great for a lot of our long terms, but like right now is the optimistic stage. Yes, they're grandiose right now, exactly. They're very optimistic and they feel very highly about themselves. Both those stocks are doing very well. So I don't know if I'd buy them now, but I'd wait till they're kind of more people, they get out of favor once again. One could even say majestic. I think gold is majestic, man. Gold is majestic. I'm just picturing like a smoky room and like flutes in the background and like I don't like animal noise, like I don't know, like a dove. Gold is just moves weird, and then like you hear like steps like and like someone, well, you're like, who is that? And you don't know if you should be scared or if you should be like, if it's your friend, and how bizarre. Like, but like that's how I view gold, because like gold, you don't know. It goes like, I don't know, man. It's like, and you don't know if it's gonna kill you or not. And it's just like, is this a friend? Is it a foe? Is it an island boy? That'd be what the fuck? You'd be like, no. Or is it like your long lost cousin or sibling even? Who knows? How bizarre. "1 minute till power hour." Chad's in the mix. DeSantis eliminates squatters' rights in Florida. Gives power for cops to remove offenders. That's a big one. Still can't get insurance on the property, but that's a good start. We'll take it. You feel the rippy coming. Well, we got... Wait till the 30 minutes. Maybe ramp capital. It's either we die or we fly, baby. That's it. 30. Maybe we do nothing. Maybe today's even calmer, but I do think the closing bell of today and tomorrow will be where all of the action happens. You got Square at a good cost average for the long term. Would it be redundant to add PayPal? Sheep eyeing one another. No, I mean, they're pretty much the same. I always said, like, you could grab both if you don't know which one to get. Just don't go crazy. Again, what makes it, like, redundant or wild is if those two names start to make up a big portion. Why tomorrow? Because tomorrow's the final trading day of the week and the final trading day of the month and the quarter. So that's the final day for rebalancing. That's kind of, these moves here have already been chalked up to the rebalancing to begin with. What is rebalancing? End of the quarter, people in pension funds, hedge funds, they finalize the positions that they're holding. They make additions and trims. Because, again, when they also do there's also some window dressing, because when they also report, they want their portfolios. It's like, how do you want it to look at the end of that quarter? And everybody does and finalizes everything that just went on for the last 3 months. Disney, I would not add. I like Disney a lot, and I think Disney still has upside, but we are up 33%, I believe, or 35% on Disney or something. So, and some of you are even up 50%, because, like, I even had higher purchases, but some of you, if you got the later ones and waited, you're already up 50% on Disney. So I like it, and I do think there's a lot of upside there, but unfortunately, I mean, I just think I'm not a big fan of buying anything with premium. So it's up on the year. It's, I think, higher than last year now almost. Is it? But overall, yeah, you're even higher than 2023. I just think, you could get other plays that are cheaper right now. And I don't think you should buy cult plays when they're up. Buy my plays when they're down. You'll do good. So rebalancing, selling out to collect profits, partly, yeah. And then to move into other areas, like think like a hedge fund. Like realistically, what if you miss NVIDIA this whole quarter, but you didn't want your clients to think you're trailing? You could literally like sell out, take profits, move some gains around, and then add NVIDIA today. And then that way you could kind of show that you have exposure to AI and that your clients don't think that you're falling too behind, or Meta or anything of that nature. So some people buy, some people sell, and again, pensions, hedge funds, all of that. And then even stocks to bonds and vice versa. And then even then, there's other areas again, but I do think fixed income and bonds. But what we're saying, Disney, yeah, 33%. I like Coca-Cola, but we're up 25 on that. So that's another thing I don't like. Disney gains were more so recent, but Coca-Cola, that was one we were talking about at end of last year, because we were saying maybe if like you really feel the FOMO, I wouldn't be against Coca-Cola there. But like Coca-Cola, it's not the cheapest, it's not the most expensive, it's stable. The divvy's decent. So it's like, I don't think it's the best. It's not the worst. If you have too much cash and not too many options of other things you want to buy, I mean, it's a great name. It's blue chip. It's going to always be there. But I do think there's some other value names out there. Amazon has saved $1.3 billion with cuts to office vacancies. Insider currently has office vacancy rate of 34%. It's a lot. JP Morgan, very good one, man. Very, very good one. And then again, we get a deposit on Monday, so we'll be able to make some moves. But I'm either looking at Pfizer or BABA or nothing. We just wait, get a little cash in there. I wanted or I could just wait till PayPal. PayPal will eventually come down. Well, I like the dividends. Pfizer and BABA. BABA were a little bit down on it, but like 2 days ago, I think I was up on it. That's the funny part. And then vice versa. PayPal, I was down on it, and now I'm green on it. So just all depends where they're at. PayPal, I only have a small position. I only have one deposit in PayPal, and then I have 2 deposits in Alibaba. I like PayPal for the growth, and then out of everything else, I mean, everything else is ripping in growth, and they're all at a huge premium from last year or even in general. So PayPal, I still think it's a name that'll be around. I only have one deposit in it now, and it's kind of stayed relatively stable, but I don't think PayPal is going anywhere. And there's growth in terms of share price. Leaked document shows Amazon slashing office vacancies. Hyundai considering hybrid vehicle at $7.6 billion. Georgia EV plant. I made money on PayPal and Square, but you're not doing anything every other credit card company can't do. Yeah, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel with that one. PayPal, I think it's going to be around, and based on the valuation and premium you're paying for it, I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, still has a 17 PE ratio, which at some points would be considered high or low, depends on the industry, but like $71 billion company, I don't think it's going anywhere. If it gets cheaper, more expensive, it'll be there. But for now, it's a very minimal part of my portfolio. But there's no other growth plays that I really see here for this year that aren't already at a premium. The only other thing I want to do is FOMO NVO. And the only way I could FOMO NVO is if I sell covered calls on Airbnb. And then take that money and then FOMO Airbnb. Or FOMO into NVO. It'll get you some Ozempic. 250 calls. PE ratio all depends on the industry, right? Like some industries have, it's all about relative PE. It's all compared to like what other names in that industry do. Because again, back in the day, people very strictly viewed PE, but as like tech and crazy mega caps started to go crazy, it's like PE over the last decade or so has really lost its weighting, and then nowadays you're more so comparing it to the industry rather than like a fixed number of like that's too expensive, that's cheap. I want NVO really cheap, but I mean I kind of just want to own it. I don't think I don't know, unless somebody dies from Ozempic soon. I think this might be a trend we see over the next like 5 to 10 years, and it's already massive. Like it's not even small. Like it's already making money, everything. It costs less than 5 to make? Really? Dang, son. But yeah, man, that's the only one I like low key want to FOMO. But like I said, if I could get free money from covered calls, I'm kind of down. Other than that, not really. In school, they taught me above 18 to 20 PE was expensive a decade ago. Yeah, sounds about right. And that was just uniformly. But then again, it just got morphed. And then you could blame the Amazons and Facebooks of the world. Netflix. I mean, even to this day, they all like have crazy PEs. We were even saying, like, what was that one net? Or one of those, they have like 1,000 PE. Para on the high. And it is power hour, so we only got 50 minutes left. SPY made that move down to VWAP, bounced up, and now moving right back down to VWAP. Bonds haven't moved. ARM. Oh, wait, it was ARM with 1,000 PE, right? What am I saying? I think ARM has 1,000 PE. But then again, like that guy was saying earlier, I mean, think about it. NVIDIA was expecting 20 billion, and they did like 80 billion. You know, and that's a big amount to grow that size. So, I mean, in terms of growth and future expectations, I don't know, man. MOS on the high. SPY, that Chicle's getting a little bigger. Oil red to flat. Where's gold? Gold is up 0.59. Not bad on the day. It's actually still near the highs, 22.12. JRVR, yeah, man. Slow. Tomorrow will be slow. I don't know, man. Maybe tomorrow we might do a half day. Maybe we play games. I don't know. Maybe I don't show up. I don't know how tomorrow, because again, we don't have much for tomorrow either. It's the last day. But this is kind of what was expected this week. Or maybe should we do a live watch list tonight, and then we don't go to bed, and we just go into the next morning. And then if I fall asleep, I fall asleep. You know, whenever I pass out, we'll just call it a day. Last streamer wins. I'm not down. You're right. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not down at all. I can't do that. I'm tired. I'll get tired real quick. Motion to give Josh 4-day weekend. Well, I don't even know what I'd do with it, man. I got one property to see, but there's not anything too crazy. I don't know. I kind of want to go to Ohio to see the house. You know, use the weekend. I kind of want to go to Miami. Oh, I kind of want to go to Atlanta. There's a property to see in Atlanta, and I've never been to Atlanta. Savannah? Is Savannah nice? To you guys, is Savannah, Georgia nice? You're around Columbus, ATL. Savannah's nice. Yeah. Savannah's dope. Yeah, I kind of want to go. It has some coolness to it. It's hot. Savannah's cute. You're like, all right, well, I don't even know what I'd do with it, man. It's humid. Because it's going to be raining in Cali, unfortunately. You meet me there? Well, what's there to do? I have properties to look at, but that's not like if I go for like 2 days. And then I'm scared to get on a plane in 2024. I got TikTok. I seen this shit. Half of these is Boeings. Like, I haven't even searched by non-Boeing flights. Savannah's dope. Old school vibes. It's the most liberal town in the state of Georgia. Good food. I like good food, man. Like good food. Apple, little pop. Maybe he breaks out. Ford to cut F-150 Lightning workforce in Dearborn. Bro, I actually be seeing Ford Lightnings on the road. I've seen a couple so far, and I'm always like, damn, bro. My first thought, I'm like, dog, homie spent like $100 something for that truck. Is that bad that's my first thought? Because I'm like, it looks cool, but then I'm like, he's driving an electric truck. I have to comprehend that. But then I'm like, dude, that thing's like $100,000. It looks cool. It looked like an F-150. Like a big one. It's still just like it has that presence. Dearborn, Michigan. Big money, man. Hilton Head, beach area. Is that South Carolina? I'd be kind of down to visit. Nvidia's selling a little bit into the close. SMCI's up. Marvel was just at the high and sold off. JRVR. NVCR came back up to 15. It's just hovering there right now. What's the other one? Booking. Damn, Booking. I was up on Booking. I was getting up there, actually. Well, that flipped. And then bonds are good, man. We'll take it one more day. You work at Marriott, I could hook you up at the Hilton Head. Like, what do you mean? Like, can you make my experience like Home Alone when he goes to New York? Like, that other, I'm down. You can email me, bro. Email me. But I don't even know. Like, I don't even know if I'm going to go anywhere. I don't really have any plans. I only have Ohio and in Atlanta. I actually have things I could do. Miami. If I go to Miami, I have to bring my girlfriend. So I could soul search, but I can't do it by myself. I'm not in Bill. So I don't even have any cash in the long term. I've used it all. I'm fully invested. But if I did, I mean, I have the Fidelity. I now have SPACs, so I don't even need Bill. But, yeah, I've just no cash. I'm fully invested in equities right now in the long term. All of them. Colt Sister, big account, YouTube account, curfew in Miami. I'm down with that. I'm kind of like, I don't want, like, they were like, Miami's not partying and like they're like really cracking down. You guys are like, that's awful. I'm like, that sounds awesome. I can't wait to go like that. You mean to tell me I could have a holiday and go to the beach and go to these nice restaurants and just like not deal with anybody and it's just not going to be ratchet and crazy? I'm like, oh, that sounds like a good time. Sign me up for a shrimp on the sand. Sounds beautiful. It's not the place to be right now. Why not? I'm like, not if you want to like turn up, but if you want to be like a grandpa, I think you could do that. I've not been to Live. No. But I just want to go to the beach. I have a beach here, but it's cool. And then I want to go to the mall in Miami. I saw one of their outdoor malls. It looked cool. I just want to walk around it because I saw it and it looked cool. That's about it. Good barbecue in Savannah. Well, shit, man. Your wife and I are going to Miami. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. I mean, Ohio, I don't know what to do. Ohio, just, I've talked so much shit about Ohio. I just want to see it. Just spend like a day. My girlfriend does not want to go. You have no idea. Like, I'm so down. I could hit Ohio up tomorrow. and come back. Maybe spend one extra day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Go see their national treasure. They're like, what's it, Six Flags or whatever they got? Maybe they got a cornfield or some shit I could check out. And then just come back home. Do they have planes that do that? They probably only have like one flight every week or something. I don't know. But I want to check it out. I've talked so much about it. I want to go check it out. Cedar Point, that's what it is. But I want to go see it. See if I could survive out there, you know? And then just come back and then see what it's really like. But yeah, every time I bring it up, my girlfriend just like, she does not like the idea of going to Ohio. I'm like, that sucks. Weed stocks on the high now? Shut up. They dumped this earlier off that classification stuff, and now it's up 2.6. Habibi. Senior Amazon employees won't get cash raises this year. Oh, come on, Jeff. Come on, Hefe. You guys don't have one good restaurant in Ohio? There's not like one Michelin star restaurant? Y'all even have stars out there? I mean, I don't know. I've never been. Like, y'all, like, you're telling me there's not one top tier restaurant that, like, where it's like, oh, I'm glad I came to Ohio and had a good meal. Like, they got Chili's. Cleveland known for food. Then that's all you need. It's all. If I go somewhere, even if the place, if it had good food, like, that's like half the trip, man. A little bit more than half. You let me, if I come up somewhere and there's a good meal, that's easy, man. That's easy. I'll probably go to Cleveland because Cleveland rocks. Oh, Booking just went negative. I guess Airbnb did too, and then I think Expedia's up. That's cold. Hillbilly hot dogs across the Ohio River. You won't be disappointed. That sounds good. The Pine Club, one of the best steakhouses. There you see, y'all know they got. Maybe we do it. Maybe we do it. Upstart. Up 5, SPY, little bounce at VWAP. JP Morgan on the high. Again, Booking just sold off. Is NVIDIA still selling off? Yeah, NVIDIA might go a little lower here. Lucid up 10. Again, didn't they have like some private investor yesterday? Let's see, man. The day's almost over. I can't believe it. Oh, Vlad was on Robinhood? Oh, well, I need to go pee. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Can you guys believe the day is almost done? JP Morgan's running there on volume, but I can't believe another 7 hours, Chad. Another 7 hours. A little bit more than 30 minutes left, man. So that's it. Wrap it up. Bring it home. Bring it home, baby. Bring it home.
What are we talking? Is this like an earning, a revenue growth story, or is this just about creating a product that sort of keeps existing customers in the fold?
I think, hey, Romain, always great to be on your show. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I tried. So, look, I think this is basically what I've always said about Robinhood, which is you own it for the future, and now it's sort of getting to a price target, which who would have believed it literally doubled. And what they're doing now is they're retaining the existing customers. So Robinhood Gold is like a super, it's like they're really turning into the super app of financial services, retaining existing customers, and then also going for new customers across every aspect of the economy, low, mid, and high. So this is a home run. We've been waiting for that moment, and I think this is kind of the inflection point that we've been waiting for.
Dan, I'm confused, though, as to if they make money off of this, because they have 3% cash back and no fees, but it seems like that's not the point.
They're getting a lot of people to use the card. Remember, they're also getting, if you're a revolving interest, you obviously you pay interest. I mean, there's no fees on the cards, i.e. there are no fees to retain the card, but if you carry a balance, et cetera, so there are, obviously you pay interest. But I think that overall, they're getting people into the ecosystem. This is the game they're playing, right? They're getting people into the ecosystem, and those people are going to trade. Yeah. Those people are going to trade crypto. They're going to trade equities. They're going to make a lot of money on the users over time.
Yeah, and it's obviously a clever bit of marketing, Dan. We've been showing, of course, the gold flowing from the cauldron to create these cards, which I don't think they actually use real gold.
I love it, though.
But still, Dan, it's a great optics for the company here. Give us a sense here, because you talk about this kind of becoming that sort of super app or whatever the phrase you use. Is there a sense here that they have tapped into something, particularly with the younger generation, that the more traditional banks and traditional investment companies that maybe our generation knows is kind of just behind on right now?
Yeah, I think that the banks fell asleep, at the wheel. They basically they woke up one morning and all of a sudden they thought Robinhood was just trading for millennials, right? At 21, Laura and Kitty, et cetera. Now they're waking up and Robinhood is basically starting to get more and more share from their traditional banking avenues. It was, it started with trading, now it's lending, now it's credit cards. Deposits, right? Nobody's talking about deposits. They're offering, I think, over $2 million of FDIC insurance with the gold membership. So they're getting deposit inflows. They are becoming your go-to financial services firm, and someone's going to have to pay for it. And I think the traditional banks are going to see this and they're like, hey, what happened? Like, we really fell asleep as they were gaining share.
Really interesting stuff. Hey, Dan, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Dan Dolev over at Mizuho. I should point out it's actually stainless steel, but it does weigh 17 grams.
So what were we looking at there on the screen?
I don't know, but it was pretty. I want that one.
Do people pull out their cards, though?
Yes.
Okay, I don't. I just use my phone now.
I do.
So there's no flex anymore. Like, you don't need the white Apple card or the black American Express.
It's true. There is no flex on that because you put it all on your phone. But sometimes I take it out.
Bro, they know what flexing is. He knows. Are you serious?
Much more
by the way, you still haven't bought me dinner, by the way.
It's true. It's
on a related note.
Crazy.
The list. This is the close on Bloomberg.
I love it. That's crazy. He said flex. Gotta love it. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. Chattadonia. 34 minutes remaining. Flexing with your credit card, how sad. Well, listen, man. You had to be there. But there was an era, I want to say, it was like maybe 2014. If you had that Platinum American Express card, I'm just saying, ain't nobody had a metal card back then. It was like 2014-ish maybe. If you had that metal Amex, oh, that shit went hard. That was a flex. It was. That was the first time the world's ever seen it. They were like, what? And people, you had it and you were like, damn. You're like, I ain't never seen that. They like, your car's metal? What? Damn. You got a metal card? Oh, man. Yeah, they don't know about that, bro. They don't know. The first ever metal platinum card? Yeah, it was like 10 years ago. Ah! Holy shit, you're old. I'm not old, but you're old. No, I'm old. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's 10 years ago. That's literally 10 years ago. It makes sense. I mean, what I'm saying does not sound that insane. That was a decade ago. Let me say that out loud. That was a decade ago. Uh-huh. A decade. Spire ripping. And that makes sense about my hair. I don't feel as bad about my hairline. There it is. You guys, remember, the last 30 minutes, this time it's going up. So now you're hitting the highest point in the last 4 hours, maybe. From 6 to 12? Yeah. No. 6 hours? That's crazy. So, yeah, we haven't been this high in a minute. And, again, that's happening right here, right at the 3:30 almost. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, 10 years ago, the first metal card, though. Who would have thunk it? A decade. That's cool, though. My hairs. I don't feel as bad anymore. I really don't. Because in my mind, 2014 still feels relatively recent for some reason. But, like, that's definitely not recent. That was 10 years, sir. You had 10 years ago. I tell you, my mom want me to do the Andrew Tate. She really pressing for, like, surgery or cut it. I'm like, Mom, you really turning it up here for 2024. Let's calm down. JP Morgan on the high. Microsoft even starting to come up. Well, again, maybe we get a little ramp here. Last 2 days, 3 days has been all sell-off, so. Andrew Tate build, yeah. Mm-hmm. Apple up. Everything's doing good. Again, I mean, all day today, I told you it was 90% up to begin with. Russell's killing it. Bonds. Even dollar sold off from the high, but it's still in the green. That's the only other weird part. But generally, I mean, everything kind of got a bid today and held up. I mean, you're just slightly higher than yesterday. I like LVMH for the long term. I think you just determine on price, but not bad. Yeah, where is this? Okay, so we're not high. We're not at to the high point of yesterday, but you're higher than the day before that, and then still lower to start off the week. And then weed stock still going. MSOS on the high, and then Ralph Lauren on the high. But high ticker is full gas right now. Again, it's 3:30. Ramp Capital, 30 minutes left, just under that. Sure. Can't turn back on the dollar. Dollar's insanity. One day, though, the season will come back. The season will come. Zachary. Oh, how you missed the Twitch, man. I love you. Thank you. You didn't have to become a member here, but I love you, bro. God bless you. I know, man. You guys got to deal with your older brother here for a couple more days. Let's go, baby. Someone got to watch out for the horn, man. We are getting close to that moment. I'm just waiting on my moment. SPY still go. I think we're going to get a rip for today. Chad, the last 30 minutes yesterday was dump it. So then now tomorrow you could dump it and end up at 5,200 still. Or you could go a little bit higher. That's the beauty of all of it. Yeah, bonds are holding up great. But like, bro, everything was up in the morning and now it's still maintaining. So, I mean, when it's all, and then NVCR giving back up, that one's coming back down while everything else is ripping. But everything else, man, you're going up very, very nice right now. But like I'm saying, yesterday, last 2 days was 30 minutes rip, but there it is. JP, didn't it hit 200 already? I think it hit 201 or something. It'd be nice if Airbnb could play along, you know. Disney, and then PayPal's still down. Yeah, MO's good. Remember, MO just a lot of movements lately, man. It'd be nice to get it back above 44, though. That would be nice. That is big chart. So you're getting near the open. And then again, remember, this morning was a bigger gap up. So ironically enough, if this actually holds, do you guys notice something? So here's the deal. This actually gets quite interesting. This gets very interesting, actually. What do you notice about right now? 26 minutes left. We didn't do anything. Well, yeah, but there's something else. Bonds are still up, but there's something else. You can see where you're at. It's really weird. You're up by 0.5. So, yeah, we're still within that range. But, like, remember, we were pricing in, you know, like what? It was like 0.67, just under 0.7, 0.8. That was for the week. So, there's no but then again, at the beginning of the week, we were pricing in 0.8. And now you're barely unchanged. So, it's interesting if we close around here or not. I mean, it's either going to leave room for tomorrow or what if we move the whole, if we like really start ripping here into the close, you'll start moving above. Otherwise, I mean, I guess what's 0.68 from 5217? We'll just do 5218. $36 points plus 5218. So 5254. Interesting. That would be to the upside. Or 36. $5182. No fucking way. That's a big range from the beginning of the week. And then now, because again, we barely moved that. So I don't know. We haven't, all of the move is now kind of getting coiled up into one day tomorrow from the beginning of the week. But even from yesterday, we were pricing in 0.67 between now and tomorrow and Friday. But now you've already moved that today. So let's see. Yeah, JP Morgan was running up again. I don't, let me check actually if Citi came back up. So that was green and then they flipped red. Then JP Morgan bounced before them, but now Citi even came back up. Then SPY getting another green candle. Gap down. It means we have room to move tomorrow. It's like from yesterday's pricing, we should only move so much from here. From like yesterday when it was like around here. But even from the beginning of the week, there's still a little bit of range left. But this is an outsized move for now. And then like if we go up the same amount tomorrow, this would have been not priced in and like more to the upside for this week. And then Apple's still going into the high. SPY still. High ticker, look at it. Every single RPM gauge except I think the 30-second is just going up there. NVIDIA off the bottom. Marvel, that'd be nice. NVCR. Dude, NVCR, really? We had gains on that the whole day. So I'm going to swing that then, I guess. I thought it was going to have a nice end of the day pop. And then JRVR, they just held. Then Micron did its pin once again today. Disney came down from the morning. SPY's still going, though. You're getting into morning candles now. So you're like right by the opening. That was around 0.5, 0.6 for the gap. So literally you were a little bit higher in the morning by 2 points. And then now you are getting to the high point of yesterday, which was higher than Monday. And then you're like, what? You're 1 point? Actually, you're about to fill the gap? We already filled this gap twice. But this was where you closed last Friday. We're running. This is hilarious. It's literally the exact opposite of the last 2 days. We just did nothing and cucked for 6 hours, 6.5 hours, and then right at 3:30, everybody just started moving in one direction. And instead of 2 days of meltdown, today now you get the upside, and then tomorrow now will be the coin toss on the final day. I don't think anybody's setting up for. I think this is just all the rebalance. I don't. Like I said, I was saying it from end of last week. I don't even think PCE is kind of like it's a downgraded risk in a weird way. So like you've already had comments from Powell and other data that kind of makes the PCE irrelevant. As weird as that may sound. Unless the PCE is just the craziest number. Bro, you're squeezing now. Or at least it's going vertical and looks crazier on the day. But now you're higher by 4 points than the previous close on Friday. Like I said, you have to 52.55 or something? Or 52.52 or something? That would be from Monday. That's the other downside. But 52.39, you just took off. Again, Apple's leading the way. A couple names like even Disney, they're up there. You're now moving what we priced in today, but for Friday, ironically enough. So from yesterday, market thought this is where we would end the week, 52.39, like literally right here. And then, like I said, from Monday, we would have been a little higher, but now we are still climbing. You get more data tomorrow, yeah. You'll have GDP and a couple of other things. High ticker, literally 1 minute, 5 minute, 30 second, all gassing. Like fully maxed out right now. Everything is going up. Nothing's moving on the low. And then bonds just, again, if anything, this is SPY catching up to bonds. Because now they are. Bonds are up 0.8, SPY 0.6. I mean, NASDAQ's only up by 0.3. No, Mara's up 8% on it. It's just been lagging over the last couple days. But Mara went up coin. A lot of rotational moves are like different industries. Like Booking and Airbnb are down. And then Expedia's up. Again, Mara's up. Coinbase is down. CLSK's break even. And another high, baby. Wow. This is interesting. 52.40 now. So literally you're getting back into, again, the Friday levels. I mean, 52.45 I think is the next level, then 52.50, and then before then again you're testing all-time highs. But again, the market is only pricing in so much more for now. And this is already overshooting. Unless we don't do anything tomorrow, this is started. It gets aggressive from here. 20 minutes left. Nothing burger. I mean, it might be. Or there's a little bit more juice. We'll find out. No reason for the pump. This is the same, literally, why we dropped the other days. You know, the last 2 days we had super big drops. I mean, yesterday was way bigger than the day before, but it was kind of abrupt and random out of nowhere and sizable compared to the day. Same exact thing happened here, end of the day, for no reason, just like we dropped. So, again, that's a lot of people are attributing this to the month-end and quarter-end rebalancing, which we're going to have a little bit more of tomorrow. Well, just hit a high of the day, again, after not doing anything. So take that. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Wow, long-term likes it, man. Proud of you, long-term. Still holding NVCR, but the gains faded. I mean, I guess I still got $1 a share, but we were up almost $2 a share for most of the day. I think I'm going to swing that one in tomorrow now. X Bull on the high. Zion. Microsoft kind of went a little vertical there too. Microsoft back to green or break even from being red all day. Again, they were all green in the morning. SPY might get another candle off that. High ticker's still going. Skyworks now. See, you got everything from big tech chips and then even the runners earlier. Some of the earlier leaders have calmed down, but the ones that were like red and trailing behind are going up. And then Apple looks to be leading the way. Bro, everything is like running off this now. Again, remember, everything was green to start off the morning, and now you're holding it up. You are moving more than what was priced in now for the last 2 days. So this is where it gets in. Everything starts to get real hot above here. But then we'll refer back to Monday. This is not off Biden's. This is off nothing. It's just rebalance, bro, for real. This is exactly what we saw the last 2 days to the downside. I mean, VIX is at 12. I guess what was the low? VIX 1234. VIX, again, I swear the other day, wasn't it just at 15, 16? Long term. No, man, long term's loving it. I didn't really realize it. Again, even MPW like playing along today too. That's nice. That's always nice. Only thing that's higher over the week, bonds, yeah. Just barely. They actually no, that was earlier in the morning. They really ran. SPY's still going. But bonds, and then I think was that 2 weeks in a row? Shit, it is. I didn't really realize it. It didn't feel like much. Uh-oh. Maybe I should get out of the bond play. I didn't realize. We'll give it one more day and then tomorrow. But that bonds have been really good. Why are we pumping? Rebalance. And then SPY still, it's just getting a little hot now. So, like, I think a little bit more here, we start to, like, hit other ranges. But from yesterday, we weren't pricing to move that much. From Monday, we were pricing as high as, like, 52.50. But now you're getting into some of the lows from last Friday. This is where you opened up on last Friday. Then you went a little bit higher. And then you sold off. And then, like, the low of the Thursday was, like, 52.47, day after Powell. But then this does give you some cushion now in between the Powell move. Oh, where's MP Dubs? Oh, they're chilling. It's good for now. Tesla, 1%. It's so interesting what's moved and what hasn't today. Because, again, today's, like, very sporadic. Like, there's, like, big movers and small movers. Big tech, small tech is just really random. More big tech than not is weaker. Again, I definitely think today's broader. That's word to the Russell. Up 1.7. Since we got over what's priced in, is tomorrow going to balance out? It could. That would make the most sense. So it's either we stay and do nothing and hold here, or we literally just fall back into whatever was priced in on Monday. So there's either a little bit of upside, or we go fall back into that range we were at yesterday. And it could move less. I mean, again, any point, if we start dropping and just like if we fall right back into this range tomorrow, then this would have been, even if the market was pricing in 0.67, we could have moved way less than that. So we'll have to see. MVCR coming back. Oh, yalla, 2 candles, habibi. I'm still in the Nuve, but I sold out 2 of them. So I've made Nuve free. You didn't miss much, just rebalance move this time to the upside. Like yesterday, it was to the downside. This time, it went up, you know? Intel. Were they up earlier? I can't click on it. It's going too fast. Bonds catching a bid here, too. Yeah, Intel's up 4. Damn. I knew Marvel was up. And then SPY's still holding. 10-minute rigged in about 1:20. So get ready. Abavacious even doing good. Coca-Cola. Meta's still red. Microsoft flipped red to green. Apple's doing good. I think Amazon's green now. I think Netflix and Meta might be the only red ones. Netflix still kind of buried, 2.5 down. Ups did good. Again, it got murked yesterday. They're up 2.5. SPY kind of getting a little poppy here. Bonds trying to tick up too. Dollar also coming into the lows. So I don't know, man. Maybe we get some moves. Square, he's chilling. So I'm saying there's like names moving and some names chilling. PayPal, Square look exactly the same. Bank of America, 52-week high. And Wells Fargo's going up. And Citi. All the banks. JP Morgan, 19. Damn, JP Morgan want that 200. Yeah, it hit 200 already. But it came back a little reverse wishbonded. Look like Thanksgiving, dude. A little wishbonded. Oh, dude, make a wish, dude. I wish for the long term, dude. It'd be like $20 billion, dude. All right, dude, make a wish, dude. PNC 52-week high as a regional. All right, man. It's 10-minute rig. SPY is launching. What's the market on close? My goodness. MSOS above 10? No. No. What? Yo, that's crazy. Market on close, 650 to the buy side. I already sold out of that, but good work on that, man. That's crazy. Bro, that just went 960 where we sold out from to $10 in like 2 minutes. Maybe like 10. SPY, big candle. It's running a little hotter now. I mean, once we get above that, what's it called? Once we get above that that Monday pricing in, then it gets really, really hot. But for now, I mean, just from yesterday, this is a pretty aggressive move. We'll see what this leaves us with a nice setup for tomorrow. But you are getting a lot of moves now to the. It's been nonstop for like 20 minutes now. Again, just like the sell-off of yesterday. Is that all-time high on EW? No way. All-time high on SPY equal weight. So there you go, man. The move is broadening out. So this is for last Friday's high. You're going to get above there and then 52, like 48. Or like even, 48. That'll be the first low. And then that's it. You're back in all-time high territory from where you were at last time. But again, a lot of things pop. I can't believe the wheat stocks are at 10. Not bull trap. I would say just no news is good news, borderline. Remember, we don't really have anything coming up. Where was you at when Raul was gone? Corsair on the high. Bro, wheat stock's still going. My goodness. What was it? NVCR. Had a nice pop, but it's not partaking. It partook in the first rally in the morning. Now this is just everything else. Dude, a lot of things are moving. DraftKings still wrecked. You do have GDP tomorrow morning. You get a little, there's something else too. There's a little bit of data. We'll have a live watch list tonight. We'll go over it. Is that MO again? PII. Yeah, MO climbing a little bit now. So again, everything's getting shown some love. Abivi just rocketed. So yeah, I think this might take the long term to all-time highs. We were just there a couple days ago and then sold off. No, I'm trailing a little bit. Germany legalized weed. There was bad DEA news or something like that, like a senator, but that'll balance it out. Even MPW kind of getting a candle. Again, KRE's running. Bro, KRE's up 3%. So regionals, man, oh wait. Dude, regionals, I don't know. They're getting perky again. And then bonds catching a bid now in the close. Final 5 in 1 minute, my friends. Final 5. So, again, 10-minute rigged. You already had a pop there. Rebalance. High ticker still going crazy. Final 5 will be very interesting. Yeah, MO's starting to gas a little bit harder there. Everything is, bro. Again, if it didn't catch a move in the last 10 minutes, it may not be moving. But if it was already moving, chances are it's continuing alongside. Again, market's even up here now. We're getting there. This is more than what was priced in for the last 2 days, but you have like what, 5 more points, and then that should be the top end of our range right here. And then you're 1 point below the lows of Friday or last Thursday, day after Powell. Zion on the road to Zion. Banks, regionals, killing it. And then bonds at highs. Oh, earmuffs? Is it that time? No way. Time just flies by, man. Time just flies by. Lockheed is huge. Keep that same energy when it comes down, big dog. I mean, I usually have the same energy every day. I try to, at least, But it's good, man. It's good. I'm down for both, man. I'm down for both. I got long term. I know how to buy puts. I'm good, man. I'm good. Good. But Chattadonia, I hope your day is amazing. I love all of you. I hope you're blessed. But you have been too amazing today. So I don't want to let you down. And a way that I could let you down is by not letting you know how loud it's going to get. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning of a significant increase in the decibel level on this stream. It is going to get extremely loud. How loud? So loud that people have reported bleeding eardrums, dormant BBB coming back to life, and other host of resurgent medical issues, including diarrhea and uncontrollable bladder. So beyond that, people have just said it ruined their day. And we don't want that. We don't want that. I want you safe and protected. Okay, so get a long term. And when you hear me say earmuffs, just know that is your moment to mute your speakers and protect yourself, okay? So you have a great rest of your day, all right? That sound good? Good, all right. Earmuffs is the safe word, yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then bonds hitting out. Man, what a day, bro. What a damn day. What a damn day. All right, Chad. Earmuffs. It's going to get loud. It's going to get loud, baby. Get your earmuffs. Baggage claim, when you get off the plane, it'll direct you. Just keep walking. Earmuffs. Earmuffs, it's time. No, this is real. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 6 p.m. tonight. We're going to be having a live takeoff there for the watch list. So we'll see you there, and then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 66 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day. Unless you thought we'd melt down on the rebalance, because today we had the melt up, all for no reason. Yeah, I know. I don't know how you feel about that, but the good news is we're no longer to COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get to that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chattadonia. Market's ripping on it, baby. Let's go. Time to bring it home. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Tomorrow is the last trading day of the week. Yes, you heard that right. Don't forget, Friday is closed, so wrap it up. Final day, shares, options, futures. Are you going after any earnings? What are you going to do? Oh, wait. We didn't even do any of the earnings previews. You even got a couple after the bell, but you got to wrap it up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby! Wow. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. You're new, you're old, it don't matter. I need a good game in the chat right now. Drop that GG, let's go. Good game, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, info, information, personalities. You are in the game. Good questions, baby. Way to hold it down and contribute. Welcome to Chatadonia. Welcome to the cult, baby. Good game. That's how you play, baby. Let's go. And listen, without a GG, you just don't got any good sportsmanship. You get no respect here. I'm just telling you. That's the rules of the streets in Chatadonia. You want the code, bro? Without a GG, you get no respect. I'm just telling you. No respect. No, it don't mean they don't feel me. Let's go. I see you, kid. It would be Twitch. I hope you know we stronger as one. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts. My members, people throwing in donations. Holding it down. You didn't have to, but you showed love, baby. God bless you. I exceeded my rate limit, man. That's great. Good game, man. That's how you play. Good game, man. God willing, I'll see you tomorrow. Good game, good game, good game. Good game, bro. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game, good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. I like it, man. I like it. I can vibe with it, bro. I'll give him some more. Chad, that's the day. I love you all. We'll let it ride out with us. The bonds are ripping after hours. The market ripping. That's it. They melted it up this time. A lot going. What I said. I love you, Chad. Thanks for being here. Thank you for your time, baby. God bless Chatadonia. Get the lantern. Save that 10%, baby. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe. I'll see you on the live watch tonight.
Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fight about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired. Xavier. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain he was praying.
That's it. That's all you get. That's all you get. That's all you get, bro. You like? Can we give it up for Marcus on the background? That wasn't my. Whoa. A fucking angel? What the hell? What the heaven?
Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions.
Oh man. Oh, dude, we forgot about the earnings. Restoration. That's good. Maybe we save some money there. But Chattadonia. Wait, that song is done. I got it for you. I'm just not letting you hear it all. I'm always letting y'all hear it. That's it. I'm just not letting you hear it all. That's it. You're gonna have to wait. I'm gonna make you wait. You know, it's good for you. Have some patience. You know, it's good for the long term, baby. It's good. Rumble. Well, listen, man, we didn't do any of the previews. We not in the game for these earnings. Rumble's on the low though. But that's it, man. It's game time. We leaving now. We leaving. We got to get ready for tonight. Easy day tomorrow. End the week. You got co-real estate tonight, baby. So, Chattadonia, I hope I see you there, baby. Okay? I hope I see you tonight. We're going to be a lot of live tonight. A lot of live. You're going to have co-real estate live, and then you're going to have live Watchlist, and then you're going to have your dreams live. You're going to dream live at nighttime, and then you're going to wake up, and then you're going to stock market live, and then the market ends, and then it's going to be the weekend live, early weekend live, and then, you know what I'm saying? So like the video, and I'll see you there tonight, okay? But Chad, that is the day. I love you all. Thank you for being here. We'll see you all. God bless you. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, baby. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why the seasons are so important. And why we have expectations from the season sometimes. And sometimes we expect it to produce all the time, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Amen, bro. Chattadonia, that's it. I'll give you one more, Chad. One more. I want to hear it one more time. I'll one more, and then I'm ending it. That's it. Then we out. And then we out. You can run it back real quick. I just want it. Okay. It takes a minute to play it on there. That's it. Amen. Marcus, the angel. This is the voice.
Xavier. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in the cave or a...
Exactly. Exactly. I love it, Marcus. I love it. Whoa. So beautiful. Damn, Restoration went down 4 to +8 and they missed on everything. Whoa. You angelic voice. It's amazing, bro. It's amazing. You have no idea. It's amazing, bro. Every time. That's why I say the sauce, the magic. Oh, there you go. Oh, man. I can't, Marcus. If we perform that song live, you know you better be right behind me. I want, you know, I want you on like an old school mic too. We could be like a band. You'd be like, whoa. I'll learn to play the guitar. I love how the guitars sound. I gotta learn how to play it. I just whoa. All right, I'm having too much fun. Chattadonia, 6 p.m. is what we're gonna shoot for. I'll schedule. Oh wait, I should probably schedule it now. Oh man. Let me schedule that for you now. So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Here, let me give you another one. Since you're waiting.
Yeah, another day, another divvy. Had her still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, say that 10%. When the market crashed, I'm gonna buy that triple net. Turned the bag into a boat, off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me. But I still show them love, paying homage to the king. People hella fake, they do it easy. Or you got something to say, but you ain't speaking. How you know about the play, but you ain't eating. It's a shame they can't do it before they speak it. New levels, new devils like Dante. No Kendalls, no Ellis, no Kanye's. Cause I learned a little lesson from my madre. You don't wanna gain the world and lose your soul, man. But that's another lesson, you should know about it. Asking if I heard, bitch, I told you about it. Don't be so dramatic. You ain't Lil Wayne, making little money, but I bet you gon' feel the same. I'm still a little vain, grew a little with the pain, changed a little with the change. Change your thought, change everything. Thank you, God, for the day, for the sun, for the rain, for the joy, for the pain. The divvies in the trash. Another day, another divvy. Had her still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, say that 10%. When the market crashed, I'ma buy that triple net. Turned the bag into a boat, off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs.
Oh, AVTX, bro. Josh, AVTX.
That shit didn't come cheap.
Josh,
from the moment I was born,
AVTX.
It was me. But I still showed them love, paying homage.
Was this the one I didn't play? Oh, no. Was that wasn't the one, was it? No. Or is that the one the other guy wanted? There's another one on the biotech. Yeah, that's killing. Did they get biotech approval? Literally up 200% right now. Is it Ozempic? Because it's moving like Ozempic. Let's see. All right, Chad. But when I end it, it'll take you there. Therapeutics required to pay development milestones to former Almada Bio. $5 million due, first patient dosed. Private placement of $185 million. Top line results. Supportive expected in 2026. Executed private placement. A lot of private placement. So that's just the private placement, I think. And then they get a milestone of up to 185. I don't know what price. $5.80 a share. Damn, that's low. I don't know why it's running like that, but I think it's based upon, there's a lot of data. It's related to their trial, and they gave of like what they're going to do, and it's based on certain milestones. That's AVTX. So, we'll see. But Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. I hope you have a great rest of the day. I will see you tonight, and that's it. Goodbye. Exactly. Echo. Do you hear me? Now, goodbye. Now leave. I'll see you tonight. It's gonna take you to the main channel. I know. Also, don't be a little Peter Pan and try to fly away tonight and avoid the watch list. 'Cause we gotta talk about what's happening, even if Wall Street went on vacation. Would you say that's correct? Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.